Hello, hello. Sorry I'm late. I'm always late. You guys know that by now. Unless I'm getting paid. And even then, actually, no, I'm really early when I go to work because I have to commute. But I'm not getting paid for this. So I'm just going to wait a second. I hope that the notification goes out. I was going to do a couple of things, but one of the programs that I need has to update. And it would have made me even later. So let me just start this and hopefully the notification will roll out and people will start to come in. But yeah.
So you can say whatever you want.
I've been down.
Sorry, you guys. Um, I got a couple phones here and I was trying to set things up and be prepared. And I've been planning this live for a couple hours. And of course, I wait till the last minute to do everything because that's just how I roll when I'm on vacation. So I'm on shutdown. I've been digging it. I go back to work on Tuesday. Um, but yeah, so I don't know. I just thought I would come out, do a live. Had a couple drinks, just chilling. And oh, so if you guys haven't heard the update, I think I talked about this before. I'm not sure if it was on this channel or on one of my other ones, but there is a second convoy, like a second freedom. It's actually called the World Unity Convoy. And when they first mentioned it, they said that it was going to take place in Ottawa. And then, of course, when that announcement went out, the Ottawa police and all of its, officials, quote unquote, oh my God, started flexing their muscles and were like, we're going to be prepared. We're already ramping up on security. We're going to have like all of these resources, and we're just going to wave our big dongs around because we can. So, you know, there's a bunch of people. It's a committee of people. There is no organizers. So before anybody tries to get the idea that it's organized by certain people and try to sue these people, it's going to, first of all, it's going to take place in Winnipeg. It's been changed to the center of Canada. I'm sorry. And that's kind of to make it more fair for everybody that's traveling from one of the far west or east coast, right? It's the middle of Canada. Last time it was in Ottawa, and the guys from the west coast, that's 5,000 kilometers from BC. So, you know, and look at the cost of gas. So, I mean, to be fair, that's what it is. More information will be coming out as it's made available. The date is February 17th until the 21st. And it's a group of people working together, collaborating ideas, resources, and basically they have a lot of meetings. There is no one person in charge. They vote on decisions. They make decisions together as a group. That's how a true democracy works. Trudeau, take a fucking lesson, bud. You know, one of these days, for jokes, I'm going to actually make a liberal version of a dictionary. Because they like to change the definition of words. You know, when the commission was going on, they considered sounds, honking horns, violence. Well, you know, just to be that person, because I am, I'm going to look it up, and I'm going to read you the actual definition of, of violence. Because these people like to spin narratives to suit their agenda. In other words, in a nutshell, hey everybody, sorry, 1 second, I'm just looking up. Okay, so the Oxford definition of violence is behavior involving physical force intended to hurt, damage, or kill someone or something. Did anybody hear the word sound is violence? It said physical force, first of all, intending to do harm, damage, or kill someone or something. So whoever testified in the commission and said that violence is honking horns, that's violence, you might want to pick up a Google box or a dictionary or a phone and go to Google and say, Google, hey Google, what does violence mean? What is the definition of it? Because I'm too stupid to read a book and understand what it is. But, you know, to go along with what I've been paid to say, I'm just going to make it up and change the definition of words or make up new words and force it down your throat, whether you like it or not. So, and here I'm coming out to, you know, have fun, woo woo, but yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, just, so yeah, that's the news about the convoy. Like I said, it's taking place in February. I don't know that exact location. They haven't released that. But if I had to make a guess, I'm going to say either near Camp Hope or probably near the Ledge grounds, the legislature grounds. There's a whole bunch of crap going on behind the scenes between people and different opinions and different things. And I have never been one to get into drama. I'll address it if need be. If somebody drags me into it, no, stop. I will address it if I have to, if it's an absolute last resort. But it's not something that I even like to entertain, to believe it or not. Like, I got too many other things on my mind to worry about that kind of shit. But yeah, so what happened was on Christmas Day was a big announcement, and it was Big Bear, his name is Colin. I believe he lives in BC. James Bowder from Canada Unity, who was one of the original organizers for the first convoy that happened in Ottawa, who is still facing, I know for sure criminal charges, and I'm not sure about civil charges. So those are still pending. And Ron Clark, freedom advocate. Now, the one out of the three of those guys that I just mentioned to you, the one that I follow the most, and I know to have the most credibility for the amount of time that I followed him, is Ron Clark. So they came on Christmas morning and they said that there was going to be another convoy, Freedom Convoy 2.0, and it was going to be like a reunion. And why we wait until the middle of cold ass winter is beyond me. But hey, we do what we do. We are Canadians after all. So they made an announcement on Christmas Day and said that it was going to be in Ottawa. And then, like I said, you know, all over the press, they never. It's almost funny if you go on YouTube and you look up the mainstream media outlets in Canada. Most of them, if not all of them, except maybe City and maybe CTV, have their comments turned off because they don't want to hear the truth. They don't want you to correct them. They don't want to hear anything. They don't want to hear your opinion. You know, I especially love the videos when they're, you know, out on the streets and just asking random people like, hey, what do you think about this? And it's like, if you truly wanted to hear people's opinions, then you would turn your comments on. Even CPAC, which is like our parliamentary proceedings, and it's all recorded and documented, which they want to take away, by the way, because we don't believe in transparency over here, yo. We black out documents, like we redact everything. So that's just the way our toddlers in parliament work. Yeah, they even have their comments turned off. So, but I did have to laugh at one thing that I noticed on Twitter today. And I don't know when they asked them, and I really don't know why. But Trudeau had made a comment, or was it Trudeau or was it Pierre Poilievre? One of them made a comment. I believe it was Trudeau. Actually, it was Trudeau. He's like, I don't know why Canadians are so mad. And it's like, well, I can totally understand why you wouldn't, you privileged little white boy who's had everything handed to him on a silver platter and doesn't have any sort of sense of self-awareness or reality. He's got entitled boy syndrome. You know, he went to the little rich schools with all the other privileged kids. Not your average person. He can't relate to Canadians in any way, shape, or form. Because if he did, he wouldn't be taxing us into hell and back. But that's just my 2 cents on the matter. So then, you know, everybody was like pearl clutching for, you know, Pierre in the beginning because, you know, like the rest of them, he's a good salesman and he comes on and he makes this great speech and he's like, oh, I'm going to change this and I'm going to stand up for that and I'm not going to allow the, you know, WEF to take over and I'm going to resist this and I'm going to change that. And it's like, dude, since you have been in your position, you're doing the same thing that the rest of them are doing, which is a giant disappointment, okay? That's not why you were voted in. You jumped on the Freedom Convoy at the very tail end of it so you could get your photo ops and appeal to that demographic for your votes to get you in, which it did work. I'll give you that. Kudos to you. But it's not sincere. And it doesn't take long for people's true colors to come out. So instead of, hey, Mike, instead of standing up for, you know, the average Canadians, which he swore is what he was going to do, he's just repeating the same thing over and over and over and just ignoring people. And, you know, the only time they even talk to us peasants is when it's close to an election or when they're campaigning. I don't know if it works this way over in the US, and I don't know if I have any of my viewers here right now, hey Montauk, from the US, but do your guys when they're campaigning for elections and stuff, do they want you to donate to their campaign? I just, like, they're hitting people up at Christmas time for donations when they're in the House of Commons fighting about how families can't afford food or homes or heating. Like, give your fucking head a shake. Oh my God. Like, oh my God. Like, I keep saying this, I swear to God. Like, where is Ashton Kutcher? And when is he going to jump out of a tree and say that we've been getting punked? Because it's mental. Yeah, so hit people up at Christmas time. It's a stupid freaking Hallmark holiday that people can't afford anyways, you know, and unless you have kids. I don't have kids, so quite honestly, I just block it out, right? But if you have kids, I totally understand why, you know, like it's a special time of year when you're a kid and you still believe in Santa and fairy tales and happy endings and those kinds of things. But You know, when you don't have kids and you see reality and you have bills to pay, you know, maybe the the gas thieves want my money this month instead of buying somebody a gift I can't afford. Or maybe my landlord would like to see some money from me so I'm not homeless. Because the next video I could make you would be live on location living in my box, and here's my box. Like, oh my God. Like, it's ridiculous. I don't know. It's just it's insanity. And I don't know how they're trying to sell it to people. Like, for the ones who see it, they get it. Like, I feel like I'm preaching to the choir because I know my audience and I know that you guys are on the same page. And there's either this side or the other side that's totally against it. And at this stage of the game where we're at now, with all of the information that has been like dropped like a bombshell on Twitter, because nobody can now say that they did not know, because things that would not have been accessible to us in Canada because we are censored beyond belief, and they're continuing to try to take our right of freedom of speech away. We've seen it all, everything that they tried to hide. It's out in the open. And now saying that I was only following orders or I didn't know are no longer acceptable excuses, in my opinion. You have to be a fucking moron not to see it at this point. Like, seriously, like, I mean, Stevie Wonder can see what's happening here. Like, you know, like, I don't expect my dad to get it. He's almost 80 and he's just is what he is. Hey, Heather, how's it going? Yeah, it just is what it is. But you know, there's just some people like around my age who I used to consider fairly intelligent people and practical thinkers and critical thinkers, but I don't know. Like, I mean, I don't know if it's more just not wanting to see it, ignorance is bliss, or you just want to be shocked when everything turns to shit and you're not prepared at all because you wouldn't listen, or if you don't want to have access to information that may change your mind about the choices you're making and plan for a better future and or change decisions that you have made in the past. I don't know. I don't understand how somebody cannot be a critical thinker. Like, I am. So I don't know. Like, there was a time when I didn't see it in the beginning when it was new, but it didn't take long for it to be like, what the fuck is going on here and what's happening and why? Like, just keep asking the question why, you'll get your answer. And it's kind of funny because, you know, I got into a fight with like one of my best friends about it the other day, actually. And hey, Carlos, thank you. Hi, how are you? I got in a fight with one of my best friends the other day, and she's from the UK. And I didn't realize that it depends on where you are geographically, how they handle the situation. And I also have to say that from some of the information that I've gotten off Twitter, it's been coming from the UK about some of the things that they have gone out of their way to bury the documents for 75 years because I have to really watch what I say in this scenario because YouTube loves me. I'm going to get a shirt, actually, and it's going to say YouTube loves me with a big old bullseye on it that glows in the dark, because no matter where I go, they find me. It never fucking ends. Like, it's really unbelievable. So yeah, like, I don't know if anybody would like to come on. Let me see if I can drop the link in the chat without booting myself, because I am doing this from my phone. So 1 second. I usually end up kicking myself out of this stream. So oh yeah. Hang on. Yeah, how the hell did I do this before? Oh wait. Oh wait, maybe I can do it. Hang on. How do I get out of this? If nothing else, I'm consistent. I told you. Jesus Christ, Ricky. Hang on. Sorry. Can you believe at one time I actually used to be good at this? Chris, if you're in the chat, you can come on now if you want to. Hang on one sec. If you still have the link. Oh shit. Hang on. Sorry, you guys. I should have had this prepared, but like I said, I'm always late and you know, that old chestnut. Hang on. No, whoops. Sorry guys, 1 second. Oh, there we go. Oh fuck. Hang on. Chris, do you have the stupid link that I sent you in Messenger? Can you oh god, I don't know if you'll be able to do this or not, but if you can copy and paste it in the chat. That house with bad influence. Oh, anything government is a bribe and indentured to the system, like all public employees are servants owned, then commit. Well, you know what I'm waiting for, and I know this is going to be the year that it happens, and I have my fucking giant bag of popcorn ready and my lawn chair, and I am waiting for the fucking fireworks to go kaboom. It's going to happen, okay? I'm telling you, it's going to happen. All one person has to do is locate their testicles and say, you know what? Trigger a non-confidence vote. I'm telling you right now, all it takes is one. And millions will follow, and the tomahawks will start flying, because there's going to come a time that the ship is sinking, and you're going to have to either save yourself or go down with the ship. Now, he's paid off so many people's loyalties allegedly, and you know, as we know from Uncle Cotton Swab, most of the cabinets have been infiltrated. You know, and most of the wedding, his caucus was in his wedding party, I was told. You know, nothing to see here. Like, I mean, I just don't understand it. Like, you know, that's not the way it works in the real world. And do these people not realize that they're the ones setting the example? And that there's like younger kids, like millennials, that are watching us? Them, not us. Probably not us. We're too old for them, and we don't make enough sense yet. They don't have enough logic and common sense to appreciate where we're coming from yet. They just think we're old and we need to get out of the way. Basically. Christy, you can come on if you want to. But yeah, so they're not listening to us, but they are leading by example. And I hope that these bobos, hang on. Okay, if I get booted out, I'll come right back. Oh, there you go. Oh. I hope that they realize, hey, Chris. I hope they realize that the example that they're setting and are prepared for the consequences of their decisions. And I'll be right up front when it all goes sideways. So
I put the link up, or Michelle put the link up because I didn't know how to do it.
Okay, good. Thank you, Michelle.
Oh, you're welcome.
Happy belated birthday, by the way. I wasn't there, but I wanted to come.
Come here.
Old woman.
Oh, it was a fun party.
Young at heart.
Oh, always.
Friggin' half a
I can be
century.
responsible, but not all the time.
Same. It comes in spells.
Next month,
Yeah, tomorrow. Oh.
Yeah. There was another thing. There
What are
was
you
so
doing?
much.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. What are you doing tomorrow for New Year's? Anything?
What's tomorrow? Saturday, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You up for some cards or dice or a couple drinks, whatever?
Maybe
What, you having people over or whatever?
I wasn't really planning, but if anybody wants to, I don't want to see anybody be alone. I never really thought about that because I always wanted to be alone on New Year's Eve. But
It's like a neighborhood open house.
the older I get, it's like, yeah, what?
The neighborhood open house kind of thing.
Yeah, neighbors can pop by, friends.
We had about 4 or 5 neighbors just popping in.
I can bring my megaphone and set those people straight that were handing out flyers about you.
Right? That's, yeah.
Oh, we got the pots and pans at midnight for that.
Yeah.
I don't need them. I have a big enough mouth as it is, but yeah. So that's funny, but yeah, maybe. I don't know. I might. The only thing is driving, especially on New Year's. But yeah, I can figure something maybe.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. We'll talk later about it.
Okay, yeah. Sorry. Jerry Butts in his earpiece on POC.
Well,
Yeah, who was in his earpiece? Sorry, go ahead, Chris. What?
Alan Grant should get their butt in here, man. We can do the Brady Bunch thing.
Yeah, if anybody wants to come on, the link is in the chat. You're more than welcome to. Like, it's pretty much a Friday night free for all. That's why I use. Usually when Bubbles is my Abby, I'm usually actually quite mouthy, but tonight I'm not. I'm just chill. So, but yeah, if anybody wants to come on and just shoot the shit, you're more than welcome to. The link's in the chat. Michelle put it there. Michelle's actually my middle name.
Really?
Yeah, that's how I
2 L's?
remember your wife's name. Yeah,
2 L's or 1?
2.
Yes.
Yours too? Yeah, good. Awesome.
I got 2 other Michelles in my neighborhood too, and they're 2 L's.
That's
Too many
funny.
Michelles around here.
People get scared when there's 3 Michelles in the house.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
funny. I say
Yeah,
that about Kim, about my name.
there's 3 Kims in the same room.
There's
Yeah.
never usually at all, but I'm usually like a little bit extra than everybody else. You know, when I'm around, I don't even need the megaphone. I don't know why I got it, but it's got a siren on it. It makes me laugh. So
Yeah, they're cool.
yeah. Me and my brother one day were at the mall and like we went into Spencer's Gifts. And I was like, we seen this, it was called a loud ass megaphone. And fuck, we died of laughter. And I'm like, dude, I'm buying this for you. And he's like, why? And I'm like, so we can yell at people on the way home in traffic. Oh, fuck, it was hilarious. Like 2 idiots together in the mall, like, and we're grown ups.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah. Hi, Carol.
Grant's eating dinner, so he's gonna come on after he's done eating.
All right. I have Rumble. I've never actually streamed on Rumble. And I kind of don't really know how to use it. Like I know how to retweet or whatever, re-rumble or whatever the hell you call it, but I don't know. My spaces are pretty much YouTube and Twitter and Facebook basically for minimal shit.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah. How's it going, Carol? Does anybody have in the chat, does anybody have any big plans for New Year's? Anything exciting? I find it hard to do stuff as you get older if you don't have a DD, right? If you're going out of town, especially, because you can't get a cab on that night. Like they take forever if they even answer the phone.
I don't like.
What's Uber like?
Yeah,
On New Year's?
I've never actually used it. Have you guys?
no, I've had one called for me once.
Is
Yeah.
it an app or what the hell? How do you even get their number?
You need a cell phone. I don't have a cell phone.
And they would charge a huge premium on New Year's Eve.
Yeah, wait a minute. You don't have a cell phone, did you just say?
I don't
Yeah,
either.
I don't.
Holy hell, you guys. My dad even has one. It's a flip phone, mind you, but he even has one now.
I'll show you mine. I'll show you mine.
He's
Give me a
got a
second. It's
flip
funny.
phone, too.
Holy, I can't believe that. You're the only person that I know, 2 people, the only 2 people that I know that doesn't have a cell phone.
Great.
Well, you know why I do is I commute to work for one, and I do a lot of driving, and you know, you never know when my car could run out of gas or blow a motor or whatever. Like it's happened.
Yeah,
So-
I don't drive, so I don't need it.
So
Oh,
I go out of town every once in a while on a job site, and it's usually I get a hotel room or something. So I'll bring this just so I can call in, call out.
what is it?
And I go on a 2-minute bender in
Oh,
St.
sure,
John, and I
right,
have to
right.
have one of these.
A flip phone. That's what my dad has. Yeah. He was like 75, I think, or something, and he learned how to text. And the first text I ever got from him was all caps, all one word, all together, no grammar. Like, it's hilarious. That's funny.
The time. That's
Yeah.
not the time, but it does tell you the time. It takes pictures.
Well, that's all you need, really. And you know what? Like, those actually get better reception in some areas than even the newest of phones, to be honest with you. When we used to go out into the mountains, Andrew had a flip phone and his phone would work and mine would not. And it was like the newest one that was out at the time. But his was on a different, like an analog, like system. And he could get bars when I couldn't, which was kind of weird. You'd think it'd be the opposite, right?
Yeah.
But no, yeah. So they're good to have actually. But my dad, he just had to get a new phone, and he said that they said this in Alberta years ago that they don't service those phones anymore. So this is my dad's last flip phone.
Oh, CSIS guy said because I got 2 of these, so I offered to give the CSIS guys one. Like, you guys want one? Because we were talking about these, and they said, yeah, we use these when we're away, we're out of country. And then
No
they just
shit.
throw them away, right? They use them when they're in like fucking whatever Bolivia and fucking, then they just toss it because they can't be trashed. Right?
They got lost.
Yeah. Burner phones is what they call them, right? So,
Yeah.
like, what's the actual purpose of CSIS besides knocking on people's doors for false flags of false countries?
Stupid shit. Yeah.
Like they actually look at real stuff, or
No, but
it's
they
hard-
did. They did tell me that they because I fucking got pissed off with them. I said, "Why aren't you looking into the money coming from China? What's manipulating our politicians? The lobbying money from China.
yeah.
Like, why aren't you looking at those donations, those campaign donations?"
What was their response?
They said they are. They said they were, and we're starting to see a little more. You know, the eyes are. You know, they're starting to talk about it more now, right?
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, everything's starting to come out in the open, and the only one to thank for that is freaking Elon Musk. Okay. Like, I'm going to make him a cape. I keep telling him, and you know what? It's going to be tinfoil, but but fuck it. I was going to come on tonight with the tinfoil hat on, and I'm like, no. Then I have to wear my glasses and read what people are saying about me. Oh my god.
I got mine. I'll put mine on if you want. I'll wear mine for you. How's that?
Okay, perfect. I can go make one and then turn my camera on. My mom is 84, only has cell phone, no landline. Yeah, I haven't had a landline in, oh my God, more than 10 years, like way more than 10 years, for sure.
Who's your front ones? Which way does this go?
Well, it's been remolded to the people's at the party's house.
So what is that a bowl underneath it or what?
No, I just
Layers of tin.
my neighbor Matt up the road. He's the carnivore guy, and he had this fucking tent. He just dropped the whole fucking roll of tinfoil. He's about to crumple it up and throw it in the garbage because he's all pissed off. And I went, wait, no, and I just grabbed it, and I just molded it on my head, like right there and then. But it was just easy just to go. I just tightened it and molded it.
That's
that was it.
hilarious. You know what I would do if I lived in your neighborhood after what your neighbors did, called on you? I'd be going outside walking and being like, hey, everyone, like, how you doing? You know,
Yeah, I walked home. Sure. Oh,
you don't have a dog, do you?
My neighbors just think I'm just a fucking drunken idiot, but
Huh.
not all of them. Some of them do.
No, the neighbors like to be seen in their driveway now.
Oh, do they?
Oh yeah,
Why?
because we're rebels.
Oh, they're pretzels. Oh yeah,
We're the bad
there's a
neighbors.
couple neighbors that wanted a dag flag, man. I was gonna try and get them a couple, but I couldn't get any anymore. So
I don't know what's going on with this whole convoy thing, but there's a story behind the story and nobody's talking, and I don't know what it is. And
Yeah,
kind of,
Well, there's a Facebook page, Canadian Women for Freedom, that talks about it.
well, I think it's the connection with a certain person who hasn't finished his court cases. I think is what what I'm taking away from it.
Well, he's got a lot on his plate.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want to attach myself to that either because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he's also attached to the $400 million lawsuit against Ottawa. So you kind of don't want to really tie yourself up with that when it's not even, the first one isn't even settled yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just not good. And he's
Yeah.
representing himself supposedly, so good luck to you,
Well,
bud.
you may as well. You may as well, man.
Oh, lawyers.
Because I've had enough of lawyers. The last time I had a lawyer, he didn't even know my name.
No,
He
you're
mispronounced my
right.
name like 3 times. I'm like, buddy, what do you go? Fuck off.
That's hilarious.
And I did. I just represented myself after that. I don't give a
I
shit.
had one guy that
Throw me the fucking clinic. Jesus Christ. Fuck. And I don't want probation either. Just give me the fucking time.
I think it depends on how complex your case is, what type of crime it is, what is involved in it. Like, you know what I mean? If it's straight and simple, like, you know, that's one thing. You can negotiate a deal. But if it's like a civil lawsuit, which he is like, I believe he's on it. I'm not entirely sure.
No, that
But
shit
he-
takes forever.
There's multiple people on that. I don't know how that would go. I'm glad I don't have to figure it out.
Yeah, that takes forever, that stuff.
Yeah. And like, I mean, there's a lot of people attached to that and that have businesses and assets and like a lot to lose, a lot on the line. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Shit, I need a beer. How's your beer? Want one?
Who be? I'm drinking Mike's
Are you?
Smirnoff
Mike's
Ice. Yeah. Raspberry Smirnoff Ice. I love them because my friend.
Cool. Right back.
Liquor's quicker. Yeah. Are you a beer drinker, Michelle?
No, whiskey.
Whiskey, Ryan Ginger or Ryan Coke?
Oh, ginger.
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't drank that in forever, but yeah, that's what I used to drink that years ago.
Yeah, that's nice.
Right on.
Oh, and then for my birthday, which we never got around to eat, I make a boozy pudding.
Uh-huh.
I take vanilla pudding and then I use a cup of amarula,
Okay.
some milk, and then you whip it up and you put it in little containers. Then you put whipped cream on it. It's pretty tasty.
I'm all about the blender drinks.
Get you hammered too. I've had a
Oh,
couple
it
of
does
those.
get you hammered.
They're pretty potent.
They're potent, and I ask people, do you want me to put less liquor? And no, more whipped cream.
When I used to have like big parties back in the day, I used to make Jello shots and all kinds of shit, or blender drinks, and oh yeah. Elon went to Queen's University, did he? I want to look into his background because I don't know. Is he really here to save the day and save humanity, or has he got another agenda? Who knows?
Elon, you mean?
Yeah, that's what Grant's saying in the chat. He said
Yeah.
he went to Queen's. Like,
Yeah,
there's
look-
no doubt the guy's brilliant, but we need to negotiate this fucking electric vehicle bullshit because I'm not down with it, and I don't like being forced into doing something.
Yeah, but he's just
He's
he's making millions and millions of dollars off of countries and governments
Oh, I know.
because
Yeah.
he's just milking this fucking electric car shit. He's just fucking.
He's milking him on one end and fucking him in the other with the censorship stuff. And now he's talking about, and I told him do it. He's like, should I buy all of the mainstream media so I can fire them all? And it's like, hell yes, bitch! Like, get on it.
Yeah, because once all this electric vehicle stuff nonsense, eventually it's gonna go the way of the dodo again.
doesn't
Yep.
work. In
Then who's gonna be left standing? So he's got to make sure that he's got something else to fall back on and ace up his sleeve. So maybe it's the media, right?
Well, and you can't believe the media for a goddamn second. We know this, right? So now what they're trying to say, according to these so-called polls from the media, the mainstream media that we can't believe, is since he's taken over Twitter and is supporting our freedom of speech now, which the roles are reversed now. Now they're saying stocks have declined in Tesla and this and that, and it's like, oh, bullshit.
We go up and down.
No, he doesn't. He sold his stock in Tesla, so Tesla could tank for all he would care, right?
Well, he
Yeah.
sold stock in
He
Tesla.
sold Tesla to buy Twitter, I thought.
Oh, okay.
No, he's still in Tesla. At least he's on the board. I'm sure he's up there somewhere. Like, I know he's the CEO
Yeah.
of. I'm pretty sure. I don't know exactly. I don't want to misquote, right? But I want to look into him because he's. Oh, hang on, hang on. Al, yo, buddy.
Al's in the house.
He's coming on. Say hello to Al, everyone.
What's up, everybody?
Hey, how's
guys?
it going?
Good, good.
Good. How are you?
Recovering
see
from
ya.
yesterday. Yeah, nice to see you too. How's Chris doing?
Yeah, usually it's much later. He's
love
got a
that.
Chippewa hat on.
Yeah, he
That's
does.
hilarious.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna grab a quick drink and I'll be right back. You two talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, no,
I'll be right
sorry,
back.
I missed your link there last night, Chris.
Yeah, sorry. I was hammered.
Me too.
When am I not hammered? No, but last night I was really fucking buzzed out of my goddamn mind.
Yeah, I got into the moonshine again.
Oh, you were on offside last night, were you?
For a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. I was watching that. I made it almost all the way through. Pretty much all the way through. Almost all the way through. And then I went on beers and cheers. I got shit faced
Right.
with those guys, and then I think I did a live stream for like 12 minutes. It's like shortest one.
I was starting to watch that to see what I missed, but I didn't finish it. I was watching actually the longer one with the three of yous. I think.
Oh,
Al
yeah,
was on that. Yeah.
The 9-hour marathon.
Yeah, he's a talker, man.
Well,
Like
I
him
slept
too.
2 hours of it. I slept through, I think. Right.
You slept on it?
The last 2 hours don't count because I was sleeping.
Oh fuck.
Right? I was
Yeah.
just, I was like, here, this is where I'm at. I'm like,
Fuck, we almost had Trev sleeping on offside last night.
That's hilarious. Oh my god. So has Jeremy made a new YouTube channel yet, or what's going on? Is he still streaming just not on YouTube?
Think so. I think he's just taking some time off,
Yeah.
Christmas time and all that.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing too, pretty much. And well, plus I had 2 strikes and I couldn't go live for 2 weeks. So
That'll do it. That'll do it.
yeah, doesn't like me much. I don't know. They're missing out.
Now even like Facebook's starting to fuck around. They did that like Facebook Protect thing to my account.
Oh,
So like, sometime in like I think it's January 6th, if I don't like agree to their shit, I'm just done. Like I've been on that platform since 2007 or something.
Yeah, me too. When
And
it was
it's like,
good.
yeah, and now they're like, yeah, you got to do this shit so we can track you, and then if you don't, like, well, you're gone. It's like, oh, okay, well, fuck you guys.
Oh, here's Grant, you guys. Hang on one
December-
second. There we go.
Hey, Grant.
Hey, Grant.
Is supposed to be my deadline for that Protect Facebook fucking nonsense, but I just ignored it and nothing ever happened.
I haven't seen it
Nothing would,
for
right?
mine.
Yeah, I'm just gonna ignore it too, pretend it never happened.
They,
Yeah.
you know what they do for me randomly? Like even when I'm quiet, I was quiet on there for like 2 weeks, and they just started going through my stuff, just through my timeline. Like I got this whole page, and it's like, oh, we restricted this, we banned that, we removed this. Like it's like whatever.
Yeah, they do that to me too.
Yeah.
Like a month after the fact.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this video that they just dinged was like 2 years old. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, I know. So everyone's seen it that's gonna see it. It's not like I'm not shadow banned enough, but
Mhm.
whatever.
Yeah, I hear ya. How's it going, Grant?
It's going okay. Hi, Kim.
Hi, how are
Lex
you?
here, up and at 'em and still thriving. And I was thinking of you earlier today, actually, because you know, you're talking about your other channel and you're going to bounce over to your other channel, and I was thinking maybe you could set up another one called Kim's Tripping Again.
Huh, well, I did like before I was Kim's Trippin', I was Kim Rocks Forever. And then I
Yeah.
put after they took that one, I was like Kim Still Rocks. And then I was like Kim Still Rocks. Like
Yeah,
now it's
Kim's
like
still
okay, I'm gonna
tripping.
change. Yeah,
Just
maybe I
keep,
need to lose the name.
Just keep expanding on the whole tripping thing. Kim's tripping, still tripping, tripping again, still tripping again, and everything. It's always just kind of an elaboration.
Tripping
on
over
the
some
same
more
thing.
shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
tripping
tripping,
and
yeah.
falling is what it is. Falling into jail.
Yeah.
YouTube jail.
I mean, I was hearing about this. I think you were the one that brought that up as a notice, or somebody was putting out an alert that people are getting their pictures all freaking locked out on Facebook and stuff.
Oh, I haven't heard this.
Yeah, you have to something to do with I don't know, just getting verified or some fucking thing like that. They're locking out everybody's all your submissions in your media. Like, say you got your own pictures. You know how you kind of use Facebook as your picture storage site so that you can upload a bunch of pictures so you don't have them on your phone, kind of thing.
Right.
Well, if you don't have them on your phone anymore, you don't have them on your computer, and they're all stashed on Facebook, they're locking people out of that. And you got to use a QR code to get your fucking get your shit back.
Are
So
you
they're holding
serious?
Yeah, that's what I've been hearing. That's rumbles on the freaking. I don't mean I've been off Facebook for I don't know 3 or 4 months now, steady. I just got no use for it really, other than Messenger.
Well, I use Messenger. I run a group on there, and I have a few friends that I talk to, and that's it. But like, there's a couple guys in the Freedom group that, for whatever reason, love live streaming on Facebook. That's their biggest platform, I guess.
Yeah. Well,
and I go for that, but
still works.
Too easy to get banned from Facebook, though, right? Doing lives and whatever, because
once you're banned on Facebook, man.
They don't.
I've never been banned on Facebook.
They don't last though. Like I remember the Convoy guys were live streaming, and then when their stream was ended, their video would be freaking removed right away because it was controversial. And
that's how I lost my last channel. I didn't even have a strike or a violation, and they straight up removed it because I was showing when the police were closing in the LRAD machine, and they didn't like it, and they fucking took it right down.
Yeah, right. Because it's you're showing the propaganda, or you're giving the enemy the edge kind of thing or whatever, right? So
well, they were targeting the live streamers because the media was showing a totally different story, right? And it just didn't coincide with each other.
Well, that's what I was hearing anyway. There's a bunch of guys like that Ron guy. I remember that Ron guy was out there, and he was going to flower shops and handing flowers to cops and stuff like that. And he was posting a bunch of stuff, and then it would get removed as soon as it was done the stream. And then he would, allow it for other people to catch up later, kind of thing. And then it was getting fucking removed right away. It wasn't like a jail thing. It was just getting removed. You get a notice, oh, this has been removed due to freaking community standards, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, they basically told me I was a threat to society, in other words. And not in those exact words, but, whatever. I was like, okay, whatever. You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, well, that's why I kind of just Facebook in general, like, I mean, especially with all this ABC stuff going on
Well,
with,
the fact
you know,
checkers ruined it. Like, what the fuck? Who are these fact
yeah,
checkers and what makes them right all the time? You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah. Well, that's the whole protocol, though, right? Like, it's the letter agencies, alphabet agencies, you know, with that fucking Twitter thing, you know, exposing all the details of it. So now
Yep.
that that's in place, then everybody's getting, you know, their surveillance kind of thing. It's like everybody's talking about Telegram being a super surveillance thing for China kind of thing, and it's kind of like TikTok, right? So when you
Did you
got
guys
between,
hear this? They just announced this recently, like within a week or two ago, okay? During the convoy in February, the communication system that was run by a Canadian company was sourced out to the China Communist Party, and that's who monitors the communications for the RCMP. And you know when that happened? In February. You know what?
yeah,
When they're launching the investigation? Now.
yeah. Oh
So
yeah,
they,
right. Yeah, almost a year later, and they're finally getting around to it. Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
like
Standard.
nothing could go wrong at all with that. Jesus.
Well, I mean, it's like okay,
That's right.
you want to talk about surveillance and stuff. I know Al would remember this because it was kind of a big deal at the time. But you know, when that Huawei chick was in fucking custody in BC, right?
Yep.
And then Huawei, kind of on good faith, they fucking installed. I think it was in Fort St. John or around Fort St. John area. There was this little township or whatever, and they installed these fucking 5G towers or whatever as an experiment test run, and they were allowing free internet for the whole fucking community for the whole range, right? And Huawei was kind of the spearheaded the whole thing. It's a
Right.
goodwill measure kind of an idea, and then like nobody was like, oh wow, that's great, right? But meanwhile it's kind of like, no, it's not really great, right? I mean, it's like, I remember, I mean, I never really watched a lot of hockey, but I remember Huawei was a major sponsor for Hockey Night in Canada for like fucking 2 years or something like that, right?
Get your fucking hat on.
You know, so I mean,
Yeah.
Huawei is a Chinese company, and so they kind of bought their way into the CBC Hockey Night in Canada advertising thing, so that people would buy the Huawei phone, so they would get hacked into. They had the Huawei towers so that they could access, you know, a direct link between those two things. And I noticed a lot of people haven't really been talking about that, only because, you know, the whole Huawei thing kind of got fucking stomped on when they did the freaking, you know, hostage fucking trade, right? And then it was just like a non-issue after that. It's kind of like everything.
The last thing I heard about that is that it was being banned or is banned in Canada.
Right. Oh yeah, supposedly tongue in cheek, right?
Yeah,
know,
like
the freaking, you know, like the Chinese police forces for the Chinese what do you call it, expatriates and all that bullshit, right? So I mean, all these things just go around in a fucking circle. And I mean, it's just like people were talking about the other thing. I mean, I don't want to go on a big rant here either, Kim, but I mentioned this in a Telegram post or on a chat in I think it was when Wycliffe was on with Derek Rance there and I mentioned something about you know, all these churches that got caught on fire that were you know, arson, and there's no reports on the updates on what the fuck happened there and who's responsible and were any charges laid or anything. Like there's
only 3 people were charged. 56 churches were burnt. 3 people
Yeah.
were only 3 people.
Right. Because there were the idiots that got caught on camera or some fucking thing, and somebody was like right on the scene or something, so they had no choice but to implicate some fucks, right?
Yeah.
But on the grand scale of things, it's just kind of like a lot of these investigations are just, there's no reporting on them. There's no journalists fucking covering it. There's no, like, that's where that Tammy Roberts is kind of good in Saskatchewan. Like, I mean, I'm following her shit a little bit whenever I get a chance, but she's kind of digging up the dirt where, you know, other journalists dare not go kind of thing. And so she's getting slammed by her, you know, whatever peers.
Yeah.
And they're fucking threatening her. They're sending her email threats like she's a fucking dog off a leash and freaking she needs to get muzzled and freaking disciplined and electric collar and all this other fucking shit, right? Yeah. So she's getting harassed big time. And I mean, you know, like she's still in the stages of being fucking, you know, on the woke fucking side of things where she's having outrageous freaking comments rather than center freaking, you know, a center way of presenting freaking journalist viewpoint, which is the way a journalist should present in the first place, right?
Yeah. The only way to win that war is to stay independent, because otherwise you cannot keep an unbiased opinion.
Yeah, and that's the whole point. And that's where you want to be anyway, though, because you want people to think for themselves. I mean, I was just checking on Telegram with Rage and Dissidence channel and North of Nothing, Saxon, right?
Yep.
And those two guys are both covering the same kind of angle of it, where they're saying these journalists are they're trying to kind of turn a new leaf and doing some actual reporting and actually having to do some work for their money.
Yeah.
But on the other side, they're still slanting it to the frickin', it's like you go through a whole like National Post kind of a thing or some fucking bullshit where you're reading an article and it's all slam, 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 slam. And then at the very end, they kind of frickin' placate themselves to say, oh, well, but, whatever, right? So any libtards that are reading the fucking thing, they're getting sucked into it. And then at the very end, there's kind of a boom fist in their fucking face going, what did I just read there, right? And then they go, oh, no, I got better things to do, so I don't really give a fuck. And then they move on, right? So they go, the first part of the article is agreeable to the freaking libs. And then the last part of the article is saying, this is how fucking stupid you guys are. So, hello, wake up, right?
Yeah.
You don't read the whole article, that's the problem, right?
And that's just a writing style, right? It's a writing strategy. It's kind of like, I'm going to repeat myself, but that's kind of how I got onto Jeremy's Ragecast in the first place when the convoy was going on.
Yep.
And this group that I was involved in, and somebody had posted Jeremy driving to the frickin' towards Ottawa for the convoy, and he was doing his little, oh, the fucking goddamn truckers, what do those guys know? And he's being all negative and fucking like anti-protester, anti-convoy kind of thing, and what the fuck and blah blah blah. And then he turns around and he starts fucking laughing, let's fucking go, right? And it was called fucking convoy to trucker convoy to Commie Doom or some bloody thing. It was the title of the YouTube video, and it was like just one of those little short videos that he would pop out. But yeah, I mean, I just kind of got to laugh about it because somebody was posting it, and I'm going, I recognize that guy from somewhere. And then I translated it to that whole Omar Khadr thing. But
that's where I seen him from, was for that speech right there. It was like, bam, man, this guy gets it. And he's the only one that can really speak up about it with the knowledge and the insight to know, like, we all know that it's bullshit, but we don't have his experience in that. You know what I mean? And it was his best friend.
Yeah, you don't have, right. And you don't have the frickin' the
backstory, I guess you could say.
You don't have the credibility to frickin' speak up about it because you don't really know where you're standing when you're saying it, right?
That's right. And I avoid subjects like that because I don't like looking like an asshole.
Well, right. Or looking like you're just kind of another person parroting somebody else's narrative, right?
Yeah, I don't do that.
We try to anyway, right? We try our best.
When Jeremy's outside the arena that time when he did the Omar Khadr speech, I still can't watch that, man. That chokes me up.
Yeah, me too. And that's the thing. And that got national coverage too, though, at the time, because
it did. It hit like 7 million views, and nobody talked about it. Why?
Yeah, well, and it was on CTV and it was on CBC and all of that too. And that's where I remembered seeing it. Actually, was like on the national, late national, or fucking Lisa LaFlamme or some fucking thing, because. Back in those days, I was still kind of like, getting off work and having dinner, and then at the end of it all, fucking, watch the news and then put on a fucking movie or fucking watch a late show or whatever kind of bullshit, right? And then that's when I remembered seeing it, and I was like, yeah, I recognize that now, right? So, but here nor there, that's kind of the whole point of what I'm saying here is just the presentation where you're kind of drawing in the fucking. You're drawing in these people because they are really unaware of, first of all, who you are, and then the second part of it is you're illustrating this narrative to speak their language, sort of thing, and then you're basically like luring them into the freaking into the trap, and then they fucking realize, oh, they've just been had, and then they're even more pissed off, like you're swatting a freaking hornet's nest or something. Or on the other side, it's kind of like, well, maybe this guy actually does make sense, right? Because he drew me in and what he was talking about, but now I'm hearing the other side of it and I'm able to see both sides. So now the conflict of your mental process kind of gets leaving you some self-doubt and some self-questioning, and then you're inflecting on it to the point where you go, maybe I need to reevaluate my fucking attitude about a lot of shit.
What made you guys start questioning stuff, like Al and Chris? What was it for you guys that made you start saying something ain't right here? And I got it.
I've always been kind of a contrarian. Like I grew up with, like really, my grandparents were super fucking Scottish, like thick accents. I
Right.
think by nature, Scottish people have always been, contrarians or pushing back on whatever,
Right.
because I mean, throughout history, they've been fucking duped and screwed and this and that, and they've always had to fight for their freedoms, right? And
Right.
I mean, I don't know. I was into aliens like before 9/11, and then 9/11 happened, and then it's just snowball effect from there.
And Chris, what was it for you that made you be like, something is definitely wrong?
When I lost my cable like 12 years ago, when they went digital,
Okay.
I always hooked my cable up for free.
Yeah, me too.
80 computers that obviously I don't have a cell phone that I rarely use.
Yeah.
I'm not a computer technological. I like stereos. I'm analog, man.
Yeah.
Anyways, so
Yep.
not watching cable and having to go on and learn how to go on YouTube and watch stuff on the computer and having to learn how to. I still haven't, but I'm on here anyways. Somehow, by the grace of fucking whatever the fuck.
You pulled it
Yeah,
off,
and that was
brother?
that was back when YouTube was like the Wild West, right? You put down near anything on there at that point.
Yeah,
in
it
time.
was a free for all. The only thing was no nudity. That was pretty much the only thing that would get you right booted off quick.
Penn and Teller's bullshit, right? Penn and Teller's bullshit was one of the ones very first, and then there was that other guy. He's the bearded guy, the glasses. He's gay.
Bearded guy.
Shit, what the hell?
Like an entertainer or a news reporter or who? What?
No, he was. He's a professor. Oh shit! It'll come to me. But he gave this lecture about how people perceive things, and like this whole time he thought I had glass in my glasses, and he puts his finger through them. There's no glass in my glasses. Puts them back on. He's one of he just showed you how easily people are fooled. And he was talking about the fake fucking pharmaceuticals and all that shit. And I can't remember his name. Oh shit! See, I'm getting sometime.
It's okay. No pressure, but you just
But no,
basically.
I gradually went from Penn and Teller to that, and then I went to Christopher Hitchens, and I started watching Peterson, and then I started watching a bunch of other people, and it's like I'd sit for hours and watch whole lectures and shit, which people pay big money to go do that at universities, and you can do it sitting right
For free
here.
on the web.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I do too. I watch a lot of different things, even on viewpoints that I don't agree with, because I want to see what they're basing their logic on and where they're coming from to try and understand, like, what are you thinking? Like, because we have to sometimes assume that people don't have the same knowledge that we have. You know what I mean? And I think that's what's turned people off. And now, for the first time in a while, I feel like it's shifting and people are listening, but we can't put them off assuming that they have the same insight that we have, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I get it.
That's
I get
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
It's a process. It's a curve, right? Like, I
It
mean,
is, for sure.
I'll say it this way for me. I've been kind of awake for pretty much all my life because, like, me and Chris have had the talks about this on his channel. But just being young, like elementary school kids, fucking free range children kind of thing, where we're at the mercy of our own devices, and whether we choose to get the shit or not is whether you got caught or not. And we've covered that topic, to no ends. But the other part of it is that I always was a self researching anything I wanted to know. Like Chris even talked about this too. Anything you ever wanted to know, you either looked it up and went to the library and researched it to understand it better, so that you had answers because your parents weren't around to give them to you.
Yeah.
Or you had like my dad when I was living with my father in the Yukon. He bought a whole encyclopedia kit, and so
my dad did too.
library. So I would research whatever I want to know about things in the Encyclopedia Britannica or whatever. Like even then, it was probably biased in some regards, but on the other side, it gave you some insight into your questions in your mind that never really had an answer, right?
Yeah.
So I was always an independent thinker on that level, and then whenever it came to politics or whatever, when I was living in the Yukon, I told this story as well, but we used to go get firewood. That was my summer, was collecting firewood. And in the Yukon, it's the land of the midnight sun. So the sun really never goes down. So
yes,
as a kid, you're kind of disillusioned to the fact that it's, it's 11 o'clock at night and you're still fucking hauling firewood back to the house,
yeah,
right?
because it's light out still. Northern Alberta's like that too. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. So, but anyway, but my old man would listen to the fucking radio, and it would usually be like talk radio or some fucking thing like that. and there would be like discussions about the Mackenzie pipeline back in the day. And this was like fucking, we're talking the 70s, right? And
Okay.
the Dempster Highway, it used to be called the Dempster Highway before it became the Klondike fucking Highway, or it was the Alaska Highway or whatever, right?
Yeah.
When I was growing up, it was called the Alaska Highway, but a lot of people were referring to it as the Dempster Highway, which is a intersection connecting to the Alaska Highway. And it was a big project that was happening in the late 60s, I guess, or something like that. And it was a debacle by the government and blah, blah, blah. And then Trudeau was in power at the time. So it was another shit show.
Go fucking figure,
course.
huh?
But anyway, here nor there, the whole point is that if we weren't listening to frickin' CD 8 tracks of fucking John Denver or the Eagles' greatest hits or frickin' something like that, it was listening to talk radio, right? So
Yeah.
So that would always give you something to think about when you're listening to adults actually talking, and then calling people are saying their shit, right? So even at a young age, like, whatever, 7, 8 years old, I was already fucking well aware of what the fuck was going on. And then my dad, of course, he kept his opinion to himself unless I said something that was kind of contrary, and he would kind of tune me in and say, no, that's not what they're talking about here. This is what they mean by when they say blah, blah, blah. So he would clarify things, and that was kind of good on that level. But, however, I don't know. Something else about it, but I don't know.
Whenever I listen to a story or a movie or a documentary or anything, the first thing I want to know is who it's written by, because it depends on their perception of how they see the situation. It's all about perception.
Right. And then you got to research the author and see what their fucking connections are, because the publishing house and who's a publishing house and who actually owns a publishing house and who's the press, right? So the printer, right? So there's a printer like Random House and blah, 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 and Penguin Books and whatever, and all these people. So some of them were kind of like religious left-leaning, some of them were religious right-leaning, and some of them were just kind of whatever you call it, wealthy people that wanted to educate people, right? And then that's when the billionaires and the Rothschilds and the freaking Rockefellers started getting involved with controlling the freaking narrative on history and science and all of that stuff, right? Because they wanted to lead people into a certain direction of knowledge and understanding that would comprehend to the
peasants of the world.
The desired outcome. It's like the right ingredients to make the cake fucking come out just right,
So Mark Dice says it's a Council on Foreign Affairs, man. You got to watch for. Those are the ones that are pulling the strings.
You got to remind me of that. Send me that in a message so I can remember to look that up, because you did mention that the other night.
Council on, it's a small on, Council on Foreign Affairs.
Hang on, let me put that down in my phone right now.
Yeah, I guess those are the dicks that.
Just mark down the timestamp there, Kim.
Yeah. Council on Foreign Affairs.
We need Trent Dabbs. We need Trent Dabbs.
Mark Dice was going on about it. Mark Dice knows his shit, man. He's a smart guy, man. Because when you go down the rabbit hole, it's like, who's pulling the strings of these people? Who's getting these people in here? Who are these guys?
Well, that's my big question. And who made them God? And how the fuck did we get them out of here? You know what I mean? Other than the rope.
I know, but it's clear that everybody in our parliament right now is a damn puppet. They've been installed. Who installed them there? Who put them there?
Well, some of them were elected and some of them were appointed, and that's the bullshit of our system.
I don't buy it that not one PPC fucking person got elected. I don't buy that.
Well, you know that it was also announced at the same time that they mentioned the communications going to the Chinese, that the Chinese also interfered with the last election, which we already knew anyway. But now there's evidence of it.
They wouldn't even let PPC debate because they can't debate them, right?
They won't even let them.
It was like when Rage was talking about, like, they wouldn't even, NDP fucking orange, Green Party green, Libs fucking red, whatever, and then it's like PPC gray. Wouldn't even give them the purple.
Yeah, they won't even let them platform like everybody else.
Yeah. But I remember when they wouldn't let the Green Party talk, and everybody get pissed off, and everybody stood up for the Green Party. This is like back in the 90s. When they wouldn't, they're like, Green Party, you don't need to come talk and debate with you're playing with the big guys over here. Come on, Green Party, fuck off.
I wish they would do that now, like Elizabeth fucking May.
They let them debate. So because people because the public fucking outcry. So they let them debate, and people still laughed, but they did get some more votes, though, right? And now look where they are now, right?
I think there's too many parties, and that's what's splitting the votes, and that's how this douchebag keeps a part of why he keeps getting in.
Yeah, fuck, man.
And if he gets it again, I swear to God, I'm moving out of Canada, you guys. Like, I'm out.
So where though, right?
To somewhere safe. I'll do my research. I got friends all over the world thanks to Twitter, and I've known them for years, and I'll just find out
My
like
buddy
where
went
the safest place to go is.
in Yucatan. That's where my buddy
Probably
went to.
Texas.
Yeah, they have a free carry and concealed state, I think.
Dead fucking center middle of Texas and just hold the fort.
Yep.
Don't go to Houston. I see a lot of bad things out of Houston.
Yeah, they got.
It's a democratic fucking town.
Democratized, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, don't go into any major metropolis areas, but definitely find yourself a nice ranch in Texas and just fucking buckle up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be nice to your neighbors, man. I think any one of us would do well if we moved to the States, and I think Americans would be cool with.
Or even some island, you know what I mean? Just some small little island that really just lets you live your own life and do what you do, and you won't get killed walking down the street. You know what I mean? Like,
Well,
I want to buy a small town, man. Let's buy a fucking small town.
an island's a little bit because you're at the mercy of the water restrictions, right? How you're getting there and how you're getting on and off. How you're getting on by.
we're gonna both buy.
Yeah, but on the other side of what you're talking about, I think maybe, I mean, as far as Western Canada goes, and as far as heading south, I'm hearing Idaho is actually a pretty decent place to be, if you can handle the snow and stuff, and then parts of Colorado and Utah, actually, even northern Utah is actually pretty based apparently. So
If we're talking Canada, I really, so far from what I've seen, I like what I see from Danielle Smith in Alberta. Like the Sovereignty Act is the answer. And she's the only one that's standing up to Trudeau going, no, fuck you.
for now.
Yeah, but why isn't anybody else other than Saskatchewan? They're starting to speak up, but like, why aren't more people standing up to this guy? Like, it doesn't necessarily need to be Jagmeet Singh that calls the non-confidence vote. Pierre could do it. And why isn't he if he's such a go-getter?
Because he's not ready for an election yet. That's why. Because he doesn't have he's too wishy-washy yet. And Scott Moe's a fucking dick too. So Scott Moe's got his own agenda and fucking.
They all do. They all do.
Grizzly Patriot there, Mark Friesen is trying to get something going on over there, and
he's a good dude.
And the Buffalo Party and all that sort of thing. But like you say, all of these small scale parties are not that it's a bad thing on one side, but having at least somebody in the House of Commons that's actually fucking saying something, rather than these people never answering a goddamn question or raising a question.
I want to run something by you guys. Like, I want to know your thoughts on this. Like, this is what I tried to explain. Even with Mark Friesen, I was saying this too. What they need to change their strategies, because people are set on the big three parties, right? Even though we know they don't work. Okay. So what I think they need to do is, instead of having all these multiple parties and splitting votes, they need to infiltrate the parties on our side and go in and just bust rank right on the floor and bust shit up. Like, hey, Kim, that's the only way they're going to get it.
I was saying that. I think I was actually talking with Chris and maybe Al was there too at the time.
Yeah,
I might have been mentioning it there. I'm trying to can't quite recall, but what I was saying was a lot of these guys should go in their ridings and go to where whatever is the pulse of the community.
Yep.
And run as either a liberal or conservative or an NDP, depending on where you fucking live.
Yep.
And reach out to these people and run on their platform, get fucking indoctrinated into their fucking party. And then once you're in Parliament, once you're in the House of Commons, fucking say, I'm crossing the floor. Fuck yeah.
Okay, I'm really new to politics. I mean? Like, before 3 years ago, I didn't follow it. But how do you get into Parliament?
Well, you got to be an MLA, right? So you're an MLA. And when you're an MLA, you're a member of legislative or
okay,
MP,
so how do you get to be an MLA then? How do you get to be an MLA then?
You win your riding, and then when you win your riding, and say you're not like kind of like the premier of fucking Doug Ford, right?
County or Waterloo or whatever, you got to win that.
Yeah. So you're in the House of Commons at that point because you're representing your region in the province, in your riding, right? So, so you go to your parliamentary in your province for the day-to-day business, and then you're also a backbencher at the House of Commons, right? So you're not really at the House of Commons unless there's a big fucking deal going on and everybody has to attend for some kind of a vote or something.
Man, the sneaky fucker 3 ain't gonna work because guys will do a background check on you because they'll see that you've been online.
They all have passed. Every single one of them. Look at Trudeau's. He just puts an NDA and a big payment.
I have no ambitions to be in politics. Don't get
sneaky fucker is an actual scientific term because Gad Sad fucking was telling me about saying that. It's like sneaky fucker is like those coyotes and the wolves that pretend they're the beta wolves that fucking like so they don't get eaten by the big guys, the alpha wolves. But they're the ones that sneak in because they act like they're all fucking like
you need to beat them at their own game. They're all snakes. You need to slow them.
Fuck off.
This is the theme. This is the theme, right? It's kind of like what I've been noticing with Jeremy's dialogue on his Telegram and stuff like that, where he's kind of using language now that's kind of sounding like he's it's a sarcasm with a tongue-in-cheek approach where he's actually attracting people to go, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Like, is this the same guy that I'm thinking here? But he's actually stating what these people, using the narratives that these people are used to hearing. So he's kind of training them to freaking think that,
to have a certain dialogue and lingo and shit.
Well, right, you're using the same language, but you're actually trying to you're being sarcastic when you're putting somebody down, or you're putting something in a specific light. You're painting it in a specific corner so that it looks nice. It's got the window dressing on it, right? And then as you go further on down, and then the very end is like I said, there's the big punch at the end that freaking smacks you into the freaking reality. I think you go, oh, geez, I got sucked in again. Ha ha ha. but in the same token, I don't know how that would work. Like Chris was saying, the psychological evaluations of these people or whatever that are running for parliament. I mean, they do specific vetting, but some of these fucking assholes, like, how is some of these guys getting vetted? Like, how is Jagmeet Singh allowed to be in parliament when he's a fucking criminal? Right? He's not even allowed to return to his own country.
They won't even let him back in India.
No, but this is what I'm trying to say here, right? It's just like that other guy. That's he's a part of Trudeau's liberal thing, and he was one of those Greenpeace fucking guys who got arrested. So how can you have a criminal record and fucking still represent your people in the frickin' in Parliament, right?
Well, certain crimes are allowed. Look at the premier of Saskatchewan. He was drunk driving and he killed someone.
Scott Moe, yeah. And he fucking fled the scene, man.
Yeah, and he's still in his position. Like they're exempt. I'm telling you, they have these shields. Bullshit.
Somebody's paid off somebody to have these guys represent, right? It's like the blackmail thing again, right? They paid somebody off to blackmail, say, okay, well, Scott Moe gets the green light because otherwise we're going to expose you as a fucking whatever, a pedo or a fucking drug addict or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
So Scott Moe wins. Okay, guys, wink, wink. I don't know. Like I say, we're not in that loop or in that freaking community of that family, right? So we're not really allowed to.
Yeah, but facts,
the Privy Council.
Evidence support what we're saying. Like, we're not making this shit up. You can look up the article about Scott Moe himself.
Yeah.
So
Tammy Roberts,
there's some things you can hide, and there's some things you can't.
Right, and those are the inevitables, right? Like, I mean, you got the court records, right? So those can't be altered, right? They're always going to be in the archive. No matter what.
Freaking Christmas lights now, man. You guys, I love
Fuck
those
you.
lights.
Ukrainian Christmas still has to happen yet, bro. Fucking, I stand with Ukraine. Fuck, come on.
I'll get some Ukrainian.
Really?
Ukrainian Christmas is like, I think, on the 6th or the 7th this year. So January, yeah. No, my dad's buddy was Ukrainian, and I dated a gal that was Ukrainian, her baba and all that stuff. And my buddy's grandmother was Ukrainian. She had an awesome garden and stuff. So whatever. I don't care, man. I just leave it on for effect for when I'm outside having a smoke. You guys get to see all the pretty lights.
The lights are cool, man. I like the lights.
Yeah. But hey, right on, Kim. Thanks for filling in the time here, man. That's awesome. Appreciate. I noticed you didn't set up your other channel yet, or did you put the link on the last?
No, I was going to, but I haven't got all my subs over there yet. So I should actually drop the link for that channel so I can start moving people over. But
yeah. Because I mean, if you want to,
it's only a matter of time before this one gets up too.
Well, if you want to keep this one kind of like, idle for a while, or what do you call it, just inactive, so that they kind of don't draw attention to it anymore, and then use this as your backup go-to kind of thing if things go really south or whatever, right?
Until my strikes drop off, 90 days.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah.
Days in the hole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't they know by now? The more they try to silence me, the louder I get. Like, fuck off.
Yeah. Hey, and I appreciate your cast last time. It was really good. You telling your stories about your travels to Alberta and the story and all of that.
Yeah, that was quite the shit show.
I appreciate you sharing that with us, because that really tells a bit of a adversity story of taking a chance to go out west in the first place, and then having to deal with everything you dealt with for the time you were out there, and then coming back. I don't want to revisit it or nothing. I just want to give you kudos
it's all good. It's all good.
for sharing that part of your life story, because that gives more of a human element to what everybody's dealing with on a regular basis, without really understanding that each person, try not to judge anybody until you really fucking know their story.
Well, that's just it. And I was in two minds about sharing that information, because I have done that previously, but it was very soon after. It was like not even a year after, right? So I was obviously in a totally different mindset.
Yeah,
but people use
sharing all that
information. Yeah, people use information against you at times, but you know what? It is what it is. Like, it's part of who I am.
Yeah, but it also speaks to the kind of compassion that you have as a person too. So, even with that celebrity thing there with what's his name? Fuck,
let's not bring that up again.
No, I'm not trying to bring it up. What I want to just illustrate to the point of your tenacity to rally behind somebody that you were maybe disillusioned at the beginning of it all, but you felt compelled to freaking rally behind a person that maybe needed a little bit of support. It's kind of like that queer guy. Fucking leave Brittany alone. She's a freaking human being.
Who?
That Britney Spears. Remember that freaking? It was kind of like a getting rickrolled, except you got that fucking Britney Spears guy. Leave Brittany alone. She's a human being, and he would be crying, and he's like kind of like a femme guy.
There's a lot of weird things going on. I was trying to go down that rabbit hole, but it's deep, man. Like, holy fuck.
This was probably about 15 years ago or something, but it was when Britney was going through a bunch of bullshit, around the time when she shaved her head and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. And then this guy was like, everybody was kind of dogging on Britney Spears and stuff, and he's like, leave Britney alone. He's got the tears, and he's got his hair all colored, fucking goofy, and it was a meme. It was actually kind of a meme back in the day. It was like, people would, how you get rickrolled, you get the link and hit the link, and it's like, gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, So you get rickrolled like that, right? So it's kind of like an inside joke or whatever, where you get sucked into clicking on something when it's not really what it is. It's like what's going on right now with the TikTok thing with, oh my God, did you hear who died? Blah, blah, blah.
Oh,
it's kind of like that.
Shit.
Yeah. So, all of that kind of shit. It's just kind of a prank, right? But anyway, I feel your sense of at least you're on top of rallying behind people that seem to need somebody to freaking.
I can pick a mile away somebody who has PTSD or anything like that. Like, when you have it, like, I can pick out anybody with ADD. I have it. I can tell right away who has it and who doesn't.
I don't know what the fuck that is. ADD. What is
ADD, attention deficit disorder, where it's like, boom, squirrel. Like, I'm distracted.
Yeah.
What?
Ooh, shiny.
Yeah.
That's Chris. That's Chris. Right?
Yeah.
That could be me.
Maybe he has a mild case of it. I don't know.
And
Maybe.
OCD is like where I have to make sure the fucking toilet seat's down and toilet paper rolls put on properly, and
yeah.
It's like, and I need my own ashtray, and don't touch my fucking lighter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's compulsive. That's OCD.
Tons of ashtrays. I got tons of lighters. Here, have a fucking lighter. Here's an ashtray. Fuck off. What do you use mine for? Fuck off.
That's OCD though, Chris. That's not ADD. That's obsessive compulsive disorder.
I think
everything's got to be just so and just right and just perfect, or else the world ain't right if it ain't right. So,
you're smoking, man. You should have a fucking light. What is it with people that smoke and never have a fucking light?
Nobody. It's a setup so that they
Take yours.
Oh,
yeah.
Exactly.
Well, that's the people that go, hey, they ask you for a light first, and you go, yeah, hang on a second. Then you pull out your lighter, and you go, hey, you got a smoke to go with that?
Right. Yeah.
You know, it's a sucker play, right?
No. Fuck, I don't want to smoke again. I'm smoking too.
Hey, Al, check your personal message and Telegram. I picked up another lemonade for you, brother.
Oh, you did, eh? Well, I'll shoot you some money for sure.
Nah, don't sweat the money. I'll just fucking ship it out, and you can enjoy it for the new year. It won't be there till after New Year, though.
Oh no, that's all good, man. Like, yeah, we're just gonna keep buying from that distillery because it's fucking good. My wife got absolutely plastered on Christmas with the root beer.
Cool, right on. So, but yeah, no, I just we were talking about it, and just because they're running short on inventory there.
On the island? Are they still limiting? They were limiting it at one point per customer. In Victoria, anyways.
No. This is from where I'm in the middle of BC. I'm in between Kamloops.
On the mainland.
I'm in North Okanagan, kind of like I'm an hour out of Vernon. Yeah. Hour out of Vernon and an hour and a half out of Kamloops. So.
Okay.
I'm on the island. I've just been buying from the distillery that Grant's buddy owns, or however that works.
Right on.
Yeah. Well, but the inventory was down, so I just he was saying that he wanted to get some more lemonade, but they didn't have any in stock on the internet through the ordering online thing, and then I went into the shop and I asked about it, and they said they have a few extra left, but they don't, when they get down to a certain level, they don't list it as sold out because they don't want to oversell online, right?
Really?
Yeah.
So because they don't want to be able to not fulfill an order, so they just kind of, when they were down to their last case or something, they just pull off that on the list for the supply, whatever. But I went in and they only had like 3 jars left, so I just grabbed up another jar while I was there because they're shutting down the shop. Well, they're going to keep an employee there, but they're heading down. So they're heading down for the winter, so they're
I'm dating them. I did eat half the pickle in there, though.
Yeah, Chrissy ate the pickle the other night, man. Yeah.
Oh my god, it got me shit face, that pickle.
Yeah, me and my brother did too on Christmas night. We halved the one pickle that was in there. My brother almost puked from that.
Yeah,
it was good to me, but that was not for him.
What kind of bottle is it? What's it soaking in?
It was soaking in booze, man.
Vodka or what?
Moonshine.
Oh, yeah. Jesus, I would never. I seen someone almost freaking die from that. Oh my god.
Yeah. Well, it's like 24%. It's not full blast moonshine or nothing. I mean, the full vodka or whiskey or whatever they got, or bourbon or whatever, it's 55%, which is maximum for a legal distillery, right?
Yeah.
The wife, she likes the Copper Island gin too.
Yeah. So anyway, I just figure I'd throw that out there. I kind of posted that on your personal telly, but I know you don't always check that out.
I've kind of been lately. I've been sort of busy with just family and shit, and
no worries.
You know how it goes.
Yeah, I've had a few errands to run today too. I got a bunch of personal stuff coming up here in the next couple of days, so I'm gonna be. Yeah, I missed your fucking call out too there, Chris. I passed out and I didn't hear the freaking message or nothing. So, but it's kind of for the better anyway. I seen that you're all bent out of shape anyway. I caught up with you on Beers and Cheers a little bit. I kind of watched for about half an hour.
Right? That shows. It's nice to change it up, man, because those guys are like, they're not as political as we are, and that's kind of what I liked about it. It's like going to a different bar.
I try and take a break from it, but it always ends up back there for some reason. But
me too. I can't help it.
Yeah. Well, you were going on. I caught a little bit. You were going on about the interpreters getting stranded in Afghanistan and stuff like that.
Yeah, that was a fucking shitty fucking deal they got, man. Fuck's sake.
Yeah. But
fucking repercussions from it. Like, fuck, man. No, they were supposed to be guaranteed citizenship for helping out, the military, and some of them did. But not very many. Like fucking, that's depressing as fuck. Why'd you bring that up?
Yeah, it's gonna fuck day. Yeah.
I wasn't over there or anything, but I know about it and I've read about it, and then I've talked to people. Actually, I met a guy who actually was an interpreter from Afghanistan. He was a delivery driver. Yeah, he was lucky enough to fucking make it over here. But yeah, he wasn't talking much about it. He knows, but he wasn't saying much about it because he's fucking lucky, right?
Yeah, well, and you got to wonder how many of those dudes who got left there are still even alive.
Right. That's what was the discussion at the beers and cheers thing.
Yeah, those. There's some interesting discussions in there. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's a little different for sure. And you got people from all over. There's a guy from Australia or whatever, and then there's know guys from the States.
I've never even heard of those guys. Where are they at?
Beers and cheers. Yeah, Chris sent me the link one time.
He's in Toronto. Jeff is the bald guy. He's from Toronto. He's a good dude. He's the one that starts. I think he's got other more successful channels, but I can't remember what they are now.
Yeah, there's a bunch of guys there actually. If you want to, Kim, if you want to get some exposure and you want to get some more people in on your channels, if you want to boost up your subs or whatever, look up Beers and Cheers on YouTube, and then kind of find the channel, and then so sub to the thing. And when they're on, there's a lot of people in the chat there, and you could just kind of pop up your own channel on there and people to sub and show up on the thing and have a little bit of your say or whatever. Talk to the admin, the creator of the channel there, like what I think his name was Jay, right?
I'm never going to be monetized on here. I never want to be. Like,
no, but just to get more subs for the sake of people that might be interested in what.
Well, the thing is like I'm in a different community as well than others, like a couple different ones, right? And everybody streams at the same time, so we share audiences sometimes, so people catch it later, right? Like,
right, yeah.
But they call me shadow banned because I've got 2 strikes, so my stuff isn't coming up in the algorithms, right?
Oh yeah. Well, I'm getting your notifications, but I was just in the middle of having dinner, and then Chris sent me the heads up through Messenger, so that was pretty cool.
What'd you eat for dinner there, man?
I had beef barley soup there, man. I just finished off a big pot of beef barley soup I made. I just got the end of it now, so yeah.
Do you soak the barley overnight? What do you do with that?
No, well, actually, it was one of those, when you go to a farmer's market and you get the whole beef barley soup mix in a bag, in a whatever. It's pre-prepared already. It's got all the ingredients, to just throw it in the pot, make some hamburger or whatever, throw in your extra ingredients, your celery and diced up tomatoes or whatever you want to add to it, and then just
hungry. Okay, that's enough stuff.
Let her go. Yeah. That was where my celery story came in, because I went to the grocery store to get a bundle of celery, one bunch of celery, and the grocery store here is kind of like, whatever. And it was $4.99 a pound for celery stalks. And
celery salt, man. Fuck the celery.
But this is part of the story here, though, and it's $4.99 a pound. So I put it on the fucking scale, and it's just over 2 pounds. And I'm like, fuck me, if I'm going to pay $10 for a fucking bundle of fucking celery stalks, suck a dick, you guys. Fuck you, man. Right. I was almost going to do the what do they call it? The steal it directly, because nobody's going to charge you anyway, right, Kim?
Yeah, I was talking about that the other day. Yeah.
Yeah, the dollar store fucking routine, right? Yeah.
People just do crimes right out in the open anymore, and they don't care.
Yeah. Well, if you're gonna make me be self checkout, I won't do self checkout. I'll make sure I go to a cashier, because I can't do self checkout.
I refuse to do.
And if I have to do it, well then, because I think I know for sure for a fact, because I'm not really familiar with it, so they've charged me more than once for items because
right.
I'm not sure if it read it or not. I did read it, and then I'm getting charged again.
Right.
So fuck it. Now sometimes I just fucking I'll just $25 steak. That's not I didn't read. That's too bad.
Whoops.
Yeah. That's hilarious.
Well, I think those self checkouts are kind of, people ought to maybe realize that they're trying to make it convenient for you, so you're not standing in line, because that seems to be the commodity. Is time is your commodity now, right? And everybody seems to want more fucking time so that they can get back on their phones and bullshit, right?
Right.
Like really? Really?
Remember bag boys? Remember guys that fucking died and fucking bagging groceries, and they took pride in it, right? They did a fucking awesome job, and they were very friendly, and you knew them because they were probably so and so's son or whatever.
Yep.
Now they only do that on their grand openings, and then they get rid of the fucking bag boys after that, right?
It's for show.
Yeah, it's for show at the grand openings to freaking glad hand everybody into the fucking.
See, that sucks because that's taking jobs away from people.
Yes,
Well-
and that's the job they should have, man. They learn social skills and fucking.
Right?
What I wanted to point out about that though is that they're that's where they're trying to get everybody into this the social credit thing, or the buy things just with your face recognition kind of thing, like in
Yeah.
China already.
Right
They got
on.
all those machines, right? And that's leading to the social credit score and all of that, right? So it's like the cashless system, and that's where they're kind of everybody's getting their training wheels on these self checkout machines. And
Yeah.
they've all been, they're getting indoctrinated into that, where you look at the frickin' base people in the lineup at the frickin' whatever.
Isn't it so? Like everybody just goes along with this shit. They just go.
Well, it's like
along.
the tap.
I don't, but what can I do? Like, I hate it, but what do you do?
Well, it's like the tap on your debit card, though, right? You know what I mean?
I don't use it. I
Yeah.
disabled it.
No, but that's what I'm
Well, it's-
saying.
Mine never worked. I just fucking.
We kind of touched on this last night on Offside, but it's the social conditioning, right? Like they're taking it from like, okay, stick it in, put your pin in, do all that, to like, okay, tap. Well, now now people are tapping their phones. Where's this going? They're going to tap their hand. It's the same thing with like these stupid lockdowns that they're doing. Like, more and more the RCMP are putting out these like shelter in place things when certain things in the community are happening, right?
Yeah,
And it's just like there was one in Alberta and everyone got it and no one knew what it was for. And
Right.
people are just sheltering for no fucking reason just because they were told to.
right.
Like,
Yeah,
well,
it's like shelter down where there's actually a bomb going off, and you're like, oh, well, I guess I'm going to die. Whoops.
well, and like look at what happened in Nova Scotia with Gabriel
Yeah.
Wortman. It's like shelter in place and the guy fucking burns your house down with you in it. No, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. And unless you had Twitter, you didn't fucking know about it, right?
Yep. Look
Exactly.
at those buildings that they're doing in China and locking people in their homes. Same idea. Like, what if it did catch on fire?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and these are the things, and these are mechanics of it that people need to kind of draw their awareness to. They kind of got to get that. Okay, I see this now.
Yeah, but the only way we can find out about it is through alternative media.
Well, this is kind of what we're doing. This is kind of why we should be doing this, and
Right. And these are important.
Okay, you guys, what do you guys think we can do to stop this credit system and this digital ID shit? Because I don't want it.
You don't want to hear my explanation.
I want to hear
Yeah,
different ideas. I want to troubleshoot.
Chris has got a Fed post. Yeah, here we go.
Exactly. Apparently, I'm a Fed poster because what I'm going to say is going to involve cement shoes and fucking people.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, but Kim, you know what? You want to know what the bottom line of it is?
What?
Is it's going to have to be, everybody just has to learn to say no.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line. Plain and simple, no. I don't agree, no. That's the end of it.
Yeah. Well, and it's gonna be
I know.
interesting.
Say no, it's enough. No.
What else?
Well, it's going to be interesting because, a certain amount of people were able to be swayed by saying, well, take this jibby jab and because it's for your safety, right? But you
Yeah.
can't fucking tell me that getting a chip in my hand is for my safety.
Yeah.
So if you're going to put like Neuralink in someone's head or whatever, it better be because they've got like a neurodegenerative disease that you're bringing back their legs or making them work again or something. But me going to a grocery store, I'm fine with a card. I can tap it or whatever. I don't need you to implant some fucking robotics in my hand.
Right, but they'll already have everybody so brainwashed. Like all the kids will be so brainwashed with climate change and gender and this and that. That they'll make it like they'll advertise it in a way that this is going to help the environment somehow, and you're doing your
Yeah.
part. Right?
Well, and there's
Well-
always going to be like kids are susceptible to this more than anything, but like the tech, savviness of it all.
Yes.
They love the newest contraption, right? They love the newest this, that, and the other thing.
Right.
Yeah, and that's the
Yeah.
conditioning thing again,
You want
right?
to be able to access your video games quicker and easier and not get cut off because you spent too much time. Government says, "Oh, you spent too much time on your video games."
Yeah, you're cut off.
That's why
And
they're
then
really targeting the kids right now with all their ads and shit and this drag queen shit and all this other.
Yep.
Hang on one sec, guys. I'm just going to jump out of here for 2 seconds.
Somebody's
Okay.
echoing really bad. Yeah.
Yeah,
Somebody-
it's just there's a line and you don't cross, in my opinion. And it just seems like it's
Kids are it.
borderline grooming, I want to say.
So how does your public library, do they advertise on their website when they're going to have a drag queen story time show? Do they do that?
No, how I found out about the last one was through a Freedom friend, and she sent me a thing that was in Boston Pizza in Hamilton, of all places, and it was an all ages drag queen show, and it was like, you know, there's a time and a place. Like I
How do we-
believe that children should
How
not
do
be
we find
exposed
these?
to that.
No, because I would like to. My wife and I would both go and protest this.
I would as well.
Right?
But you need to be clear in your message by saying, like, live your best life and do what you do, but just leave the kids out of it. That's my only issue. Like, if it makes you happy, do it. Don't force it on me, and don't put it on kids.
I don't understand why kids need to be involved with.
Because they're impressionable, they're easy to control.
Yeah, I know, but why not have an adults only? Drag
I don't
queen?
know. To me, there's a deeper, darker agenda, and you know, you can't see certain things, and you know,
Kind of seems that way.
it
I don't
does.
understand why you're focusing on kids. What is it with drag queens and kids? I don't understand.
I don't know. I don't know.
It's scary. I had a nightmare. I drew a picture, man. I got it in my fucking one of my sketchbooks. This fucking scary geisha girl with fucking crazy hair and fucking kimono, and she had teeth. And
So
like, that
part
was
of it though.
a nightmare for me, and I drew it. And that was years and years ago. That was before the drag queen fucking nonsense. But that's what they look like. They look just like that fucking picture I drew, for fuck's sake. It's like, that was a nightmare that I had in like 91. Fuck.
Wow.
I forget the Japanese term for it, but I think it's kobakatsu or something like that.
Mm,
You know, it's a
scary
Right.
fuck.
Japanese theater, right?
Oh, yes. Yeah, it was kind of like that. But she had scary teeth and fangs and fucking,
Yeah,
she was-
yeah.
I dreamt that and I drew it.
It's the concubine thing, right?
Yeah, it was still fucking scary fucking shit.
Well, that's.
I always
that
want to
goes
scare
back-
the kids like that. Like, I'd be fucking. If I was a kid and I saw that, I'd be like, "What the fuck?" I'd be
That goes
crying
back-
and I'd want to leave, right?
thousands of years, man.
And what happens when a kid does start crying and wants to leave? What happens? Oh, they fucking go over and start cuddling the kid. It's okay. You know, get the fuck.
I don't know. It's very disturbing to me. I guess I was sheltered as a kid, you know, and I'm thankful for it.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
we grew up in a decent generation.
A different time, totally different era. But yep,
We were lucky, right?
Somebody's
very
echoing.
much so.
Somebody's echoing like "fuck your."
It's not me.
Is it me?
I don't know, Al. Check your.
Maybe I'll leave and come back.
I'll
Check
sound
your. Check your. Your echo. Your microphone. Somebody's got their microphone setting just off.
You all sound fine to me, man.
Sounds better now.
It does sound better now.
Yeah, somebody was
It
just.
could have been
bouncing
me. I
back.
don't know.
Yeah, I
It
don't know.
literally just started. I didn't hear it before.
Yeah, it was a
Yeah,
bit. There.
sometimes my phone does do that.
Yeah, mine too.
Yeah, but see, the thing with it's the social conditioning thing again, like what I was talking about. It's kind of like you get these kids used to seeing that as a social condition, and then it becomes the normal, and then when it becomes the normal, it becomes accepted, and then all of a sudden it's just like an everyday occurrence that is of no consequence to them, but it also manipulates their mindset to the degree where there's really no going back once it's been implanted, right? It's like I mean, I remember there was a thing in the 70s and in the early 80s where they were going into the barcode system on packaging, and there was a big church. In my own research, anyway, there was a church group in the states, in the southern states or whatever, that was talking about the barcode system as the UPC code, right? Universal Product, Registry, right?
Yeah.
And they were just the barcodes with the lines and then the numbers underneath, and they were saying, this is the fucking mark of the beast back then, right? So then those codes became implemented into the fucking laser scanning when they're running the fucking produce, the grocery items off the shelf through the freaking thing, so that they can have an inventory control. That was the justification for it, right? So now it goes from the UPC codes to the QR codes to the freaking the facial scan to freaking, the chip in your hand and all this other kind. It's an elevation of things that become accepted norms where after a while, you just pay no notice to it because it's just a matter of fucking life that you go to the gas station and you fucking, you put your card in the fucking gas pump and freaking, enter in and then you just pump your gas and it becomes a normal routine all of a sudden. Whereas before you'd have a guy that would come up and say, fill her up. And you go, no, just $20, right? And then the guy would wash your windows and the whole works. And then the fucking guy's done. And then you pay him your 20, give him a tip for doing your windows and fuck off, right? Now it's like you got to pay in the store because of, Grant's Law or whatever it was in Alberta. But, pretty much everywhere is you got to pay before you get to pump your fuel.
Yeah.
And so that's become the accepted norm now because of some law or some routine or whatever, right?
My grandfather said it was the social insurance number that fucking started it all, right?
Well, yeah. I mean,
Actually,
ideally,
your birth certificate number, to be honest, your birth certificate number.
Yeah, well,
you guys imagine what's coming? Like, instead of people stealing fucking purses and wallets, they're going to be severing hands and running up to ATM machines with other people's fucking hands.
Exactly that. Oh, you're right.
Shit.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say here. It's
take it, empty your bank account with your fucking
it's
hand.
the fucking I mean, I hate bringing this up all the time, and I hate to sound like a fucking broken record, and I say this in the chat quite often when it gets onto the subject, but that fucking Johnny Mnemonic movie with Keanu Reeves before he was even in the Matrix is a grand example of the fucking chips in your brain and freaking storing data in there and fucking Pharmacom and all of this other stuff. And the guy's fucking downloaded too much information in his brain, and the fucking Chinese freaking mafia is trying to get his fucking cut off his head so they can get the data out of his brain because it's for some, patented fucking vaccination
Elon
thing.
Do that. Elon wants to put the implant.
Well, right, but
now you're gonna have all that information in your.
But the whole point, like what Al was saying, is where it's gonna.
You don't want to come fucking get our hands.
You're headhunted because people.
But this is where we're going, though. We're laughing.
But people are desperate. When people are desperate, they do desperate things, right? And when you got fucking people with nothing, losers with nothing to lose, they'll fucking balls out, man. Fucking, let her fucking buck, right?
I would hope not, but maybe.
No, but so then it's going to be total chaos, and it's the back to the freaking everybody divided and fucking fighting amongst themselves, so they're not paying attention to what the government's doing to everybody, right? Or whoever the big fucking head in the sky is, fucking, a certain person says all the time, the big talking head in the sky thing, right? So, and I'm not referring to God here either. I'm talking about what everybody seems to think is the supreme leader, or it's like the V for Vendetta thing, or whatever, right? We got to tell these people why they need us, right? And when in the reality of it is we really just need each other, and we need to stop fucking bickering and fighting and stop this left and right bullshit. And everybody's got to kind of realize that as like other people have pointed this out too, we're of the millions and the elite people are of the few. And it's not going to take much for everybody to say, fuck you, N-O. F-Y-M-M.
I think we're turning a corner where we're going in that direction now. I really do.
Yeah.
But that's where, and this is what I keep pointing out too, is the tragedy of this whole thing here is what we're doing right now is our ability to formulate these concepts and share them amongst each other to the important factor that says, hey, you guys, we got to do something. Like what, to find your friends, find the others freaking thing, right? But the key to this whole fucking thing here is everybody stops watching the fucking TV, the cable, the fucking
I don't even have
media.
cable.
Right. Okay. So here we are. Chris doesn't have cable. Al doesn't have cable.
Nope.
I only have fucking satellite here because of the guy that I was helping out here. But I just have it on as background, fucking something to distract me from, something that's moving around here. Like I have a fucking cat playing with a freaking toy. But on the other side, what I'm getting at here, I guess the bottom line here is that everybody's going to eventually have to fucking take these fucking devices that we're holding in our hands here and fucking basically fucking cancel the fucking subscription to the freaking internet service and the Wi-Fi and the data or whatever, and just stop communicating through these means, and then they can't really reach us anymore if we're not chipped, that's our only saving grace in the grand scale of things, because they got these phones buggered now where you can't even crack the goddamn phone to get the battery out of it.
Now you got me. Now I want to watch that movie with Kevin Costner, the fucking mailman, the postman.
Well, that's another story. That's another example of that, right? Like some of these movies are actually preparing everybody to for this dystopia, right?
Yeah.
So that it's not such a shock, right? And then, you know,
a handwritten letter, and like,
God damn it.
Either hail or bullets, I'm gonna fucking get the mail there, right?
Yep.
Like I was just out on an errand today, and I was thinking of the exact thing there, where, you know, just thinking about how everybody's kind of off, right? Everybody's, you know, people are all over the map on everything, and nobody's really aligned with how simple things were back in the day, right? Like the mailman thing, like frickin', you know, the postman, and the postmaster was actually had more power than the actual government back in the frickin' frontier days. You know,
Yep.
Well,
Yeah, it's wild. I was over at my parents on Christmas Eve, and I haven't watched TV in forever, right? And in the span of about 10, 15 minutes, I actually saw 2 Pfizer commercials and a fucking BlackRock commercial, which is weird because BlackRock's been operating in the shadows for years, right?
Yeah,
and then all of a sudden now they're a household name.
They're just out in the open.
What's BlackRock?
Same as
BlackRock,
Vanguard, like massive company.
They hire shit to do.
Yeah, I'm surprised you don't know that, Kim. Holy fuck.
Well, I don't know everything.
Well, yeah, I guess
it's about $10.3 trillion in the world economy. The world economy is only 37 point something trillion anyway, so they hold like a quarter of the money worldwide.
Between Vanguard and BlackRock, they own, like what Al said. If you look at them, they own all the multimedia, ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN. They own all of those. They own all of those. And BlackRock is actually more of the they're in the real estate market. So what they're doing, and they're kind of in concert with Bill Gates to buy up a lot of the land. Right?
Yep.
So
well, yeah, and they just got into bed with Zelensky too, out of Ukraine, right? They're going to rebuild Ukraine.
Yeah, see, and that's going to be under their guise of their control, right? Their mortgage rates, their this, their that, their conditions of freaking lease, and all this other shit, right? So pretty soon, and that was a thing. There was actually a thing. I think it was on 60 Minutes Australia or something. I caught it online, and like it's the same edition as whatever in the States, but it's actually an Australian version of it. And it was probably, I guess, 3 years ago or something like that. But they were talking about the BlackRock thing where they were going around in the States and they were handpicking off these foreclosures.
You're right.
And they're buying up these foreclosures at fucking below market value. And then they're fixing them up or demolishing them and putting up a whole neighborhood development. And then they're strictly just leasing these places out so that they can keep people under the thumb of freaking in servitude, right? If you don't own your own house, you're at the mercy of what the landlord says the prices are, or whether you choose to live there or not. And that's another form of social credit, right? Social credit score, right?
And a lot of people think that the BLM was involved in that because of all like the buildings that got burned down and picked up by corporations like that right after it. Because guess what? Mom and pop can't go to war with the insurance company, and they don't have the money to rebuild, right? So all they do is they just sell off that land. Big swaths of it, right?
Right.
So there's a lot of people that said BLM was in bed and all for that.
Wow.
Yeah. Fuck, man. Jeez.
So much corruption, man. Fuck.
My brain's running a million miles a second right now, you guys. Fuck sakes.
Yeah, you need something to go.
Slow it down. Smoke a joint.
Yeah, no, that'll make it worse. Sorry.
I need a fucking dude.
Right, Al? You guys know how that rolls, eh?
That's why I had to switch to the weed oil, not the fucking regular weed.
I smoke weed and I start getting more philosophical and even deeper into the fucking analogies and metaphors and shit, man. Don't want to go there, guys.
Go do it.
No, do it. Fucking Chris.
Look, Kim.
Yeah.
We're on Kim's show. This is Kim's show.
It's all good. I'm digging it.
Right on. No, it's great to have some company before New Year's. Everybody's going to be breaking off and doing their thing and all that kind of stuff.
I agree with what James just said in the chat. Bill Gates is the biggest farm owner in America. Oh my, Dr. Evil. Yeah, like
Yeah.
why are we not really targeting the biggest national threats to security to the human beings everywhere? Like, I mean, I don't understand. The people underneath them are too fucking stupid to realize that they're only useful for a time, and
Right.
that time is coming to an end. And they
Right.
need to think of an exit strategy quickly.
And that's what Al was touching on. And it's kind of, that's where I was wanting to go with it, was the point that in the economic system where the mortgage rates go up and all these things where they get bumped up by points by 2%, 4%, 6%. Suddenly everybody's mortgage rates are unbearable, and then they have to foreclose on the house or just surrender their equity in the home, because when it does sell at foreclosure, it's maybe break even, or they actually end up in debt at the end, right?
Yep.
So that creates the servitude situation where you'll have nothing and be happy, and then you'll get the guaranteed basic income fucking routine slipping in there, and then all of a sudden it's like back to the same fucking deal where you got seniors on pensions, seniors that are on limited income, and then it's like the government says, well, apply for this fucking grant or this sort of fucking whatever bursary thing or whatever you want to call it, where they're topping up everybody's rent money because the rent has gone crazy, and these seniors that are been paying into the tax system all their lives end up being fucking nowhere, right?
Well,
And
I
then
don't know if this is,
they're dependent on the government again, right? So then
I
that's
don't
where the
know
whole
if this is happening in your geographical areas, but where I am is now a popular place for people to come from Toronto and shit. So builders are building these high-end luxury end homes, like 2,000, 2,500 for a one-bedroom apartment.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, what the hell? That's not affordable housing.
and that becomes the standard, right? That's where the benchmark for rentals. Like I was just discussing that today too, where the pandemic kind of set that up, where there was the moratorium on evictions for the longest time. I was a victim of that when I was evicted because of the sale eviction, and then you go to find a place and there's none available, and then when you do find a place, they've jacked up the rent because it's a commodity, right?
Yeah.
So people take advantage of the fact that they have a vacant home, and then people are building granny suites or in-law suites or whatever in their basements, and then they're charging freaking basically what you're paying for their mortgage while they're living upstairs, right?
Yeah, it's
and all of these programs, all of these things like these home rental programs, or buy it and flip it kind of shows, or those whatever the fuck that name, that fucking dude, or those twin guys or whatever, where they fix people's houses.
Homes on homes.
Not homes on homes, but
the
more like
McGilvery brothers.
McGilvery and those fucking guys. But so what they're trying to do is they're trying to get you to renovate your home to get assets for liquid. What do you call it?
It's too risky
equity.
in this market right now, though. It's way too risky.
Right. But what I'm suggesting here is it's all for the sake of having more money and more money and more and more and more and more, right? So you can get into the real estate game, and then you're this and that. So it was kind of like the big setup for everybody to kind of buy into that, but it also put a strain on the freaking rental market, because all of a sudden everybody's charging ridiculous prices for rent, where it becomes unaffordable, and the rate of inflation has gone to a point, and nobody's fucking salary is keeping pace with that. So then everybody has less and less and less and less and less, to the point where they have no power anymore, because they don't have any freaking money to freaking pay for their own freedom, which is what everybody's doing in the first place, in servitude, right?
You just explained my life in a nutshell, why I'm so pissed off, like walking around ready to explode all day.
I'm going to be living out of a fucking camper in the back of my fucking pickup truck. And then if the price of fuel gets fucked and the price of propane goes crazy, which it already is, I'm going to be basically like freaking squatting my fucking camper in the bush, pulling the camper off my fucking truck, and just living out of my goddamn camper and lighting my fucking truck on fire when I run out of
honestly,
fuel.
I really think the solution is to go off grid.
But it's not, though, because then all of a sudden everybody's isolated again, right?
Well, no,
and nobody's working together.
Phone. You got a phone, you build a community, you do it with a bunch of people, and
yeah. But then it's got to be off grid again, Kim. That's kind of what I'm alluding to here. Is the only solution to this government control is everybody just cuts the cord,
well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I know a guy that did it. You guys know Jim Kerr, Church of Bubbles? He was in Ottawa. He was a big streamer.
Yeah,
he bought property in Muskoka, and they're doing that. Like, it's a brilliant idea, really.
Chris doesn't like Church of Bubbles. He told me.
Why? What happened? What did I do?
What'd you do? Why don't you like them?
Not nothing. You were just going on that Church of Bubbles, and you were going on about something way back. Fucking
We fucking
maybe it
ended up-
wasn't. Maybe it wasn't you. Yeah. Or
What
you're
happened,
really
Chris?
nothing.
I don't know.
Go on. I want to hear more about this Church of Bubbles.
No, I
thing,
want to
'cause-
hear Chris. What's going on? Why don't you like
I had
him? What
no
happened?
idea. I've heard of Church of Bubbles, and that's why it rings a bell.
He's a good fucking dude, man. Really
Yeah,
good.
probably is. Probably a great dude. I don't fucking know.
Oh,
He
okay,
is.
I
But
maybe-
anyways, he was a big streamer and he was targeted by the police as well because of his streaming, because of his reach, because of his platforms. And they sold their house near somewhere, I don't know exactly where they lived, somewhere around the GTA area. They sold their home, they moved up north, and they're going off grid and building a community like we're talking about right now.
Nice. Good.
Right. But that's the other part of it, where everybody's a lot of everybody is divided, and then when you do, I mean, even in the in our communities, I'm not going to freaking just out them right now, but I'm going to say there's multiple sectors of these communities, from the East Coast to the West Coast, all the way up north.
Yeah.
And each person has a specific ideology on how things ought to be,
Well,
and then you
yes.
end up with that bickering, and then everybody's got their idea as to being the right idea. So
I'm
then you
watching
have
it unfold
then you-
every day on Facebook.
then you have conflict again, right? So you don't have you got to have actually. I mean, not gotta,
You
but
need to use good judgment and have people like you really need to know these people.
vetted, right?
Yeah, and like you need to know their personalities and how they handle conflict. You need to know everything. Like just
Well, and the other part is like
No,
I mean, it used to. It used
I
to
see
be
it
called-
every day on Facebook. Everyone's slamming each other. It's like, dude, don't put your fucking shit on Facebook. God.
Yeah. Well, but see, that's what I'm getting at here is there's divisions within the ranks all the time, right? Where you got one in a military context here, you got a captain or something like that, or a sergeant or a captain or something like that. That's
No,
really
we're all
brutal
equals. No.
brutal with their troops. Whereas you got another captain that is a team player and he's got everybody on board, so that one platoon is performing
Nope.
at ultimate
No,
ultimate
it's
level.
not a competition. Nobody's the boss. Fuck that. I'm not playing that game.
No, but I'm just suggesting there's a different style to each person's groove, right? So whereas one leader has a specific way and everybody's agreeing to the way that leader leads, so they go in harmony with that guy, so their casualties are a lot less. Where some guy's a ball breaker and he's always kicking people in the ass because they're weak, and then he's just trying to toughen them up, but they rebel against them because they're getting abused all the time, right? That's my logic of it. That's my analogy. That's essential.
Most of us on team, Diagolon, Patriot, whatever, Plaid Army, I think none of us want to be a leader. None of us want to be a leader. No one wants to be the leader. Right?
Well, yeah.
We're more than capable of doing so, but
It's too much responsibility, and it's just, you know what? It's not my fucking deal to make sure that grown adults can handle their shit.
Right.
And
Yeah,
when things do go sideways, you keep your dirty laundry off Facebook. They go to the laundromat, not on Facebook.
Right. Yeah, right on. Yeah.
I'm seeing it
But
every
that's-
day, and believe it or not, it's not the women, it's the guys, and it's like, are you
Yeah,
serious?
no.
You just
Well,
want
it's
the credit for this? Like you're not doing it for the right reason then. Like
It's a mixed bag out of protectiveness or whatever you want to call it, right?
The laundromat. Hey, remember playing those long tables at the laundromat? Those super long folding tables?
Yeah.
yeah.
Put your fingers like this at the end of them, and you take the quarters and the nickels, and you fucking try to play hockey. And you only get 3 flicks, or you can go 2 flicks, whatever flicks. And then you have to get it. You put your buddy that stands out at the end of the table. He does this, and you got to flick your quarter from the edge, and it has to be right on the edge of the table at your final flick. It was a way to pass the time when you're doing laundry. I know.
Ooh, shiny. There's Chris going off again. Right on, Chris.
Yeah.
I know, bud.
It was we called that table hockey with the fucking flicky flick.
Air hockey, yeah.
But it was before. There was
Except
no
with
air.
coins. With coins.
Oh, it was this nice, like those fucking folding tables at the laundromat were fucking awesome for coins to slide right across, right?
I don't know about like air hockey thing. We used to play bloody knuckles on those things.
Bloody knuckles. Ah, fucking hell.
How you
Ready?
play that?
Oh yeah.
What?
It's like
Yeah,
this.
you'd
We're
stick
like
your
this.
hand on the table and your buddy would flick a fucking like a loony or a quarter at you and it'd fucking hit you in the knuckles. And like
Right.
first person to keep like to say no more like loses. So you'd end up with like bloody
okay,
fucking knuckles.
Yeah, I did play that. Yeah, I didn't like that game.
Well, like we were talking, like playing stretch with a jackknife, right? You play stretch with the jackknife, and you throw the knife in the ground, and then you have to put your foot there to cover the hole of the knife and pull the knife out, and then you throw it at your buddy's feet, and then he's got to step on it, and then you kind of make him stretch, and then it comes down to your hands and your feet, and then until you only got one hand left, and whoever can't reach the fucking hole to recover the knife is the winner, right?
Why? Why?
I forget what some people call it. Knives, Pierce autumn leaves or something like that in the UK they call it, but we call it a stretch or whatever. But yeah, those are just fucking
James and Tim are having far more serious conversations. We're talking about I haven't even got to like shooting each other BB guns and stuff.
Games that kids play.
Giver. I want to hear a story from Al.
Great. Al's got some good ones.
Kind of story.
I don't know. Or guitar. Do you play guitar, Al? I think you do, don't you?
No, I don't play it. It's been up there for 3 years.
I thought one night you were playing it.
No, that wouldn't have been me. And if I was shit-faced and it was no good.
I think you guys were, yeah.
I was playing, but it's just I don't have the mic set up for anything like that.
Well,
it's just I have to really fuck around with it to figure it out.
Do I have to bring out my spoons? No, don't make
Chris, there you go.
I'm not drunk enough to play spoons.
Fucking spoons, but
and we need some spoons to go with the spoons.
That's what I was thinking.
Gotta have some like
hey Kim, you're gonna have to tutorial Chris a little bit on how to bring up
oh dear God, I've tried to teach people this before and I really don't have a lot of patience for it, but I could try. I could show them.
That's too bad.
If I come over tomorrow, Chris, I'll show you how to do it. We'll go live and I'll show you. I'll make you do it.
That'd be so cool, man. Yeah, come over, man.
Yeah, you got to make him do it. And you got to make him do it a bunch of times so he remembers it on autopilot.
Yeah, I'll write it down.
No, how to bring up stuff on like share screen. Yeah, Al.
Like video or whatever.
He was doing it the other day.
Yeah, but then he forgot.
It's easy. You just go to options and then it should say add screen share or something, or allow screen share.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's preview, add screen share, Google Chrome, or whatever you use, and then away you go.
Yeah, it's different on my phone than on a computer, so I'd have to look and see.
So what's this James said with governments printing money like confetti, causing hyperinflation? Is it possible the elites have decided to crash debit-based money?
I believe that debt-based money.
Yeah,
I believe that.
Any fiat-based currency is destined to crash. If it's not based on a gold standard, you're fucked.
That's right.
If it's based on a system of just printing money, it's destined for failure to begin with.
Yeah.
And every country that has a gold standard seems to be invaded and fucking the leader gets killed.
Well, then maybe that's why Trudeau should do it. I don't know. Like, give it up, bud.
I'm going to point out something as a curiosity here. And I don't know if anybody else has kind of maybe noticed this or not. Maybe it's just in my area, but I've gone to my bank in town. I got to go like half an hour into town to go to the bank. But twice, I mean, this was before Christmas, I went to the bank and the ATM was down. Okay. At the bank. Okay. The ATM, there's a sign on the ATM, no out of service, blah, 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 blah. So then there's a big fucking lineup to see the teller and all that sort of thing. And it was like, okay. Then when I got to the teller, I did my business. I fucked off. Then just after Christmas, whatever, where are we at here? The 27th on Tuesday, I went back to the bank and the fucking ATM was still down. Again. Actually, I didn't, it was the 28th I went. But just as an example, right? Is anybody else notice that? Just as out of curiosity?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, my bank's been fucking around with me hard. Like, I've been with them for 31 years or something like that. And all of a sudden, they changed all my limits. Like, for no reason, I didn't bounce a check. I've never had a problem. Like, I run my business through it and everything. And all of a sudden, it was like, they took my limits from like $3,500, like when I put a check in that I have access to like $100.
What?
And I'm like, Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? And then, so it was like today even, I was running around town doing some errands, and you know how you can tap or whatever? Well, I went to buy a $75 thing, like pay $75 at a store. Boom, tap it. No, $75 is exceeding your limit. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, there's money in there, you know. So all I have to do instead of tap it, I got to stick it in and punch in the pin. Like, well, what happened there? Because normally it's like max $100, you know.
Did you
And I
get
can go to
a new bank card recently?
no.
Oh.
It's weird what they're doing. Like, I've been into the bank multiple times complaining. Like, I've threatened to leave. It's going to be no different wherever else I go, right? So, you know, but for no reason, it's just like you've taken every little single piece of good credit that I've built up over 30 years, and you just threw that out the window, and now everything's reset to nothing.
Right. So
Like,
something's up.
If you call the number on the back, like the bank or whatever, of your card, you can tell them and they can fix it right on the phone. Put it back to what it was.
I've done that. I actually did that right in the bank.
Yeah, I would.
They said all they said to me was like, sometimes the system just it'll reset itself, and I'm like, well, I didn't do anything to deserve this, so why don't you just put my shit back to where it was? And they're like, well, we can't override the system now. You know, they flagged you for whatever reason, and it's like, well, what reason though? There's always money in there. I never bounce anything. I always cover my bills. I'm always paying shit that I need. There's always money coming in. So what changed, right?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah. What? That's like, they're not your dad.
Yeah.
Like, what's up with that shit?
Well, exactly. What am I being punished for?
Does the bank think like they're treating you like banks are treating us like we're their children, and our money is their money, and they're gonna hang on to it.
Yeah,
Do
you're
you guys
grounded.
know that Pat King's bank account is still frozen?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, that's fucking bullshit.
That's
Who?
totally bullshit.
Who's is frozen still? What?
Pat King.
Oh fuck!
Everybody else from the convoy had their bank accounts released, and he's said in the commission, his testimony, that they're not. His is still frozen.
I hope that guy's got some good fucking lawyers.
Yeah, man.
So do I.
Wow, that's
So do
the
I.
reparations thing again, or the what do they call that?
Like, do these guys think they're gonna get away with all this shit that they're pulling? It's like they're stomping their feet, going, "We'll freeze your bank accounts. We're gonna do this."
Yeah, it's like kicking an anthill and then trying to kill all the ants as they scatter, right? Yeah, they're trying to stomp on everybody.
I honestly think they're gonna get away with this shit. They're gonna sunset with all our money and be happily ever after.
Well, they will if we keep letting them. That's what I'm trying to say here, you guys, is that everybody's got to stand up and say no, and start taking control back from these organizations, corporations, or whatever, and start being more independent of your own free will and your own volition without relying on the system.
Yeah.
But these guys are like, I'm really, really tired of this lack of accountability, because I've been made an example of. I've had judges even say in the courtroom, "Yeah, we're going to make an example of you."
Yep, I've always been that asshole too, to be that.
But what happened? Nothing happens to them. Like, what? A lot of these judges, probably some of them that even fucking got me.
Well, get this. He handpicked his own judge for the fucking inquiry. Like, how's that even possible?
Well, then apparently that guy's fucking related to him.
That's what I heard too.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I know he donated like $70,000 to the Liberal Party. So, I mean, he's got a vested interest.
Right?
He's Justin Trudeau's uncle.
Really?
No.
Apparently, he married Suzette, Suzette Trudeau, who's now
Pierre's
Suzette
wife.
Rouleau.
Pierre's sister.
Really?
What a joke! What a
It's
joke!
fact.
Man.
Plus, he's also a former Liberal backbencher too. So
Yeah.
So basically, we need to get into politics to become an organized, consequence-free criminal.
yeah,
Really?
pretty much.
That's
Yeah,
what they showed us. Yeah.
But you
That's
have
the golden
to become
ticket.
as vile as they are in order to be in that cesspool. So you have to be just as you have to like fight and fire with
Or
fire.
you can be like Danielle Smith and have the biggest testicles ever and just say, "Fuck all you guys. This isn't happening. And I don't care if you throw me out," because I did call you. Rachel Danko, she's an MP. She got thrown out for calling Trudeau a liar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Twice.
what? The truth hurts? You can't handle it? What's going on?
Yep. Oh yeah.
Painful watching that stuff, man. You guys ever watch CPAC and stuff?
Yeah, I do.
That-
I've got clip channels that clip it and show just the best parts, and it's like, thank you, man.
That's time you'll never get back either, eh, Chris?
It's fucking
Fuck. Better watch House of Bad Influence than the House of Commons.
no, they're both fucking equally
Yeah.
boring. No, don't.
At least you get some answers on Chris's channel.
Watch fucking the old Looney Tunes cartoons, man. They're better.
Right. Wile E. Coyote and the Roadrunner. Fuck yeah, that makes more sense.
Woody Woodpecker was my favorite. I like
Keep buying from Acme fucking products all the time and they always fail.
Chili Willy was good too. Remember Chili Willy? Little
Holy
penguin.
fuck, Chris. Yeah,
Chili Willy was funny.
Chili Willy, yeah.
I
Somebody's
think he's
echoing
making
again.
that one up. I think he's making that
No,
one
Chili Willy was for real.
No.
He had a little hat, his little penguin, little fucking
Yeah, little hat, and you'd always on skating on the ice all the time and shit, and
Oh,
tormenting the seals and the walruses, and yeah.
You remember?
okay. I think you might have triggered something in my brain there. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, you'd have
He's
to look it
older-
up there.
he's older than me.
Yeah.
But I remember I'm 48, so whatever.
You got 2 years on me.
Grant,
Somebody's
he's,
echoing.
he's ancient. He's an old fart, that guy.
How old are you, Al?
36.
Oh, you're the baby of the group.
Yeah, just a wee little one.
The young
Oh.
man.
He's pretty based for a 36-year-old. That's all I'll say.
Very mature too, actually. But by 36, you already know, like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, it's just, it's really the biggest change I found was like, you know, obviously teenage to 20, but then 20 to 30, it was just like a major shift, you know?
Yeah, I was gonna say that too.
Yeah.
I noticed that growing up, when you're a teenager, you're just ready to hit 20 or something, and you still got no respect from anybody because you're just a punk teenager still, right?
But
And
you
then when
think you
you're-
know it all.
Yeah, right. And then you're in your 20s and you're going, you know, blah blah blah, and people just like, how old are you? Oh, I'm 22, and they're like, yeah. Nobody.
You're a
still takes you-
baby.
Nobody takes you seriously yet, right? So then you get to around 28, 29, and people go, oh, okay, they'll give you a little bit of cred. And then when you say, well, I'm 30 something, then you go, oh, okay. Now they take you serious all of a sudden, right?
It depends. I know some kids that like right from like my niece, for example, when she was 3, like she was such an old soul. Like she just very mature, wasn't into like baby stuff, like just always has been her whole life. She's 18 now, and it's like, but she's like a 30-year-old, like just wise beyond her years.
Mm.
Old soul.
Yeah,
Yeah, but it
that's
can
what Al
also
strikes
go.
me as.
It can also go the other way. Like I've got a brother-in-law he's in politics and he drifts somewhere between NDP and Liberal. And he basically threw a temper tantrum at our Christmas dinner because like his kid got accidentally hit in the face with a hockey ball. Like
Oh, God.
accident, right? Kids are playing hockey, right?
Yep.
What happened?
Takes one in the head. Like he didn't even. It was a complete accident. Fucking, I watched that kid's dad just lose it like a fucking child.
Wow.
Fucking went up, he grabbed a hockey stick out of the one kid's hand, threw it out the door, broke it. Fucking the kid's crying, like the one that didn't even get hit, is crying because he thinks he did something wrong. Like fuck, that happens all the time. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've been hit in the face with shit.
Yeah.
Wasn't on purpose.
A frozen hockey puck to the face fucking hurts. But when
Yeah,
you
but
play
this is like
ball- when you
these are
play
like
ball hockey,
7.
man, the ball hockey, that orange ball is fucking hard. And when you get that,
Yeah, no, these kids are like 7, and it was a foam ball.
I know, but what's up with the dad fucking freaking out? Like, shut the fuck up. He should
Put it-
know.
put
He's
it this way.
a fucking snowflake now. You
He
can't
should
handle it.
know, going, hey, you know, like walk it off, bud.
That dude was the only person I saw in my local area with a fucking Liberal sign up during the last election.
Oh God.
Tells you a little bit right there.
Yep.
Somebody's echoing again. Maybe I'll check your
By the
noise
way,
cancellation on your mic.
James Jameson. We don't call it Rocky. We call it Rocky and Bullwinkle here in Canada.
Better?
Not Bullwinkle and Rocky, for fuck's sake.
He's American, so I'm surprised he even knows who they are.
It's Rocky and Bullwinkle, man. Not Bullwinkle and Rocky.
That was
Yeah,
not one
I
of my
think it's
favorite
somebody else
shows.
because my mic's been off.
Okay,
Okay,
Bullwinkle.
you try
and-
mute, Grant. See if it's you.
I'll check my noise suppression
Is it
here.
me?
Yeah,
Maybe it's fucking me, for fuck's sake.
noise suppression is what the thing.
Yeah, it stopped.
Oh, just shut up then.
No, it's not you, Chris.
and
Echo
everything.
cancellation. Yeah. Check your more tab or whatever.
Oh,
and
you're Scottish,
your
James.
mic.
But you're in the US, right? Aren't you? I thought you were in the
Up
US.
your kilt, James. Up your fucking kilt there, buddy.
Up your kilt.
No, don't go up anybody's kilt. That's
He's
not-
from the old
Scottish,
country.
I'm
But-
half Scottish. Hell yeah.
The
from the whole country.
parental thing, overblowing everything. Fuck.
Cheers, James.
Chris, do you remember playing floor hockey? And
Yeah.
you didn't have a floor hockey puck, so you got a can of chew, and you put some fucking rice in there, and then you'd get the electrical tape, and you tape it up and use that as a.
mini hockey sticks. You had the mini hockey stick, right? And between your legs was the fucking goal, you know, and you get a fucking shot in the nuts, but you had to wear a cup. But yeah.
I was saying using like a skull or Copenhagen tin and fucking taping it up, using that as a hockey puck.
We said whatever we fucking use, man.
It's like bottle
Oh,
kids from
hockey
the trailer
ball,
park.
hockey ball, man. Hockey ball.
I used to play all kinds of sports when I was younger.
Indoor fucking hockey ball. Use your hand if you have
Oh yeah, right. Across the kitchen floor,
right?
smashing up the refrigerator. Yeah.
Oh, this is the thing. We
Oh,
used, to
hell
make,
yeah.
we used to make shit up, and we used to play games and build forts and build fucking
Yep.
go-karts and whatever.
Yes.
We did all this shit, man.
Fuck, we were so dumb. We had this hill. We had this hill up the road from our house, like a pretty damn fucking big hill. And we built this jump, like a actual wooden ramp. And we'd start at the top and we'd just aim the ramp into the bushes wherever the hell. And like you'd be going like 110 down this fucking hill and just hit the woods like you wouldn't believe, man. It was fucking no one ever got seriously hurt either. It was just like, well, who can do the most fucked up thing here?
Yeah, and then you just walk it off, even if you're broken or bleeding or whatever.
Hell yeah, I wouldn't even dream of doing that shit right now, but
Well, you get brittle as you get old.
yeah.
I know that.
Bike's all trashed.
Oh yeah.
We used to bend the nails back. Like I remember getting a whole bunch of nails that were all bent off job sites, and like we'd bend them back straight so we can go build our forts.
Yep.
Yeah.
With old rusty old spikes and shit.
Tree forts and yeah.
As long as
Oh yeah, we had like stick wars with the other neighbor kids.
If we borrowed a tool, we had to put the tool back where it went with the the marker that was drawn around it on the wall. Right? You had to put the tool back in the spot where you got it, and that was it. And
The
you had-
pegboards, the wooden pegboards with the holes.
Pegboards with the fucking markers and shit. Put your tools back. If not, then you weren't allowed to use the tool for a week, and then you're all pissed off because you didn't get to finish your fort this week, and then you had to go back to school, which sucks because now we burnt most of our forts down afterwards. Anyways,
I used to love making the go-karts. Those were fun.
yeah, the downhill ones. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried making one with a motor in it, and it was doomed to start because the motor was fucking doomed to start anyway.
Fucking we had one of those when we were growing up, and it was the fucking funniest thing because the brake and the gas pedal were the same thing. Like if you pushed the brake all the way down, it would stop the thing, but the more you let off the pedal, the faster it would go. So if you fell out of it, the thing would just fucking be gone.
Keep on going.
Like
Oh,
Flintstones.
Yeah,
Shit.
we used to have a lot of fun with that fucking thing, man.
No, we had one that we had to use a stick to pop the spark plug wire, the wire that goes and meets the spark plug.
Yeah.
There was no shut off switch, so we had to take the fucking disconnect the wire off the spark plug to shut it off.
Dead man switch, eh?
Yeah, so we usually had a stick on the floorboard of the go-kart, but we were bouncing around and fucking doing a little crazy and shit, so you always lost the stick. So you had to use your fingers like but if you didn't shut it off, exactly, if you didn't shut it off and take that off, it would have fucking kept on driving.
Yeah.
Right?
That's hilarious.
He wants to
Crazy.
chase. Just shock yourself and get it over with.
Oh yeah, man. Like all that shit is like fucking awesome. I remember watching a Jordan Peterson thing where he was saying like, "Mom, you gotta let your kids fucking be dangerous,
Yeah.
but calculated." You know, like they have to figure out where that line is.
Right.
You know, and I remember like we had a neighbor dog down the street where when we were growing up, it would attack the shit out of you if you were walking by. But we
Yep.
used to just ride our bikes like back and forth past it. And it was like a game that this dog, if it got a hold of you, well, shit, it's kind of your own fault, wasn't it?
That's my dog. He kind of nips at people sometimes.
Yeah.
He doesn't full on attack. He just lets them know, like, hey, don't fuck around. That's my mom. You're too close, you know?
Go fast.
Oh, yeah.
He's a shepherd. He's very protective.
Holy fuck! I gotta piss like a fucking racehorse right now. I should eat this and not say that out loud.
All right. Well, hey, try turning your speaker down a bit there, Chris. Just yeah. Okay. Hey.
I don't hear an echo. Do you now?
No. Not at
So
all.
what is
don't.
that?
Chrissy.
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah,
Sometimes that happens for some reason. And I usually rely on the people in the chat to say, hey, someone's like echoing.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, because I hate going through a live stream and it's like, shit, my audio sucked for like an hour and nobody said nothing.
Yeah. Well, I think what's going on there is his microphone's too close to his speaker because he's
Oh,
the
yeah.
way his setup is there. He's got the the computer and the the plug-in speakers, and then his mic's right wherever. We're trying to get Chris to bring the microphone closer to his face and not worry about it getting in the way of his his action on the screen, but whatever. Chris is who he is, and we just love him the way he is, so we just go with it.
Hey, at least he knows how to live stream.
Yeah, fuck, hey
Not
man.
many
I mean,
people do.
full fucking marks for that, man. Cheers.
Yep.
And the balls to do it, right? So, I mean,
Yeah.
if I had the studio equipment and a what do you call it, a permanent setup where I'm not going to be fucking relocated or fucking deported from another fucking dwelling. Or you could have actually a setup in a studio and a mixing board and a fucking microphone and a
Oh, you
decent
don't need all
camera.
that shit. Unless you're a professional. I'm no
No,
professional.
What I'm saying, for the sake of like these guys are going, oh, play guitar, play something, and whatever.
Yeah,
and
but
I
just
mean,
an acoustic, like sitting around jamming, like at a fire kind of thing. You know what I mean?
well, right, but I mean, I'll do that right now here. I'll just do something here, and then it'll be too loud, and it'll be a freaking pretty rude, right? It gets pretty rude, right? So
What?
You know?
What do you mean rude? Yeah, right on.
how's that sound?
Great.
Yeah, it sounds decent. Yeah.
It totally sounds amazing. Cheers, y'all.
Anyway, last time I tried to do that, it just sounded like bunk on fucking Chris's channel. So I don't know what the fucking problem is here.
Sounds good on my end. All we need is a fire, and this is a perfect night to meet.
Speaking of which, I should probably fucking keep my wood stove going.
Oh yeah, put another log on the fire, bud. But anyway,
Totally
so the whole
forgot.
point is just that if I had at least a microphone with a mixer kind of thing on it, and Chris kind of tuned me into a channel one time. We covered this a little bit before, but he turned me on to this one guy's channel where the guy was doing a freaking kind of a lunch hour jam fucking thing, and he was playing guitar and just like fucking around. He wasn't really playing anything. He's just a solo guy, just jamming away by himself and whatever. And a bunch of people were, Chris sent me the link. He goes, "Hey, pop on and do a thing, fucking whatever," right? No request, man. Comfortably Numb. Yeah, I wish I could play Comfortably Numb for you. But if I had the actual setup going on, I could actually play something where it's I'm not.
That's how you can tell you're not just like a casual player. You take it seriously if you need to have it all set up.
Well, I don't want to embarrass myself or just have pack up a fucking song just for people's entertainment, right?
I'm all ready for you. I'm fucking ready for you. Let's go.
Go for it, Al. Go for it, Chris. Hey,
I'm waiting for you guys.
Move your microphone away from your speakers a little bit more towards you.
I don't hear it echoing now, do you? Now that it's come back even.
Turn the volume down. I'm fucking good to go. Let's go.
Okay, right on, bro. Do your spoons. Let's hear it.
So I was causing the echo, eh? Was I?
I've always wanted to learn how to play guitar, but it's too hard. Like, people that try to teach me are too technical. Like, they're a professional player, and I'm not, right? You need to dumb it down.
just pick it up, Kim, and just fucking play whatever you
I have.
sounds
And I
good.
can do a
Yeah,
couple things, you know, like, but not good or not even the full song.
it's just fingers and coordination and sound, hearing, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, Chris, give her.
Totally.
Come on,
What
guys.
do you do with the drunken
Yeah.
sailor? What do you do with the drunken sailor?
Oh, I was trying to figure out what song it was.
No, no.
Sailor light in the morning. Hey, hey, up she rises, way, hey, up
Hey, up
rises,
there,
way, hey, she rises early
in the morning.
Put her in the brig with the captain's daughter. Put her in the brig with the captain's daughter. Put her in the
Put her in the brig with the captain's daughter early in the morning.
Shave his belly with a rusty razor. Shave his belly with a rusty razor.
Hey,
Whereas I hold down.
doing some jigging, doing some jigging. Yeah, need to play the fiddle.
I always wanted to learn the bagpipes, but I haven't had the opportunity.
I love the sound of bagpipes. They give me chills every time.
Me too.
Goosebumps when I hear them.
It's very a very
Yeah.
prominent, deep sound. Like it just hits me every time.
It's emotional for sure. Yeah.
It is. When I
Like
was in
amazing.
Ottawa and they were kettling us and we were staring down the face of the LRAD machine and the cops were closing in from every angle, there was guys on the corner playing Amazing Grace and all I could do was
Yeah.
cry because it was like
Yeah.
it felt like Titanic when it was going down. They knew that there was panic in the air, the anxieties were high, and they were just playing to just keep us grounded. And it was so scary, but it was such a I'll never forget that moment.
Yeah, no doubt, man. That's
the pipes are
Scariest shit
powerful.
of my life, man. Like I'm claustrophobic, so when I seen them closing us in, I was like, dude, we have one way out and we're fucking going now. Like
it's one of the reasons why I didn't go, man, because I know me, and me would be in jail still. But,
no, man. I know when to go. I know when to hold them and when to fold them.
I know when to go. Ah! Start
Yeah.
fucking smash and Hulk smash. That's me. If I see them fucking doing what, I'm gonna take that fucking baton and I'm gonna fucking shove it up your fucking ass. Is what I'm gonna do. And I'm
Now.
But I will shove that baton up your ass. In front of your fucking coworkers, they're gonna see me shoving that baton up your fucking ass. I might get one shoved up my ass afterwards, but I'm definitely gonna shove that baton up your ass first, right? That's where Chrissy would have been.
I don't fight battles I can't win.
I
Or
fight.
when the odds are stacked for me to not win on purpose. I just walk away.
Well, like that's the thing, right? You know, you look at how many people are in one spot, and you go, how many people are we, and how many of them? But then the point is, hey, somebody's gonna play some pipes here. Like Amazing Grace brings tears to my eyes too all the
Me
time.
too. It's a funeral song usually, right?
Yeah, but it's an emotional, it's emotional tones or whatever, right? It really kind of triggers that feeling. It's like, you know, if anybody's ever gone to a native ceremony,
yep,
you know, and you hear the drumming, and then you hear them doing the song,
yeah,
and they're doing whenever they're doing a song, it's like, you know, you can't help it but get kind of drawn into it. But it always brings tears to my eyes. I've been to a lot of native funerals and stuff.
yeah,
And it's so emotional, man. It just cuts right to my core and my being. And there's just something about it. Same with the pipes, right? Same idea.
It's like watching like a Maori war dance. Like if you've ever watched like the New Zealand All Blacks play rugby,
Maori war dance.
When they do the haka at the beginning of the thing, and they like that's fucking to me. I just get the shivers when I see that shit.
Yeah, the rugby. Yeah, exactly. I know what you're talking about, bud.
Yeah, they still do that.
It's a tradition. It's a rite before they play. It's a rite.
Yeah, it's a rite. It's a Maori war dance. Like the New Zealand All Blacks do it. The Tongans do it. There's a couple other ones. Yeah. But all down from that New Zealand, Australia, Maori tribal area.
So James Jameson there. That's where the Germans called us. Germans used to call the Highlanders the skirted ladies from hell, because when they shot the guys that played the bagpipes on the front lines, when they fell over, they kept on fucking the pipes kept on playing because they landed on their face and they kept on playing. So like we just shot this fucking guy, and we keep shooting him, and he keeps on playing, right? So they're
They
like,
teach you that the show goes on no matter what happens, right?
Yeah.
Like,
it freaked them out because even after they shot the Piper, he was still fucking playing. They're like, fuck, this fucking spooky shit, man.
Yeah.
James, can you play the bagpipes in the chat? Can you play them?
Bill Mullen played bagpipes on the Normandy Beaches, balls of solid steel. For James knows his
Great.
shit. Man. Good for you, man. Why isn't Ian on here? Come on, get on here.
Yeah, you want to come on, James? Can someone
Historian.
put the link in the chat?
No,
Because I will probably kick myself out if I do it.
he doesn't have his makeup on. His hair's not done.
Yeah. Kim.
That's my excuse.
I got nothing to
Dude, I've been
wear.
on holidays, okay? You're lucky I'm even fucking dressed.
Thanks for having us on, Kim. This is a real honor, actually.
Yeah, it's
pretty
actually
cool.
been really good. I'm having fun.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is good. Anything goes for sure, man. That's what it's
Mostly
about.
anything. We gotta play inside the YouTube rules, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, we're not at the House of Bad Influence per se, but you know, it's kind of like a, what do you call it?
Guilty by association.
Yeah, guilty by association, or just to kind of reconvene at a different venue, right?
Yeah,
But it's cool,
just
man.
another speakeasy.
I've
I mean,
always been one of the examples they like to make up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're
I'm
the
not to go with the flow. I'm always questioning shit, and it's just who I am, and it's the way my whole family is. You know?
yeah. You and countless many others. You're kind of like you know, the
Yeah.
Jeremy McKenzie.
Well, and that's why we're all in this tale
yeah.
together, because we all think that way. Like, you question what you're being told. You don't follow like a blind sheep.
Right. Well, it's independent thinking, right? It's like being discerning about your thoughts and what you believe, and challenging your own. Like Al, like this, like he always points that out, right? You know, your comfort zone, living outside of your comfort zone, right?
Fucking building I've ever seen.
That's the
So-
only way you grow, is to get out of your comfort zone.
Well, that's what Al says. Is, you know, that's when that's when, you know, life starts at the end of your comfort zone, right? And
Yeah.
that always sticks with me when he says that, because, you know, when you hold a specific belief or an ideology, and you always have to check it and see if it's actually solid and sound. You know, the foundation of your beliefs has to have some freaking stability to it in order to build upon it, right? Whereas if you're just going on flaky fucking, I heard what somebody told me, and this is what they believe, so I'm going to believe it too, and then you don't really challenge or question it, then you're left at the mercy of some ignorance, and then you're going to look like a fool down the road, because you're going along thinking something's one thing, when in reality, or in the grand scheme of things, it's something else, right?
Well, I've had some pretty big channels on YouTube in my day, and I built platforms based on credibility and facts, and I don't talk out my ass unless I can prove what I'm saying. Like, I don't want to look stupid, and it's my ass on the line. And you can build a very faithful following, which we know, because we all met because of Jer, right? Like, I mean,
Thanks, James. Thanks for the compliment, buddy.
and it's just, I don't know, like, you just got to be real and look at things and question everything, because, you know, when it hits you, if it hits you like it hit me, it was just like, what a total mindfuck life has been.
Yeah,
Like,
well,
what's real?
it is. It's a revelation, right? It's what they call a big reveal, right? It's like the
It really
magician
is an
thing.
awakening, and I hate that word, but it really is. That's what it is.
It's the big reveal. It's like the you know, it's like the inauguration, or the you know, you get to the prom and you get to freaking actually experience the event, whereas everybody else goes, oh, just wait, you'll love it, right? But when you get there, you're going, oh, this wasn't what I was expecting at all, right? It's like, okay, I'll explain it this way. As being a musician, a semi-professional musician, where, you know, you're just a bunch of kids playing in a fucking basement band, and you're just working on fucking cover tunes and blah 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 blah, and then you get better, and people are like showing up at your fucking jam practices, and next thing you know, you got fucking a whole room full of people. You can barely move, and you can barely move, and it's really hot in there, and fucking, you know, smoky, and everybody's getting high and blowing blunts and everything. And you're like, fuck, well, we need a venue here, because people keep showing up. Then you go out to play a fucking show actually at a venue, and it's like fucking night and day difference, right? So you go on stage, and then you got lights, and you got a soundboard, and you got a microphone, you got monitors, and you're up above everybody else, and everybody's in the bar, and everybody's fucking having a good time, and you're playing your songs. And it's like, just the fucking nerves of actually being there. So when you're in the audience looking up at the performers, you're going, fuck, those guys are cool, man. They fucking rocking right on. They're doing really good, right? It's like going to a concert, professional gig. And when you're the musician, you're on the other side of the coin and you're stepping up on the stage, your stomach's in knots, you're all fucking sweaty, you're trying to fucking remember the song, you're trying to remember your part, you're trying to remember if you got to fucking do a backup vocal or not, blah, blah, blah. Everything's just going on. And then you're looking out in the crowd, and then before you know it, the whole fucking set's done, and every song you played on the set list is over, and it's like, oh, it's over? And it seems like a fucking snap of a finger, man. It's like 10 minutes is over in a second. So,
Yeah.
you know, you don't really know what you're looking at until you're actually there in it, is kind of the idea of the analogy I'm trying to draw here, I guess.
James,
Well, that's
You know,
that's 100% what happened to me last night on Offside, where it was like, because I'm used to doing like 3-4 hour shows with you guys or whatever, and just sitting there shooting the shit. Well, I mean, I got on right at the end of Offside or whatever, and by the time like the show had actually ended, and then we were in the green room for a little bit, and it was over, I was like, holy fuck, like how drunk did I get there? Because I don't really, it all happened so fast. But at the end of the day, it was like I had 2 beers before I went on. So it's just because it was like, it only was like 45 minutes or whatever.
yeah,
You know, but when you're in it, you're like, okay, this isn't, you know, but the whole day I was like, wow, fuck, I hope it's going to be all right. Like, I don't want to be chasing viewers away from his show or anything.
Yeah.
You know,
you're good.
the Al Stern show.
No, you're good, bud.
I hope that's not what it fucking turned into.
No.
I like when you.
Oh, you mean
I like-
last night?
I like when you sit back and kind of take it all in, and then you throw in your key points of things all the time. You're always adding to the gravy, man. That's what I'm fucking looking at it.
I hope that's the way it was, and you know, if not, they don't have to have me back on. And if they want me to come back on, then happy to oblige as well, right? But
fuck your gem, bud. Oh,
James Jamison said again. He says about the Tower 7. Because let me tell you something. When 9/11 happened, I was on my way to work. I was painting for some Scotsmen. I was painting for 2 Scotsmen and fucking brutal Scottish accents, both of them. By the way, that's how I learned how to listen very well. But anyhow, that morning, the first thing I said to Michelle's here, she's sleeping now, but first she'll back me up. First thing I said to her when I watched the first plane hit the towers is, I can't believe they did that to their own people.
Careful.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm really hanging by a thread here.
Oh shit! Yeah, sorry, I'm on here.
It's all good. Just careful, please.
The only thing about loose change was he got the date right.
The first thing that came out of my mouth was that, right?
Hey,
and then,
Chris.
like James says, like there's a building just magically fucking falls down over yonder over there. Fucking.
You know what I really hate is not knowing for sure what it is, with anything, like situations that are conspiracy theories possibly, but it's just we'll never really know the real true answer of it. And those are the things. It's just like I usually try to stay away from those things because you can't prove theory, unless you have facts, right?
There was a lot of videos.
I know, I've seen a lot, but again, where we are,
it's like that woman that worked at that. I'm not going to say the building, but the building where the aftermath of the whole thing, where it went into the defense fucking set. Well, yeah, in Warcraft, right, or in Minecraft, yeah. In Minecraft, they flew that thing into the freaking into the defense freaking building or whatever, and then the woman that was there pushed the button on her fucking computer to fire it up, and she's telling the story, and then all of a sudden there was a big explosion, and then everybody vacated the fucking building and everything, and then the guys that were there doing the triage at the end of it all said that there was no fucking evidence of plane debris. Nobody smelled aviation fuel or nothing like that. Yeah. Meanwhile, they were claiming that that's what happened, right?
Yeah.
And that was in the same day of the same, similar events where it's like, oh, we got another report and blah, 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 right? Yeah. I mean, I know exactly where I was, on that day, and it was like a big radio. Guys were on the job site, and it was like on the radio, and people just stopped working and they turned up the radio. Yeah.
I was at work and we all just stopped, and just telling my boss, like, what's going on? I'm like, history in the making, bud.
Yeah.
Well, I went to work that day. We were into it there till about almost noon, and then we had to go. We had painting to do, man. So we had to go fucking paint.
Yeah. Well, that's what we were doing too. I was doing carpentry, rough framing at the time, and I was just freaking chopping up a bunch of boards to length and freaking delivering them to the builds. But the only thing Loose Change got right was was the date.
Yep.
Anyway, I'm just quoting a Ryan Dawson thing. That's all.
Dawson, yeah, Ryan Dawson said that. Yeah,
From the street, from the freaking Rants Rage humanist freaking stream. Yeah. Anyway.
Well, yeah.
But anyway, guys.
Even last night when I was on with Slip, and he asked me a particular question, and I was like, "Do you want me to answer this on your stream? Like, you're gonna be in shit, man."
Yeah.
Some people are not monitored as closely as me, but I should be on the payroll at this point. But just entertain for free.
Don't worry. Kim, we'll get you fucking knocked off of YouTube and banned before you know it. Come on.
Well,
yeah, we'll get you an anti-hate article before the day's over.
I always speak in analogies and freaking metaphors, so I can get away with it a little bit more a lot of times. So
I watch what I say, but if I'm rubbed up, then I just let her buck, and I don't care.
Yeah.
But
you
if
can
it's
also
some
pull the
stupid
stream
shit,
down too, right?
Yeah. I don't say stupid shit or make threats or anything stupid, but I mean, maybe it's not for the left. You know what I mean? Snowflake.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing.
You know when you say let her buck sounds like when you're doing your woman doggy and you tell her, I banged your sister last night, and then you just hang on life and let her buck.
Barbara Walters has died at age 93.
Good for her.
Yeah. I just read it on Twitter. It's breaking news right now.
Saturday Night Live, Barbara Wawa. Barbara Wawa. Fucking
don't care. Although I did just see last week, or maybe it was even this week, ABC News just lost like 2 of their big directors. One of them was 37.
Oh, wow.
All died.
Suddenly. Do you guys
UFC.
remember the fucking lawyer that was questioning somebody at the commission and dropped, and we haven't heard anything
Gabriel
since?
Poliquin. Yeah, that was Gabriel Poliquin.
Yeah.
That dude that hit the fucking ground just.
Is he alive? Because they're very hush hush about it. Like
he's alive.
Is he?
He didn't come back though.
Wow.
There's another UFC guy passed away too.
Yes. What was his name? I can't remember.
Stephen Bonner.
Yes. Yeah.
That's the guy. Yeah. So all these UFC guys are all dropping too. I mean, and you know, maybe it's part of their whatever they're jacked up on fucking the juice or whatever on one side, but then on
this still sucks, man. I don't like to see anybody fucking.
No.
You know,
I mean, and that's the other thing. If you even
like, oh, we knew and you didn't know. Like, I still don't want to see people fucking die, right?
Yeah, it's like even like
I tell people they didn't fucking listen. So what are you gonna do? I told you so, but they're dying, and that sucks, man.
There's a story where when you get old, the only thing you look in the newspaper for is what's on sale, and then to see how many of your friends died, right?
Yeah, I actually do that. That's sad.
But when you check the obits nowadays, you look at the age of these people that are dying suddenly or for just passed away suddenly or whatever. There's no real explanation, not after a lengthy illness or whatever like that. Usually everybody's the least discreet about how the person passed, but like died suddenly could mean a lot of things. But you're seeing a lot of these people in their mid 30s that are kicking it right now, and and you're kind of like, wow, like left behind 4 kids and freaking family died before their parents kind of thing and all that. You're like, holy fuck, right?
I got 2 neighbors, man, 2 old guys that are in their 90s. The one guy's up on his fucking roof every year, fucking around, climbing ladders, doing all kinds of shit. He's a gardener. He's out there these guys are going. Because they know they're in their 90s. If they stop, they're going to fucking die.
That's the key to life, man. Keep moving. Yeah, that's what my uncle always used to tell me. Keep moving, man. No matter how old you get, just keep moving.
Yeah, motion is lotion, as they say.
It's a fucking shame. I'm actually ashamed. I watch how busy these guys are. I'm like, fuck, man. And I'm sitting around drinking beer on my porch going, fucking look at these old fuckers. Fuck.
Yeah.
They're smarter than I am. They're going to live, well, they already have lived longer than I will live. So
You guys remember that? It was like fucking heartbreaking, but it was during like the height of the restrictions and everything. There was that old timer from, I think he might have been either Alberta or like interior BC, and he came into town like just to do his, monthly shopping or whatever. He wasn't online. He didn't know anything, and him and his wife just came in to have like Sunday brunch, and
Right.
he was denied like access to lunch, and like he didn't know what the hell was going on. He was like, "What the fuck?" Like he was just so out, like he wasn't in the loop, and he couldn't understand that he lived in a country that he fought in a war for.
Yeah.
That was happening to him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was the guy. That was the old guy. He was coming. I think it was Cranbrook, and he was
Yeah.
going. He was an old guy going. Well, it's it's a balmy 10 degrees here in Cranbrook with a little bit of overcast at the very beginning of his little Facebook thingy or
Yeah.
whatever. And then he goes, and I got to tell you, this is the oddest thing. And and then he's going on, and he goes, I'll tell you, I fought for this country and blah blah blah. And I tell you what, this guy that's running the country right now, he needs to freaking meet the end of a rope. Remember that guy? That was
him.
that was the dude. Yeah, he was the guy, the rope guy, man. And it was like, that's what we used to do to people back in the day, and right. Fucking,
Yeah.
I'd like to have that video in archive. I think
Oh,
maybe Rage he posted that one time on one of his streams. I think he played it, but
Yeah.
Technically, he's right. Like the treason is still hanging the fence.
but that's the funny part is those old guys. I mean, it's always that was always the report of the day. Like if you go through old people's diaries and journals and stuff like that, the top of the thing was always, today's the day. It was this kind of weather, and this is what we did today, and this is how my day started, and blah blah blah. And then they go on with whatever else is important as the first thing that are kind of got their grinding their gears kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
So that's where everybody always addressed the day was, today's the day. It was somebody's birthday or whatever, and we're going for a special event, having some lemonade or apple pie or blah blah blah.
Ice cream there, like Joe Biden or something, right?
But yeah, but like you're saying though, that was the way of the world, right?
Yeah, well, and I mean that guy didn't get in any trouble or anything like that. But Pat King's out there taking shit for saying hypothetically that one day Trudeau's going to catch a bullet from someone.
Right. Yeah.
Like
Chris, you're echoing again, bud.
I'm not even saying anything.
I think you're echoing because you
I didn't even say shit.
the voice feedback.
For fuck's sakes. Fine, I'll just mute myself. You guys talk.
No.
Just go out and come back in. That's all. It'll stop.
Is that what I gotta do?
Yep.
Something.
What if I just hit refresh?
Maybe.
That'll work.
that'd probably work.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but yeah, like those kind of things are that's the way they were brought up. And I mentioned that at the beginning of this when I first stepped on here was, generations of people have lost sight of the hardships of the old times and how easy things are nowadays. And that's kind of the same theme of what I'm getting at here with regards to, getting back to the.
Are we still getting an echo, Steve? There's a delay on StreamYard comments.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
He said echo big time. Maybe that was before you left. Hang on. Let him answer. There's a delay.
Yeah, I don't think so. No, it's good now.
I don't hear it, but
I'm not hearing myself. So yeah.
Steve has an echo. Steve's got the echo. Echo, Steve.
Not anymore. No.
I don't think it was me.
oh, he said it's good now. Okay, good.
Steve
Perfect.
says good. Awesome. Good.
Right on, Leroy.
Thank you. I appreciate people letting me know.
Excellent.
Perfect.
Right on.
Thanks, guys.
Some spoons. Get some guitar. Come on, get your fucking guitar going here.
But
Do it.
do it. I don't know. Here, I'll just play a little bit of something, but it's hard to play it on this guitar. I'm not making excuses, guys.
Excuses. Just fucking.
I'm not making excuses. I'm just explaining the neck of this guitar is so fucking impossible, man.
Oh, fine. Yes. The neck. The neck.
There it is. Yeah. I seen these guys in concert in Toronto.
That was the I was supposed to go to that concert. Is that in the 90s?
Yeah, 94, maybe 90, 92, maybe.
What was the name of the concert though?
Oh fuck! It was Roger Waters' final tour. I can't fucking remember, man. Shit. balls.
I'm used to death.
It was at the CNA in Toronto.
Yeah.
I didn't think
$30 tickets to go see that, and I refused to.
So you think you can tell?
Don't sing.
Heaven from hell.
Blue skies.
Sing.
Can you tell the green tea?
On the cold steel rail. Smile from a veil.
Steve, are you Canadian? I think you're Canadian, aren't you? Or no? I'm a firecracker. I'm not changing.
Don't.
I've been this way my whole life. People can't handle me. I'm too much. I'm extra.
Too muck and fudge, man. Too muck and
Yeah.
fudge.
I need a sign that says that on my shirt.
Freaking microphone's blocking. I can't see the
No
comments.
basic bitches here.
Mike's in
No, they're not. All extra bitches here.
Just the way we like them.
My shirt was Kim. This is my shirt was my ex. We were at Walmart one time and they had a bunch of these shirts with stupid sayings on them and shit. And I used to always fucking say to people, I go, "Fuck, man, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just explaining. You know, I'm explaining something here, and I'm not arguing with you. I'm trying to explain it, right?"
Yeah.
And so the shirt says, "I'm not arguing with you. I'm just explaining why I'm right."
Yeah.
I used
That
to
was
get
my-
shirts made because like of stupid reasons, whatever. But every time I got one made, like it kind of ruined the magic of whatever it was. You know what I mean? Like it's hard to explain. Yeah.
Verbal is different than when you read it. Reading it is different than saying it.
Yeah.
Well,
Something-
it seemed like I got it with certain people for a certain connection, and then it was like that connection was changed after that, and I was like, well, now I got this stupid fucking shirt.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
My mother-in-law bought me a shirt last Christmas that said, fucking, what it is? It was like, it's not my fault I was left unsupervised. I was like, what are you fucking saying?
I love it.
Yeah.
It's
not-
pretty
I'm not-
goddamn accurate.
I'm
Yeah.
not retarded. I'm not retarded. I was just born this way.
No, well, like, I remember that I used to read a lot of Ken Kesey books, like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and like a bunch of Hunter S. Thompson and all that. And Ken Kesey was one of these guys who, one of the sayings he said was like, never go somewhere and, you know, just do something. Go there and make a fucking scene. And
No
I
problem.
always lived my life that way. So, you know,
Yes, why not? Right?
I'm convinced that scenes follow me where I go.
yeah, that's part of it
I would
too.
Kim's the cartoon villain where the crows are fucking circling overhead as she fucking walks into a funeral or something, eh?
No. Kim's the one that knows when the fuck to leave at the right time before shit goes down. I always follow my gut.
That's good. I don't have that.
I do. And you know what? It really sucks because every time I go out, no matter who I'm with or how drunk I am, I always have to be that person to grab somebody by the back of the shirt and say, we're fucking out of here now. Like, let's go.
This is why I love you. You know.
Yeah.
You gotta come over tomorrow. You're coming over tomorrow.
You got to be like, you always, no matter how drunk you are or whatever, you got to always be aware of your shit. And this is where my ADD comes in handy because I notice everything and I see it and I'm like, let's go.
I try. I think Michelle's gave up on me. She just fucking lets me whatever you're gonna end up.
Yeah, but you're home most of the time, so you're not too bad. Like you could be worse.
Yeah, I try to. I can't. If I leave my house, I'm going to jail, man.
Well, then just don't leave.
Especially the last 2 years, the shit that's been going down the last 2 years. If I was still living in New Brunswick, I would be in jail definitely. The worst I had in Ontario was Canadian Tire security guard going, excuse me, sir, excuse me, sir, excuse me, sir, as I fucking ignored him as I walked in to get my shit, right? Like,
Just start waving hand signals like you're deaf.
They never fucking tackled me to the ground because if they pulled that fucking shit on me, they'd be going to the hospital. Like, that's all there is to it.
Well, and how many times would you see on YouTube or whatever, on Twitter or wherever, and it like people were getting really super aggressive and handsy about it. And it's like, keep your fucking hands off me or you're going to get it.
Right.
Like,
Who the fuck
They
are
did
you?
it to me.
really?
Get the
Yep.
fuck out of here.
Where?
Local post office, liquor store, corner store thing, but they did it to me from behind. So like,
Oh,
Of course.
I didn't even see it coming.
Fucking
they'd be
coward.
getting the Stone Cold Steve Stunner fucking right
Yeah,
off the
I
top rope.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there was some swinging and some punching happened, and like they threatened legal action, and I was like, "Hell, you guys fucking grabbed me. What are you,
Yeah.
you know,
Don't
Yeah.
put hands
fucking
on me.
talking about?" And then they were like, "Yeah, we reviewed our security camerage, and please just fuck off and never come back to the store." And it's like, yeah, okay, whatever.
From the fucking laces. From the laces. From the fucking sidewalk. From the laces, man. You just come right up and you just fucking fucking douche.
I would never hit first. I would defend myself, but I will make sure that they get it fucking, they're not getting up, put it that way. I'm a tough bitch. I grew up in Hamilton, man. I got the Hamilton attitude. What do you think? Like,
Right?
I was going to
Yeah.
say, Al, you seem like the kind of guy that stumbles into a wedding and ends up being the fucking groom.
Oh, it could happen. Well, it wouldn't happen now, but there was a possible time in my life, yeah, where we did all sorts of shit, man. We crashed weddings. We had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
the best
Anyway,
one for
man.
kids was going to Buck and Doe's and crashing those because fuck, you could be an ass and they didn't know you. You know what I mean? Like, it was great. Those were good times.
Fucking Ricky Bobby. Let's see if we can go get kicked out of Applebee's.
Oh my God.
Do it in style. Have a food
Yeah.
fight or something. at least.
Go and get kicked out of Applebee's. Yeah. Don't even have to pay the bill because they just throw you out. They don't want you in there.
Flying header in Scotland. Oh, James. Fucking no. That's the Glasgow fucking kiss, man. That's one of my movies. No, I don't.
Glasgow kiss.
Oh,
Yep.
when a guy gets in your face, you get in my face, it's like, okay, here we go. You just fucking just go, bam! Good night. You're out.
Yeah, and then it's up your kilt right after that, right by.
He knows what the Glasgow kiss is all about. I've done
Yeah.
it. It hurts like a fucker, but it hurts.
Oh,
the
yeah.
guy. Hurts the guy that's not expecting it more.
Yeah, at least you're prepared. They're not. Yeah.
You gotta
I
hit
just
me.
never let people get that
Yeah.
close.
I know you shouldn't, but when they do, like, okay, now we're in it. So now I'm gonna hit you with this spot, which is the hardest part of your skull, right?
Yeah, well, you can also, if someone throws a punch at you and you put your forehead into it, you'll break the shit out of their hand.
I've done
Yeah.
it. I've done that too. You see them coming. Because if you've ever boxed, you can read the lines, read the rails. So you just put your head down, and they fucking.
Yeah,
they're
your
not-
chin's already tucked in, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Fuck. I was watching bare knuckle fights yesterday with Slippin. He was like, good Jesus, I can't watch this. He says.
You know what? I don't like people fighting anymore because too many people use friggin' weapons, not their fists anymore. Like,
Yeah.
get over it. I don't like it.
Well, that's half the reason I don't go out anymore. It's, I don't go to pubs or bars or anything like that because it's like,
Right.
there's going to be some cocky little asshole that I'm going to punch the fucking teeth out of. And then
Yeah.
there's going to be 8 guys behind him that,
You know
that's
what?
just the way it is nowadays.
You know what, man? This is
Yo,
why
my posse, bitch.
oh, this is my bar.
World star.
Right.
Fuck you.
This
Coward.
is my pub. I can smoke a fucking cigarette, drink a beer, and chill out with my friends and talk.
Yeah, right on.
Talk about,
Exactly.
Right? This is
That's the
same
way I
shit
see it
we
too.
talk about, right? This is the same stuff we used to talk about in bars, but we're not allowed to anymore, right?
Yeah, I used to spend half my time outside with my drink, smoking.
Yeah. Well, like the bar that I used to frequent around here, like it used to be a rowdy fucking place. We used to go there just for fights. Pool table, smoke room, all the good shit, right? Like all the fucking good shit. And now there's no pool table, there's no smoke room. It's basically a glorified restaurant. One of the last times I was in there, we used to do like shenanigans. Like I remember one of my buddies like showed up in a Borat bikini, right? And this was like towards the end of oh yeah, like towards the good old times, and they threw him out for wearing the Borat bikini, and it was like that's not the fucking pub that I grew up in. You know what I mean? Like my parents used to go there and fucking park outside, and they'd just be like, well, I don't know, go fuck around for an hour. And then, But I knew the place like long ago, and it changed so drastically. You
there's
couldn't even
too
have
many-
any fun anymore in it.
There's too many granolas on the island. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, I mean, there's a lot of young people here too, but I don't know why the fuck everything's changed the way it is, because like you can't even swear in the bar anymore. Like I was down at the pub in town here. Yeah, I had a couple drinks, I dropped a couple F-bombs, and they're like, if you keep that up, you got to go. And it's like, fuck you.
yeah,
Just- do you see any kids in here?
yeah.
I'm offended.
I've
I'm
always felt
offended by
closer-
that kind
Yeah.
of language.
The closer you get to Victoria, I find people are very much like that. Like when I would drive there, I wasn't allowed to park on the street because I had an Alberta plate. Like they would call on you. You're not allowed to park there overnight. Like fuck off.
Victoria's brutal. Nanaimo's bad.
I hate Nanaimo.
I mean, I live in a tiny town north of Nanaimo,
Yep.
and I mean, everyone basically knows where I'm at. But you know, I live in a little geriatric town, right? But
Parksville.
yeah, well, a little bit north, but yes.
I know the island very well. My best friend is out there. I've been there so many times. It's my second home.
Yeah, I'm about 10 minutes past Parksville.
Okay. How
There's
is
only
it?
one place that you'll know.
Qualicum Falls, little Qualicum Falls, beautiful.
Qualicum Beach.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I'm not no stalker, man. I'm cool as shit.
Hey, no, Kim, I was just going to say, man, if you're ever going to pull a pin, fucking head on out. Fuck.
You don't even understand how bad that is my second option if things go sideways here, but I'm waiting to see what happens with my job.
Yeah.
I've been
well,
for the last like 2 years, I've been advocating for the island to become its own fucking province. Because
Right.
if PEI can do it with 100 or with 44,000, we can do it with 180.
Yeah, easy. Yeah.
No, liberals on PEI, fuck's sake.
Well,
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of NDP voters out here on Vancouver Island too. But the further north you go, once you get past Nanaimo, it basically turns conservative.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of mill towns and logging outfits here, right?
Yep.
how about Sook, Al?
Love
How's Sook?
Duke. Oh my god,
Souk-
I love it.
Yeah, Souk's great. Souk's fucking. It's like the redneck outskirts of Victoria.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
went
got a
whale
buddy
watching
that's
in Souk
originally
last
from
year.
there. He's living in around Red Deer, between Red Deer
Whoa.
and Edmonton. So yeah.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
in
yeah.
the middle of fucking nowhere.
Yeah, but fuck middle of nowhere. He's off the beaten pathways, but he's a good guy, and we hit it off pretty good. And he's from Souk, and he's used to be a butcher, so
Oh, nice.
yeah,
friend.
good guy. Yeah, really professional,
know.
too, but kind of guy that he can do a lot of. He's got a lot of
He's a good friend
talents.
to have, man.
He tried to help me get some work out in Alberta when things were going south for me up here, and but I just didn't want to relocate, full-time commitment to relocate. But
It gets
Yes.
harder to make that decision the older you get.
well, that's one thing, but the other
It does.
part is just we had a bit of a discussion just recently about things. This was about a year and a half ago. And he got in touch with me and he was asking how things were, and we had a brief discussion about things, and then it got into the freaking getting jabbed or not. His wife's care aide or a nurse or whatever. She's like a whatever on in hospital kind of a
PSWRN or something.
yeah, something to that effect anyway. And that's her, her job, and I guess whatever. So it got to the dialogue of being jabbed or not being jabbed, and I was straight up with him about it. And I said, there's no fucking way I'm getting this because there's too much sketchy bullshit about it, and I'm not interested, right? And then the kind of conversation just kind of took a fucking dive from there, and it was like, well, man, okay, well, freaking, yeah, I hope everything's going good with you, and we'll catch up with you again. And I haven't heard from him since, right? So
They're denying a lady a lung transplant, a life-saving lung transplant, because she won't get the jabby.
and we
Yeah.
were pretty tight, so I mean that's part of it. But yeah.
Dude, I've lost
Doesn't
friends that
matter.
I've known for fucking 20 years.
Well,
because-
it's like Leaf Nurse, right? She's a rebel, but they keep calling her to do the carry thing because they caught nobody, and she says, no, I'm not getting jabbed. So if you want me to continue to do, the rounds here,
Right.
fucking take it or fuck off, right?
Yep.
So, and good on her, man. I got a lot of respect for that woman.
Yeah, me too, man.
well,
and she's a
Danielle
real
Smith,
trooper.
she's said that they're not making people take it anymore. Like, I can't believe they're even still doing it out there.
Yeah, well, BC's still pretty freaking bent, so I don't know. Yeah.
Really?
Well, there's some massive pushback from the doctors on that Bill C-36 they just passed because that's a fucking far-reaching bill. Like,
Yeah.
jail someone for their opinion.
Yeah, right.
They
In
talked
Well,
about doing that with us
a
in the
professional
beginning.
capacity, anyway.
They did talk about doing that with us in the beginning, putting us in jail.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the concentration, or not the concentration,
No,
what do you call it? The quarantine freaking thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Get fucked unless you're paying my bills. You ain't telling me what to do. And even if you are paying my bills, you're still not telling me what to do.
Well, there's that thing in the question period there where the guy says, "How many quarantine freaking facilities have you guys built, and what's the capacity?" And nobody fucking answered them.
Well, that wasn't that the one where the dude, what Anthony Rhoda or whatever, the Speaker of the House, was like, "Yeah, the audio didn't come in clear," and it's like, well, everyone else fucking heard it.
Yeah. I know the one you're talking about. And
Yeah.
remember, you guys remember Chris Sky, who he is? He
Yeah.
in the beginning, he went away with his girlfriend or wife or whatever, and he was supposed to quarantine for 14 days at that time till they changed it. He didn't. He went to 2 rallies in Toronto, and they fucking hunted him down and gave him tickets for both of those. They later got dropped, but that's how close they were watching people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, especially guys like Chris Sky. I mean, like guys, a little bit.
Yeah, you got to fly under the radar if you're gonna do shady shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, man, so that's the kind of thing where, I mean, I don't really know. I'm just surmising the whole dialogue, but
Andrew Tate just got busted for human trafficking. Did you
fuck
hear that?
Andrew Tate.
Who's
Fuck
Andrew Tate?
He's
Who is
fucking out now.
Is he?
Yeah, the only reason that even happened is because he had like a little spat with Greta Thunberg. Fucking how dare you on fucking Twitter or whatever, and her followers swatted him.
Swatted him.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Part of it. The other part was North of Nothing there posted on his Telegram a thing where he was slapping around some chick or whatever and telling her,
Well, I haven't seen that, but I heard.
Yeah,
I haven't seen that part.
It's pretty brutal, but the point being is that it's in the A and the B of the guy's personality, where on one side he wants alpha guys to be alpha beta males and stuff like that, stand up and stick up and be that side of things, but then on the other side he's like literally slapping this girl around saying, "Did I tell you to freaking whatever, did I tell you could fucking say anything?" And and yeah, it's pretty brutal, and I mean, when I start seeing that, it's like that's kind of uncalled for, and or whatever. I just don't agree with that.
Like if you're gonna be Mr. Alpha Male Manly Man, like real men don't fucking hit women.
exactly. Thank you.
Well, this is it, and this is the thing where I said, the guy's talking on one side, he's talking, logical, sensible things on how to take control of your own life and being responsible for it. Yet on the other side, here's a guy that's fucking,
Man, not only did.
What are you saying? An abuser having Jekyll and Hyde personality? That's so common.
kind of like that. It's just,
That's so
it just
common.
seems to
You
me
have
like
no idea. Yeah.
something's up with that, and I just didn't. That kind of thing turns me off. I mean, I'll still hear what the guy has to say if there's anything that's coming out of his mouth that has any merit. Well, you take it as a grain and then move on. I'm not going to be idle
Who is
worshiping
he
the
though?
guy.
Andrew Tate. Who is he? Is he an actor or what is he?
He's a MMA
Oh,
former MMA guy.
He was. Yeah, he was. He hasn't fought in years. He was a K1 kickboxer champion for a while. He's my age. He's like 35, 36. But he came up he started this thing called Hustlers University, which is basically like a scheme to get internet influencers into this thing. And then they all kind of work as a team. And he makes a shit ton of money off it. But he got his start actually doing internet call girls. So like, remember back in the day when you'd phone like 1-800 like fucking fuck me.
yeah.
You'd get like one of them
Pick up
chicks.
the phone.
Yeah.
Pick up the phone.
Hey baby, I'm over here doing whatever you want me to do. Like, yeah, it was like so. Him and his brother started that shit.
In human trafficking, maybe he is. I don't fucking know.
His brother
Maybe
got
he is.
arrested. I
Who
see
knows?
that.
Yeah, I mean, the guy has said some shit that resonates with the younger male group, but
Yeah, I agree. I understand.
That doesn't.
but smacking your girlfriend around doesn't resonate with these people.
Yeah, no, actually, you have to go on. I think it's North and nothing there, Al. If you go on Telegram,
I'll
North
check it
and-
out for sure.
Yeah, I think he posted there, and he said something about and something about being a man, and Andrew Tate's a real man or some fucking thing. And I think it was like capitals and small letters to make it look fucking awkward, crazy, or whatever. And it's kind of like
Yeah,
he left
he's
left
being
it open.
facetious.
Do you need food?
Yeah,
in your
facetious, open for interpretation and whatever, right? Just to kind of stir up the dialogue for people to kind of pick their fucking angle of how they want to view disciplining your girlfriend for speaking out of turn or something. But this was right in the bedroom, and whatever. Like, okay, if that's a chick's fucking kink or whatever, well then, fine and dandy, fucking shades of fucking gray or whatever kind of stupid fucking fantasy novels or whatever kind of an ideology. But on the other side, it's like, if that's not her fucking kink, well then what the fuck are you doing actually videotaping it and posting it? Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
He posted it himself?
Oh, I had to have, because it was right out of his own fucking bedroom, and he was saying, look at the fucking camera and fucking say it. Whatever. He was like really being
Jesus.
fucking domesticating.
Yeah, I mean, we all know that the powers that be, they don't like what he says. They don't like him empowering young males. So it wouldn't surprise me if something got hacked or grabbed off his cloud or something to ruin him.
Yep.
Maybe, maybe that. Yeah. Might
You know what I mean?
still-
you don't even have to make it up. You just have to steal it. And if it was really him, you got him, right?
I think the point of the matter, though, is
emergence.
the intention of actually filming something for the purpose of an educational thing, even if it was towards a woman, to have her say, now look at this, and this is you, now fucking I want you to be fucking subservient to me because I'm your man, blah blah blah, whatever routine, right? Why would you need to videotape that? You would just kind of want to have a whatever dialogue that's going to freaking impose your freaking authority over your woman, if that's your
You'd be
gig.
surprised at how many people incriminate themselves with photo evidence that they take themselves. Like, they're idiots.
Yeah, I don't. That's like Hunter Biden, right? Like, what the fuck, dude, right?
Oh, big time. Yeah.
What kind of a moron are you, pal?
Maybe I will.
Obviously, someone who doesn't think about
I'm
consequences.
gonna take off. Listen, I'm gonna take off my belt. I'm gonna start slapping the cat and the wife over here sleeping. They're sleeping.
That reminds me of my childhood.
I start slapping them with my belt, and I get punched out. Is that bad for YouTube?
I would think, yeah.
James asking about Jordan Peterson there, and you're echoing again, Chris. You're echoing again there, brother.
What? Why am I? My fucking speaker's right here. What are you talking about?
I don't know. It's okay now.
Good.
Yeah, but James is asking about what do we think of Jordan Peterson, genuine or a grifter? And,
I think he's an intellect, man. I actually watched a 3-hour interview with him last night after I did the offside with you guys know who Lex Friedman is?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, Yeah, so Lex Friedman, he's like an intellect too, and I watched him last night. He tried to kind of like corner Peterson a little bit, and Peterson was he basically had like like multiple hold my beer moments where he just like ruined Lex Friedman because he could see what he was trying to do, right? And it was like
corner him on the religion thing because Peterson goes on about.
Well, like I said, it was a 3-hour interview, right? So like you can go out and watch it, and I was just watching it because like I enjoy Peterson the way his mind ticks because you never really know where he's going with anything.
I would love to see Hitchens. I wish Hitchens was still alive, man, because Christopher Hitchens and Peterson would have been fucking fantastic, man. I would have watched hours and hours of those two fucking guys debating because they would have went on and on. They would have went on and on, and they're both so well read and so well spoken.
Yeah. Well, same with Lex Friedman, right? That's the same thing. I mean, Lex Friedman's a pretty smart fucking cracker. So
yeah,
he's got his shit together when it comes to being knowledgeable, and he does his research and he does his diligence on everything. So whenever he's interviewing guys, like, he's pretty freaking astute guy. So
yeah, it was a really fascinating interview, and that's probably the only reason why I was able to watch all 3 hours of it.
Right. Yeah. With Peterson, it's hit and miss. I mean, since he's gone on with fucking.
As long as he doesn't cry.
No, he didn't cry. He didn't cry last night anyway on the thing I watched. But I've noticed that he is very emotional these days about certain things.
Yeah, he needs to settle down with the crying, man.
Well, he's gotten more on the empath side of things, I think, because he's hitting that certain
Yeah, I
stage of
know.
his spirituality and his age. He's getting older, right? But I think he's kind of gotten a little bit more bendy on the since Ben Shapiro fucking situation. I think he's kind of gotten a little bit adrift from his actual moral premises from the very early days. Like Chris was saying, you watch Jordan Peterson when he's doing his lectures actually in the university, his YouTube lectures, and then you see him as he progressed and he's starting to do like Joe Rogan and freaking all of that. And then he starts actually doing his own channel, and then you kind of see the inklings of the beginning of his channel. And as it escalates up, you start seeing how it's progressing. And then he starts elaborating on the, why he got freaking dismissed. And he starts explaining his, his illness and his wife's illness, and that took a toll, and, and the whole story. So you got a little bit of nuance to how this guy, was growing up.
His daughter's
maturing.
got a channel now. Like, I don't.
Yeah.
I've never watched any of her shit. I don't fucking care to.
But she had an eating disorder and all that, and then she went with the carnivore diet and cured her fucking issues.
I guess whatever issues. We all have our issues. I don't fucking want to hear about yours.
Yeah.
You're a rich kid. I'm pretty fucking sure that Peterson was the fucking guy when I was painting. When they built the parking garage for the University of Toronto.
Yeah, as long as
back in 2006 or 7. Can't remember what year it was. Whatever. I was fucking painting with the painters union. So I'm painting this fucking parking garage for the University of Toronto. And I had this great big fucking like massive cardboard sign that said fucking wet paint, stay out. Like don't go this way. He fucking drove over it and parked his car in his parking spot. Like I was doing the blue level that day. Like I'm painting everything blue. Like, this is the blue level.
Somebody should do a meme.
No, but he fucking parked there, and I fucking gave him shit. I said, "You fucking idiots, man! Like you fucking academic fucking."
Wait, can't fucking read? Yeah.
I said, "You guys are fucking. You're a professor, and you can't fucking." I gave him shit.
Can't fucking read.
He never said
book smart, not life smart, right?
He never said one fucking word. He just got out of his fucking car and went to the elevator and fucked off. And I'm fucking just beaking off to him like he wouldn't believe.
I'm Chris Freestone, and I only got my grade 10. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Right? No, I fucking guarantee you that was him. I guarantee you that was him because he looked familiar when I seen him. Like that's
somebody should do a meme of Jordan Peterson where he's on his knees and he's got fucking tears and he's wiping the tears out of his eyes and he's going, clean your room, Bucko, clean your room, just clean your room, please.
It says no. Wet paint, fucking don't fucking come down here. I'm fucking painting.
That's why I hate people of privilege because they're just better than everyone. They don't appreciate anything. Everything was just given to them. They have no work ethic, no respect, nothing.
So Peterson is just one of the. He is an elite. He's one of the.
I know.
I think. I believe.
I don't know what I think about him in all honesty.
He's not from our world. He tries to speak like he's on our side, but he's never gone to bed hungry. He's never been homeless. He has no idea. I think
it's
because he read the archipelago fucking whatever, so he has a good idea and analogies in his head. But he's never been hungry. He's never gone to bed hungry. He's never been.
But he knows the implications of the pharmaceuticals and the benzos and all that shit. So. He's got at least perspective on that. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I gotta bounce out for a second.
He was hooked on benzos. He did a podcast with Joe Rogan and talked about it.
Yep.
Which is kind of weird with his background. That you know what I mean? I don't know.
Well, I think that's part of the reason why he's the way he is right now is because, like, what a fucking thing, like, to be going through a drug addiction, but to also be, like, a psychologist, like, a psychoanalyze yourself every day for, like, a year, telling yourself, like, how fucked up this is and how it's not good, but you still can't do it. You know what I mean? Like, addiction, right?
Yeah.
I need another one.
Yeah, go for it.
I don't know what to think about him, in all honesty.
Like, I can put a finger on him easier. The one guy that fucking gets me that I don't know what to think about him, like whether good, bad, or indifferent, is like Elon. I can't figure that guy out.
I think right now he's our only saving grace for a time for a short time with a certain agenda. If he buys the media and helps us with free speech, then I'm in favor of it. Everything else he's got on the go, no thanks.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is like, okay, well, you're doing the world a complete service by, disclosing the Twitter files and, the corruption that the U.S. government is engaged in. But on the other hand, you're pushing the electric car agenda and the fucking Neuralink thing. So
yeah, but maybe he's doing that to. There's a business strategy. He's definitely a business-minded individual, and maybe his priorities have changed, possibly, and maybe his main focus right now is not the electric vehicle, but because all of the governments are giving funding to these people, yada yada, he's committed, and maybe this is his way of devaluing it to sell it, possibly. That's a smart business move.
And that's the thing with a guy like that, he's fucking 10 moves ahead already.
Yeah, he's brilliant. He really is. Like, he's almost robotic brilliant. Like,
Well,
yeah, that's what I mean. I don't even know if he's I think he's a fucking alien.
yeah, me too. A robot.
He's a Rain Man autist savant, right? But he's more physically mobile, not like a Rain Man kind of thing.
Yeah,
but Dennis brings up a good point with the chat there. Good for bringing it up there, Kim. About people getting paid to be keynote speakers and like the TED Talks and all these things. If you got the gift of the gab and you can fucking elaborate on your fucking platform, it's like Elon Musk really sucks at being a fucking keynote speaker, but when he puts on his stupid presentations, he's an awkward fucking guy. Like he's super awkward.
Like an engineer kind of guy, which are very pragmatic, right, and not really personality. You know what I mean? But he is funny, but it's a weird kind of funny. Like it's not. Yeah.
Well, that's like if you ever watched the very first Joe Rogan interview with Elon Musk, where he actually smokes a blunt and just the dialogue is just super awkward, man. And that's a pretty significant example of him being that full spectrum autist, right? So
yeah, because they don't like to socialize and be around others.
Yeah, they're just socially awkward people because their mind. Like, I mean, I'm going to say this just as a thing, but I can kind of understand what the autist freaking mind works in some regards, because my brain's always freaking going at. I'm always like thinking 300 things, but I'm trying to isolate specific talking points to stay focused on that. It's not the ADD thing. It's more of a.
You don't have ADD. There's no fucking way I can tell you.
How does any fucking battery work in fucking Canada when it's fucking cold out?
You can't just turn your fuel-powered car in Alberta in the fucking winter, okay? Like, I don't know what these people are thinking.
But you have to put fuel additive in your fuel to keep the fucking that thing going. Like,
no, it's the battery. It gets too cold.
Batteries they're basically just water in the fucking batteries.
No, they use the lithium-ion batteries or the cadmium or the cobalt fucking, The thing that I question is why don't they put those fucking heat blankets on those things to keep the batteries warm until they reach a full charge, and then have the isolators, insulators or whatever, have a airflow through them so that they don't overheat, right?
Not even that though. We just don't have the infrastructure for this shit, and they're not doing anything to make it happen. So it tells me that they're full of shit. It's just a money grift. That's all it is.
I think electric cars is a grift too, but I mean, if you go into the real Tesla situation, anybody that knows anything about Tesla will understand that the whole premise of free electricity and free energy, everybody should be able to have the capacity for it, and it should be limitless, right?
Yeah, well, and that begs the question, like, why isn't there 4 fucking jacked up on steroid alternators on each tire?
Right. Well, right?
Refeeding the battery as you drive. So the more you drive, the more power you have.
Well, you're actually there's people that try to explain that, but online there's guys that try to explain that, Al, and it ends up being, like you say, it's a pulley thing, and if you can reduce the it's a mathematical equation on pulleys and all of that, so your mechanical effort and output versus input. You don't want to
have an alternator.
But you don't want to have drag. You're going to have drag on your motivation, right? So
it's like having a hockey card in your spokes when you're a kid, right?
Not just that though. The batteries are $10,000 fucking dollars, and who has the money for a car payment and rent these days? Because I sure don't.
No. Well, that's another. That's
I
another
sure don't.
discussion.
Yeah, like I
That's
mean,
another discussion, but yeah.
no, but they need to look at things from a practical perspective, even though they're privileged.
Right. Well, it's becoming the us and them fucking, the haves and the have-nots is what it's coming down to here. There's
You
no
know
middle
what though?
class
I'm gonna
anymore.
fight my ass off to not be a have-not. I don't care what I got to do.
Yeah.
I'll never have anything other than a combustion engine. Like,
But Dennis,
why?
like, squirrel, squirrel,
Squirrel. Shiny.
find the shiny, find the shiny.
Ooh,
One day
shiny.
I ran out of fucking gas, okay, and I called the cabs and I said, I need someone to come pick me up, take me to the gas station, bring me back. He's like, we can't do that. And I said, why not? And he said, because we can't bring gas in electric vehicles. I said, you're fucked. So the store owner drove me to the fucking gas station. So I could get
What
gas.
is it? 2035? They're trying to mandate the zero sale of electric or of combustion engines in Canada now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
60% of the vehicles on the road need to be electric vehicles by then. And it's like, okay, how are you going to make this happen? Assholes.
Well, you can get fucked.
Well, and that's the Mad Max fucking, Mad Max fucking scenario, future.
You know what they need to do? Because they can't make decisions on their own and they're told what to do, what to say, blah, blah, blah. They really need to do polls because that's how they make their fucking, that's how they relate to people is polls. That's how they get our opinion. They need to go walk the streets and see what their decisions are doing to actual people and not
Right.
what it looks like on paper. Because
Yeah, well-
behind these laws and bills and all this shit are fucking homeless people hanging on the edge to try and keep what they have. And they don't give a shit because it's not hitting them. They have a butler. They can afford a $6,000 a night hotel on the taxpayer's dime. Get fucked.
Yeah. Well, we're all paying for it, and that's the reality of everybody. Yeah.
Servant staircases and servants entrances, so you don't see them, so they're off to the side. You ever see those servants entrances and servants staircases?
Yeah. Yeah. Some of the
There's
old
one-
houses, man. Yeah.
There's a couple houses here in Hamilton that still have them, and they're fucking
Yeah.
cool. They're cool. These little tiny little fucking stairways that just go up along the walls, get in the
Yeah.
walls. Like that's why. So when you see these galas and stuff, all the servants are wearing their masks, but all the politicians and the celebrities aren't wearing one. We're there now. Like that. This is fucking retarded.
What's their solution to truckers? Because they can't be electric vehicles for long hauls.
No,
Elon's building that right now.
You
Too,
know what?
but-
Elon is their
A lot of
solution.
comments here, man. I'm reading the comments. You got a lot of good guys here in the comments that are. saying
Yeah.
some-
Yeah. You're getting a real crowd there, Kim. I'm not reading it. I don't know how to do that. So
I can't see it on my phone.
Steve, James, all these guys are saying some good points. I wish they
I'm
were
boomer.
in here.
I'm boomer. Yeah.
Come on.
The battery has to be replaced about
Listen,
every.
I'll bounce out of
years.
here. If these guys want to come in, I'll fucking bounce out.
Oh no, they can join. I can have, I think, 6 people up here or more. I'm not sure actually. Maybe they increased it, but
You can have
Yeah,
10,
you can do-
up to 10 people.
oh, okay. Well, 10 if they want to come up, sure. I did ask earlier, but who I can't.
Yes.
I think it's James in Scotland, and he said it's like 3:30 in the morning.
Oh,
it's
right.
that one? Oh shit.
Up your
Remote
kilt.
control electric trucks. Okay, I'm just
Right on my Highland brother.
I'm gonna let it fly. If it don't apply, let it fly.
Someone still has
Yeah.
to drive it, right?
Yeah.
So they're eating Cheetos and driving something that's going to kill somebody from home.
Well,
Oh, dude,
you know,
that's the thing about them electric cars, man. They're silent, dude. They'll fucking you don't even need to be listening, or if you're just not paying attention and you walk out into a side crosswalk.
Buddy,
Boom.
my wife almost got fucking totally fucking taken out by this fucking bull bike on a scooter one time.
Oh God, I hate
Oh,
those
no.
people. Fuck
There was
off.
2 of them. That doesn't matter if they were bull bikes or not, but they were so ignorant about it because they almost fucking took out my wife. We were walking the walking trail, and we looked. We didn't. I looked. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear a damn car because electric vehicles are fucking silent.
Really?
These cunts fucking went flying right past us, man. They clipped their front fucking wheel of her bike.
Wow.
And they kept on going. They didn't even stop. They kept on fucking going, man. And it's a good thing they did because.
Well, you know what pisses me off about them is I have to pay insurance and pay for gas and all this shit. They don't have to even wear a fucking helmet or do anything. And it's like,
Yeah.
what the hell? Where's the fairness in that?
Right. Well, that's the
Yeah.
Hamilton Harley, right?
those
Yeah, I know,
motorized
I know.
scooters. Yeah. Those electric scooters that they rent out are all over the town. Yeah.
And it's
They
these
got those-
crackheads that have them. Like, what the hell?
And they get
They got
stolen
those as
all
like a town initiative. We're in
Yeah.
Qualicum here, and because it's such a small town, like we only have one stoplight in the entire town. So and we're on the beach, right? So you go like you rent these fucking electric things and you drive down to the beach. You do all these things. Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, the people in fucking this town can't drive for shit anyway.
No, they can't.
Let alone you put them on one of them things, dude. They're fucking all over the place. Menace to society.
Yeah,
Whoa.
that's not good.
I
Well,
love
it's
in Coombs. I love Goats on the Roof. That place is so awesome.
Oh yeah, it's well. I mean,
goats.
yeah, it's novelty, right? I never go up there, but
Yeah.
you know, people come into town and they're like, yeah, I'm like, it's just goats on a roof.
I know,
Yeah,
but I
big
thought it was
deal.
cute, and I always go to Qualicum Falls and do the hike and all that shit. So I always
Oh, yeah.
see it, right? But yeah,
Yeah.
it's actually
It's pretty cool.
Back to the
Sorry, I
electric,
random
no, back to
shit.
electric cars just for a second. I was hearing reports from people that you know, when you're on auto cruise or whatever with the electric cars where you're going driverless kind of thing.
right.
A lot of those sensors on there, they don't know how to pick up on motorcycles, so they won't. They won't pick up that it's a moving vehicle or whatever, and a lot of people are getting injured from these Teslas or whatever. They're just not tracking motorcycle.
Not there yet. They're not there yet.
Yeah, so
Wow,
there's not.
that's scary.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
it's,
So
it's the same with the autopilot thing. Like a lot of
That's what I
people are
meant.
falling asleep.
Yeah, I've seen that. Like, what the hell? That's
Yeah,
not
real
distracted
quiet.
driving. You can't, send a text or talk on your phone, but you can go to sleep. No
Yeah.
big deal. Not to see here. Like,
No,
I mean,
just
and that's
go ahead.
Way to wake
no,
up.
that's
Wake
just
up.
that's just the key point to the whole dynamics of what I was saying about having to frickin' dislocate from the separate from the whole frickin' tech thing is the inevitability if people want to actually be liberated and reclaim their fucking personal independence and freedom again is that severing the fucking umbilical to this way of comfort, right? And it's not an easy road, and a lot of these snowflakes won't be able to handle it, right? And a lot of people won't want to give up the comfort of their conveniences. So anyway, man, I don't want to go down that road and another black.
So I live in the city, man. Hey,
Well,
the beer store is just over here. The bank's down the street.
Right.
The grocery store is right down here.
Right.
I don't need to drive, bud. I don't need to drive.
Till the
I'm
bank's
in-
closed and the fucking beer store doesn't get a supply anymore, and anyway, whatever. Yeah, I don't want
Oh, I'll go fucking hijack the fucking Moosehead truck. Fuck off.
to till the factory shut. Yeah, no, it's just all fucking bullshit, man.
Well, it is. I mean, the more modern day conveniences that people have, like the more fucked that you actually are. Like, I don't know. I can't remember what exact percentage is, but I think it's like 12% of people know how to drive a manual vehicle now. Well,
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, standard, like a standard drive. Yeah,
yeah, exactly. Like, well, I've always had a standard vehicle till this day. Like my Chevy is standard, and
yeah, manual transmission.
Yeah, 4-wheel drive, but some of these people are out here driving like a Hyundai Elantra or whatever, and they're fucking driving it through the snow like they understand, like it's a 4-wheel drive. These people are completely out to lunch.
Right.
Modern day conveniences, they fucking discombobulate you.
I love
James said-
I have a Jetta and it's standard, and I love it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Jettas are great.
I
You can
learned
do
Yeah.
a lot more.
You
James
should
is
learn
bringing
how-
up
you
something
should
else
learn how to
here.
drive standard. That's how you should learn how to drive a car. You should.
I
learn-
did actually. My first car was a standard, and I couldn't drive it unless my dad came with me.
That's how you should learn. That's how you should learn. That's the way you should learn how to drive a standard.
Yeah, as a beginner. Yeah.
Nobody can
Then you-
drive my car. Like, that's why it's hard for me to have drinks anywhere, because it's like nobody can drive my car. They can't drive standard, and it's like, really? How do you not know how to drive a standard? I'm like 40 something. Fuck.
Yeah,
So if
you
you don't
can
want
always
your car to
you
be
can,
stolen, buy a fucking standard, and no one's gonna steal your car.
you can always tell a guy who drives a standard that smokes. They got fucking ashes all over the floor all the time.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah. Because you got your smoke in your hand, and then you grab the shifter, and then the fucking
Things are
ash
fucking
falls
moving.
off, and I
oh,
know,
yeah.
man. Yeah. You're always trying to flick in the ashtray when you're actually in gear for a fucking good little run, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
James brings up a point here about the lithium thing in Afghanistan, and the Taliban are going to get rich. I think that's part of the reason why there's this big stronghold to try and conquer Ukraine, because Ukraine apparently has a rich lithium deposits up there as well, just from what I've been understanding about the geology of the area, and that being in proximity to Afghanistan in the geological vein of things. There's a good possibility that that's another reason for mining lithium. Is the big battle for Ukraine is to have that for the purpose of mining that lithium, right?
No,
Yeah.
Ukraine has tons of resources that they're all over the place. They have all.
I believe we have those resources here.
We do,
I'm no
but
geologist,
too.
but you know
Like-
what? You keep your work
They're like Canada.
to your country. You don't rely on these fucking psychopaths for resources.
well, in Saskatchewan, they got a rich cobalt deposits in Saskatchewan. There's a town called Cobalt, actually, and cobalt's a key ingredient to those lithium batteries, right? So,
Right.
and
that's the fucking
then
game.
you got the radium as well. So, there's a town called Radium in Saskatchewan
Yeah,
as well.
I've been
So-
there. It's beautiful.
Yeah, so I mean, all of those things are all kind of part of the whole geological understanding of things. So, but then, do you really want to have your town just fucking dismantled because it gets strip mined because of the freaking resources, and goodbye fucking beautiful countryside, right?
Yep.
That's why they do it in places like Afghanistan, I think, or whatever, because nobody's there to see it. It's out of sight, out of mind, and I don't really give a fuck as long as my car gets me to the fucking to the gala, right?
Yeah, but they have really streamlined and improved their processes on drilling and mining and all that kind of shit. Like, I mean, it is feasible. They just don't want to do it because they want to rely on these other countries, so these countries can use it as leverage over us to basically fund their bullshit and their wars that we ain't no part of.
They're part of the game, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's all bullshit, and I see right through it, and it pisses me off. Like, fuck them.
Well, that's kind of the whole Agenda 2030 or 2050.
I know, and I don't buy it. I don't buy it
Everybody's
at
going to be
all.
living in the enclosed freaking Hunger Games fucking districts, and then the rest of the freaking natural world gets to be, out of sight, out of mind again, in order to be natural. But meanwhile, these fucking cocksuckers, corporates, are going to be, basically raping the fucking land without anybody really knowing, because they're going to have a green screen when you look outside of the fucking city walls, right? Everything's going to be.
Yeah, that's the 15-minute cities that they want, right?
Yeah. Well,
What do
this
you
is what I'm
mean,
alluding to.
15-minute cities? What's that?
Like a Hunger Games situation, the Hunger Games where everything's a district and it's enclosed, and nobody's allowed to really leave the territory without permission from the frickin' high lords or whatever, right?
So Kim, a 15-minute city is that you can get everything you need within 15 minutes of yourself.
Okay.
So you just because you decided one day you wanted to pick up and drive across Canada, see the countryside, you wouldn't be allowed to do that.
Well, then we're gonna have a fucking war straight up right now. Let's
Well,
go.
This is what I'm getting at here.
No.
This is what I'm getting at here, Kim, is the whole reliance on technology and internet, and the Internet of Things. Anybody's got a new freaking Android phone or whatever. It's a standard fucking thing. You got the Internet of Things on your fucking phone as an app that keeps being a pain in your ass.
Yeah,
And
I get it.
and everybody's got their electric fucking fridges with the freaking, the Bluetooth on the fridge, and the Bluetooth. You can command your fucking TV to change the channel just by going, change the channel to.
Listen, I'm a city girl, okay? But I have, like, when I was a kid, I grew up camping. So I can rough it. I can live in a trailer. I could go almost completely off grid, but not fully. But
Right.
I could unplug most of my shit. You know what I mean? Like,
Right, but then
maybe
we
there's
wouldn't be
some
able to.
sacrifices I couldn't make, but for the most part, I could give up a lot and really not care.
Well, that's what I'm saying here is that's where this whole community thing is going to have to progress or regress into dynamic situations where people can basically be unplugged and like I'm not trying to use dystopia and fantasy.
60 years ago, most people had to go outside to shit.
Yeah, they didn't have TV or they had radio, I think, but
TransCanada didn't come around until about 70 years ago. Like, you couldn't even drive across the country 70 years ago.
Yeah, well, okay, I'll give you an example here, Chris. My grandmother
50
my-
years ago, maybe. I don't
I'll
know.
give you an example, Chris. My grandmother used to drive from Manitoba to BC, and she used to have to get somebody to drive her. She usually got her oldest son to drive her, and they used to drive over the Rogers Pass.
Yep. Been
Okay,
there.
now this is back in the day when Rogers Pass was like a goat fucking trail, basically. It was
Yeah.
a class C fucking highway, and
Yeah.
and there was no guardrails on the edge. So if you looked out of the fucking driver's side of your car as you're driving down the fucking highway heading towards Vancouver, Rogers Pass was the fucking most white knuckle sketchiest fucking part of
Yes.
the country to drive through.
Still
And
is.
she would tell us stories about it all the time.
Yeah.
Us little grandkids, she sit us all around. I remember, when you if you ever go to BC, this is just watch out for that Rogers Pass.
Yeah, oh
she'd
yeah.
always point it out,
It's-
right?
Yep.
That was her experience, right? But as things progressed, I mean, they've actually upgraded the highway. But like Chris was saying, 70 years ago, and I mean, I'm in my
How do you
50s already, and this was when my grandmother was.
It was more like 56 years ago. Like you couldn't drive. 56 years ago, it wasn't that long ago. People had outhouses outside.
Right.
They had to
Well,
go
no,
outside and
in the
check.
70s, you're going 50 years ago is the 70s, Chris. Like this is the whole thing where people have lost track of the years where you go 50 years. I'm talking
Yeah.
like 70 years or 80 years, right? Because in the 70s, a lot of people, maybe if you lived in real rural fucking somewhere and you're still using an outhouse, you're slow to adapt or whatever. But
You're slow to adapt. You're in the country. What the fuck else are you gonna do?
well, if it was a heritage farm home, let's just say, yeah, well, probably they still didn't have running water hooked up or nothing like
Nobody
that.
wanted
But
to smell your poop. Go outside and fucking do it. It's minus 30. Well, bring the heater with you. I don't know.
like my grandmother's farmhouse was, they had the hand pump, and running water was kind of like you didn't want to run the well dry for specific reasons, and they didn't want to run the electricity for the pump to feed water for the bathtub, so they would hand pump the water for the laundry. My grandmother used to hand pump buckets of water, and then she'd boil the water, and then she would put it in the washing machine. It was one of those fucking, it was a gear operated motor, and you have to put the crank on for the belt.
Water, right?
You have to put the crank on for the belt for the motor to engage the fucking agitator, and then they had the hand crank thing to wring out your clothes. You have to run it through a wringer and then hang it out on the clothesline, right?
Mm.
So I understand the implications of that and having.
Okay, so that's something Peterson was talking about. Peterson touched on that shit too. Like, do you have it? Like, people don't realize we have it better than our grandparents had it.
Oh, 100%. And I think most people, if you're smart, do realize that, because technology has come a long way and is good in some aspects, but I don't want it to rule the world. And
Yeah,
it is essentially.
It's spoiled people, right, Kim?
Yeah. Well, that's why they call this the fourth generation, and the industrial wave, and the information shit. Like, it's all going towards this shit that we're trying to fight.
Yeah, the next generation is going to be super soft or super fucking hard, right?
Well, it's like the family business. Like the grandparents started the business.
Or the farm or whatever, the family
daughters,
farm.
they make the business better, and then the grandkids fucking sell the business and fucking fight each other in courts over the money.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you're not flying first class, your fucking your grandkids definitely will be flying first class. Like, fucking spend it while you got it, basically.
Well, you can't take it with you either. I mean, and that's the other key
No, you
ingredient here is I mean, the only reason why you leave a legacy for your children and your grandchildren is to leave everything better than you found it, kind of an idea, and to give them a fighting chance at survival for the sake of your lineage, of your bloodline, right? I mean, that
Our
was always
generations don't think that way. Our parents
no,
did.
but this is what I'm trying to say here is that a lot of this stuff has been disconnected, right? And like Chris is saying 50 years ago, and I'm going 50 years ago was in the 70s, brother. Like, hold on a second. We're talking, you're saying your grandparents had it hard. No, fuck not your grandparents. It's already at the generation point. I mean, you guys are a little bit younger than me, and even Chris is more closer to my age. But to be fair, to say our great grandparents had it fucking hard, not our grandparents, because our grandparents were kind of at that turning point where they had
hard. They never thought at the time that they had it hard. they never thought that they had it hard. They just thought, oh, this is fucking life, right? Like,
Right.
oh, outside,
Right,
it's cold outside, go outside and shovel a fucking. I got to shovel a pathway to the fucking shitter.
But to be
Right.
fair, I'm just saying that, at my age, I'm saying my grandparents, and my grandmother passed away in the 70s at 66 or something, 68 years old or whatever. She was pretty young when she died. But what I'm going to say here is that she grew up in the era where electricity was a normal thing in everybody's home, whereas as my great grandmother, as a child growing up, electricity, what electricity? Telephone, what telephone, right? If you had a horse, you were lucky, right?
Yeah.
Well, and
Horses terrify me now since Ottawa.
My grandparents.
it really is. And like, I don't sit here and as a, one of the younger generation sit here and go, woe is me. What I'm more angry at, it's not that I have it hard or I have it one way or the other. It's that when you realize the amount of useless spending that the government does and how much better all of us could have it.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what bothers me. I'm not sitting here complaining about my circumstances of the day. I'm just baffled at why, we can give 100 million here, 200 million there, this, that, the other thing. And then I get charged 52% of my wage.
Yeah. Well, one of the guys in the chat was saying that earlier with the printing money, like it's, confetti or whatever. Right.
It is. There's 237 trillion dollars in debt in the world, and there's only 37.8 trillion in actual circulation.
So it's global deficit. Yeah. But see, that's the thing about you, Al, is you have that freaking astute freaking mindset where you're not taking a lot for granted based on your grandmother raising you. So that's where you got the benefit of being, at this level with kind of like with me and Chris and our mindset, right? Where you were brought up that way to fucking respect things and appreciate what you had and not take it for granted and not think that the world owes you something all the fucking time, right? You were raised rough, and I think that's for the benefit of your character. Like, you're one of us in that regard, right? So I don't see you as being a lesser or anything. I don't even look at you like being a young guy, man. I look at you like you're like right next door to me, man. Age-wise, mentally, you're right there, brother. So
old fart Al.
No, but yeah, Chris, right? Poke, fucking in your eye.
Yeah,
fucking Chrissy. But I think the important thing here is to actually learn how to cut that connection or cut that dependency on specific things and taking the good that we have right now and utilizing it to actually regress our actual progress, because the progress is not serving us, it's actually enslaving us or putting us into servitude to the ideal of holding on to those things that we have to have them in order to keep going, rather than just saying fuck. Like I've been saying this, I said this on a few streams. I don't know whether it was with Chris or what the fuck, but I'd be just walk through your house. Anybody that's watching this right now or listening, fucking walk through your house and go through do an inventory of your shit and say, do I need this? Do I need this? Do I need this? What is this serving me? Is it going to be of value down the road or is it not? Like, I don't care if you're a hoarder or you're a minimalist or whatever the fuck, but just kind of go through everything and say, how much did everything cost you? And how much did you put out in earnings? How much, like that's the way my grandmother used to say, your granddad had to work a whole week to buy this radio. Or he had to work a whole month to pay for this radio. He had to work half a year to buy a car, right? So you go, okay, well, how much was that TV? Well, it was like $400. Okay, so if you're a working schlub like a lot of us guys, that's a week's fucking income. You make $800 every 2 weeks back in the fucking 90s. Well, fuck, dude. That's fucking a week of your income. And was it really that important to have that? Oh, it looks better because people come over and they're not going to fucking make fun of you because you got the old fucking tube TV or some goddamn thing, right? Well, it's pride and arrogance and all of these things where you're trying to keep up with the Joneses and all this 50s ideology. I mean, that's why people are so hard on the boomers, because they got that privileged, spoiled fucking everything handed to them like a gravy train because it wasn't too hard to get.
Man, fucking do it. Let's go. Fucking Steve's all about the boog. Hey,
About what?
Steve
The boog.
Bertola is like, let's go fucking bring the boog on.
Well, what's this here? James got, my grandmother told me
Bring on the
it's
boog.
meant to be tough. Life ain't all peaches and cream. And he was spot on, my grandfather. Yeah. You know,
Yep.
but I mean, and those kind of things are the points of the matter here is you know, live outside of your comfort zone, right, Al? Like fucking that's when life starts.
Yep.
Fucking, you know, you start living. And if you're on the edge like that, I mean, I don't know. I hate to go on and rant about it, but I'm just saying, take an inventory of your shit and say, is this really necessary? And do I need to replace it once it dies? You know?
Yep.
And then you can start scaling back and saying, I don't need to have television. I don't need to have cable. All I need is really internet to stay connected with people. And then you need basic cooking utensils. And as long as you got a fucking element stove or some sort of thing where you got at least electricity to freaking heat your food, your house is warm, and you know, you got a happy family, you sit around and play guitar and maybe play some freaking music or pull out a fucking book and sit in front of a campfire, fireplace, and read actual stories to your children.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah.
And
that's the way it was, man. You know, I like Christmas for my grandma was like when she filled up the jam cupboard or the root cellar, like that day, because that was like that saw all her hard work, the fruits of her labor pay off, right? That was like her
Celebration.
Christmas.
right,
Yep.
celebration time. Yeah.
Well,
To
and
be
also
able to
her,
provide for her
it was
family.
security.
Yeah.
It was food security, right?
Yeah.
So she, like, her family was taken care of now for the rest of the year.
Yep.
And that's all. And that's when it comes down to it. That's all. That's really the main key points to survival and happiness and contentedness is to know that everything's been looked after through the efforts of your own labor, your own sweat, equity, right?
Yep.
I mean, I know Owen Benjamin talks about this sometimes, and I mean, I don't really follow Owen Benjamin. I'm not a groupie or anything like that. But anytime I check in with him, he usually covers a lot of that. You know, being humble and being actually.
I'm an atheist, however, Owen Benjamin.
Yeah, well, okay, I know. Whatever the God thing with Owen Benjamin, whatever, Chris. I mean, I know. I don't want to trigger you, buddy. So I mean, I was kind of treading to not mention him, but he always brings up the points of that as being, getting back to the basics rather than fucking dwelling on what's the latest thing and electric cars and fucking the latest fucking iPhone and all of this other fucking shit, or Apple or whatever, right? Black Friday, what's on sale, and let's all run to the store and stand in line and fight for the latest PlayStation or Xbox or some goddamn thing, right? And if your life revolves around that, then I feel pretty sorry for you guys, because when the shit hits the fan, you're going to be a useless fucking eater, and you're going to be the first one to fucking go down because you're not going to know how to fucking actually go and forage for real fucking food, because you won't be able to identify it because everything you learned was from a goddamn video game.
Okay, I'm gonna poke holes in your entire statement there. Like, I have walked away from like 3 houses full of shit. When I was younger, my material things used to matter to me. Like, I'm telling you, I was very shallow in that sense. I thought it represented success to me. But life has taught me a series of tough lessons, and I don't care for material shit. I care about survival and being able to choose how and where and what I want to live. And I feel like those choices are being taken away from me because, like, I can't put my whole fucking paycheck just on rent. Like, I have other bills as well. You know what I mean? And it's just the financial pressure. It's just something's got to give somewhere because the dam's going to break. You know what I mean? Like, a person can only take so much.
The cost of living and the rate of inflation and taxation and all of these things.
And they don't care. They don't care. That's the problem.
It's putting everybody in a corner, right, Kim? And we're ending up being
swinging when that happens. Like, I'm only going to take so much, and then I'm going to come out swinging.
We're being the animal cornered, and then what does an animal do when they're cornered and they have no escape?
They fucking bite your ass off.
They freak for all. It's do or die at that point, right?
Yeah, and I feel like we're not far from that point.
If you corner a wharf rat, which I've seen a buddy of mine do on acid once in St. John.
Yeah. Here's
He
the
cornered
story.
this fucking wharf rat beside the fucking raccoon.
Dakota.
And we grabbed him. We literally grabbed him by the fucking seat of his pants and pulled him backwards because that wharf rat was like ready to pounce for his jugular. Because he had it. He was going kitty, 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 kitty.
Knock
he
it
thought
off.
was a fucking cat because he was high on acid. And the fucking thing was about to go for his jugular. If you corner a fucking rat, it will go for your jugular. That's what they do, right?
Well, here's the thing about me is that I
I'm not
have
gonna
the
do
temper,
that.
but I don't. It takes a lot to get me to that point, to get me worked up to that point. But when I lose it, like I will fucking go for the jugular. Like it's. I strike once, I'm a rattlesnake.
have to.
That's it. Yeah.
Exactly. We're not playing. We're not playing.
Well, and that's desperate times call for desperate measures, right?
No,
I
we're
will
not
never
fucking
rely
playing.
on the government. They want you to turn to the government and
You're
rely on
boxing
them.
match.
I will never rely on them.
Well, and that's the you'll own nothing and be happy, right? Like wait till everyone who bought last year or the year before forecloses on their house because interest payments go through the
Yep.
fucking roof.
Yep.
You know, you'll own nothing and be happy. Well, okay, we might own nothing, but you're not going to tell me to be fucking happy or not.
What are you doing?
Or arbitrarily raise up your property taxes, right? Arbitrarily raise them up to a point where it's not affordable because you end up in a pinch, and then you got to negotiate with your township or your district or whatever to say, okay, well, I'll make payments on it. So then that puts another crimp on your budget, and then the next year it goes up a little bit more to keep putting that squeeze on you till eventually you're working every day to just break even to be in servitude and debt. You know,
Yeah, well, I mean,
at the end of it.
even a year ago, they were telling everyone that like most Canadian families are $200 from insolvency, which is
Right,
that's
exactly.
like one car breakdown. That's like one dental visit.
Or your roof,
Precisely.
or your roof goes, or your furnace. If your furnace
Yep.
fucking
Yeah.
goes, you're
Anything,
fucked.
any
Yeah.
fucking that's
Your
like
water
you
heater's
sprain
gone.
you
You're
break
fucked.
your ankle, you can't work for a month.
No,
Boom, done.
And it doesn't happen on the job, so you're not eligible for compost. So there you're fucked
Right.
again, right?
now
Exactly.
you lose your house.
It's all by design.
Yeah, well, and I mean, and these are the pressures that they've got that figured out, and everybody's starting to see that that's where we're actually being led into this.
They're very real pressures though that need a real solution. And I don't see anybody trying to fucking solve anything except make more problems for us.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, there's a war in Ukraine, don't you know? So fuck us.
yeah, right.
That has
Hello,
nothing to do with us, by the way.
where
Yeah,
have you
well,
been?
that's-
I've been
Where have you been,
following
Cam?
it since 2014.
Yes. What?
I have been following Ukraine since 2014, man. I've been
I'm
following
just joking. I was just
And
teasing
I,
you, Kim.
I
was
know
being
a little
facetious.
bit what's been going on over there, and I've been following
Yeah,
it closely.
yeah.
So, yeah, it's not what most people think.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think I'm on the same page.
Yeah, me
Yeah.
too. Oh, I've been
Yeah.
following it since Crimea, actually, but not. I gave up on it. I it's too much of a distraction noodle for me to fucking bother with.
Because we have shit going down here, man.
Yeah, well, there's more pressing issues for me personally, so to focus
And
on a
and-
war.
Yes, in
Yeah.
our own lives. Like, why should I be concerned about what the fuck's going on in Afghanistan or Ukraine or fucking anywhere, man?
Yeah,
And why is our money going there? Like, we got, like, oh, you're asking for more we can give. Like, our veterans could use a little bit of, help. They're still
Well,
in
this-
court. They're still in court fighting for fucking shit that they should already have.
Well, this is where we're at now, though, right? It's the sense is, logic has left the building, right?
Yeah, I don't know why. What's going on? Let's bring it back, can we? Please?
What do you
Well,
want?
it's because we're a post national country now.
Right. There you go.
What
Al.
is that?
We're
Post
at
national
the,
country?
after being national, we're no longer national. We're over the line of that now. We're no
Good.
longer.
So let's
that.
get rid of the monarchy. The monarchy's gone. No
That's
more
what
fucking
fucks us
monarchy.
is that stupid monarchy. I hate to say it. Sorry to anybody that likes it, but
No, a monarchy can fuck off. They can suck a dick.
it makes our government so
I'm never swearing
complicated.
off to the queen or king. Fuck off.
Yeah.
That's the
And a lot of veterans will be mad at me for saying that, but I don't give a shit. I never swore an oath.
The illusion of the corporation again. We're all back in that.
Swear an oath to the fucking
Yeah,
monarchy.
well, and if Justin Trudeau had it his way, every one of us would be a fucking quote unquote global citizen.
Mm.
Right. Yeah. Well, And that's the socialist ideal, right? Whether
One
it's
world government.
communist, fascist,
man.
or authoritarian or whatever dictatorship, they're all
I miss the
socialist.
old bags and pipes and drums and parades down the street. Guys wearing kilts and shit, and people fucking laughing at them.
Yeah.
Look at that guy wearing a skirt.
Well,
I miss that
those are
shit. I don't
those are
mind that. I don't still want monarchy. Fuck up.
those are the good times, though, Chris. Those are the good times, right?
I don't mind the old tattoos and shit. And the fucking tattoos were awesome. I don't want monarchy having any leverage in my everyday life or your everyday life, anyone's everyday life. I don't want to see the fucking queen's face on my fucking money, man. I don't. I want to see.
For me, it just comes back to basics.
I mean,
I have a real problem with
keep-
people thinking they're better than others for no fucking reason.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
because
it's
you were born into it, you haven't worked for anything. Fuck
No.
you. Like,
Yeah.
you have no respect.
The class system, right? You know,
Yeah, class system.
Even if I
Class.
was the richest bitch in the world, because believe me, like someday, better years have been gone by, sort of thing, like I used to make pretty good money and I had it made and I didn't have a worry in the world, but I always stayed myself. I never let it change me. I never tried to rule anybody. I always stayed humble, no matter what.
because you were raised that way, though, right?
Yeah, because
Or
I
you
came
learn-
from
or you-
nothing.
Or
I
you
came from
learned it.
nothing.
Or you
Yeah.
learned it one way or the other. Yeah.
We my
And-
mom, we had 4 kids and my mom didn't work. My dad worked. He was a steelworker in Hamilton. We didn't have a lot,
No, but like that kind of philanthropy it used to be just community oriented. Like if you had more of say you grew corn and you had a bumper crop of corn that fucking year and you needed some beef. Well, you'd trade over some
That's
beef,
right.
someone would give you know what I mean? Or
Yep.
you'd trade for beef, you'd corn beef,
Yep.
But and even if there like sometimes back then there wasn't even anything to trade for. It was just like, oh, okay, well we've got a lot. We don't want you going without. You're our neighbor.
Yeah, but
Maybe
those things are gone by. Nobody cares anymore. Like, it doesn't matter. know?
Exactly. But like you said, if you were rich, you probably wouldn't be that much different. I know that when I'm sitting flush and pretty, I end up helping more people than I do
Me
myself.
too, but the scale's never even. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. And it's just one of those things where times have changed and people are more self-centered. And people say, like, they look at me and they're like, well, why don't you care about Ukraine? I'm like, because I don't fucking live there. I care about my fucking people. And my people are going without because they're paying X amount in taxes and all this shit. So I don't know. And I'm the selfish one now.
Yep. Like, we're all just trying to get by and still be neighborly and help others when we can without overextending ourselves. But when, the shoe's on the other foot and you kind of need a helping hand, and I'm the last person who will ever ask for help. I will struggle in silence before I say a word to anybody, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's just, you got to draw a limit somewhere because you get sick of being fucked over.
Yeah.
Well, and like the most frustrating part is even if you have lent somebody some money or something and you've let it go for a while and it's like, okay, well, you could really use that little, maybe it's like $400 or $500 or whatever. And you like hit them up and it's just like, oh, like every excuse under the book. And it's like, dude, when you asked, I just fucking gave. I didn't ask no questions. I didn't give a fuck what it was for. Trusted you to use it wisely. Whatever. It's a loan. But then you ask it, it's like, oh, I'll give you $100 and 2 weeks, I'll give you $100. It's like, well, what the, all right, I guess, sure. But that's the way it is. It's not like, oh yeah, I've been spending the last 6 months, like putting a couple bucks here and a couple bucks here away so I could pay you back.
Yeah.
People have lost that sort of integrity.
Yep.
Because I sure as hell, I'll speak for myself. I hate fucking owing people money.
Don't fucking lend, don't borrow. That's the best. That's the best way, man. Just don't lend, don't borrow.
Yep.
Don't borrow, don't lend. If I lend
I'm
you
basically just if it's family, I just give it to him now. I don't even fucking
If I
care.
borrow your fucking Sawzall and I fucking break your Sawzall, now I gotta go fucking buy a new Sawzall and replace it for you.
Right?
When I should have just went out and fucking bought one in the first place.
Yep.
And if I lend shit out, I never fucking see it again, or it comes back broken. So don't lend, don't borrow. It's a pretty simple rule.
Yeah, I used to have a rule with that where if somebody wanted to borrow
lend,
something
don't
that was a power tool or something like that, I would go, "Do you know how to use this thing?" I
They
mean,
don't.
I remember when I used to borrow tools from neighbors or older folks or whatever like that, and they would come up and they go, "So, you want to borrow my chainsaw, eh, young fella? Are you really sure you know how to use this thing?" And then he would like, he'd
They're
school
weird
you.
about it. Yeah.
He'd school you, and he'd say, "Okay, here's this, and here's this, and now I want you to do this and show me that you know what the fuck you're doing, so that
Yeah.
when I get this thing back, it's going to have the same amount of fuel in it, and it's going to have the same amount of bar oil in it, and it's going to have the fucking chain sharpened because this is how you sharpen a chain there, young whippersnapper." And then,
Sharpen the fucking chain, right?
but then when you return the thing, it's only got a few extra hours on it, and it's the same thing in the same condition that you borrowed it. And that was kind of the way I was raised. But
He'd be better condition than
well,
the wrote it. But I don't do that.
primarily, but it's the same ethic of being sure that the person that's borrowing it actually is competent to fucking use the goddamn thing, rather than just, oh well, I'm going to be a hero and show up whoever that I know how to fucking use a certain tool, and they bring back your fucking weed whipper with fucking no string in it and the fucking motor's cap because they fucking overheated it, right?
Yeah.
I put straight
And
gas
then-
in the goddamn thing.
The
Same
thing
idea.
is too is if you treat it right, you bring it back, you do all the things that you said you're going to do, they're more inclined to loan that to you in the future as well.
Fucking spider. There's a spider climbing up my wall right now.
Spider, burn the house down.
It's at the bottom of the calendar. I don't know if you can see him.
Burn the house down, Kim.
If it's got more legs than me, it ain't happening.
Get the fucking aerosol can in the lighter, torch the fucking
Yeah.
thing.
He's right. Oh, there he goes. He's going
Get your pellet gun, Chris.
A flamethrower.
calendar. No, he just fucked up off the calendar, man. See him?
I can see him.
I can't see him and I don't want to see him. Oh my god.
He's at the top. He's going up top of the wall.
There he
now.
goes.
See him?
There he goes. Yeah.
Going. Bing, 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 bing. We need some banjo music.
Run, Forrest.
He's gone. Fucking
Me and
spider.
Jenny were like peas and carrots.
No, this we had mild weather today, and
Fuck, it snowed like a fuck here today, man.
all the
Stay on
bugs
top
are
of it.
Like it's mild, like ooh, and all the bugs think it's fucking springtime or something.
Snowed off and on all day here. But I shoveled a lady's parking spot out for her and got out the freaking icebreaker and put down some sand and some salt. She was
Nice.
pretty happy as peaches for that. So yeah, I did my good deed for the day.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, it was so cold here last week that we had fucking rats trying to get in. We had one get in our soffits, and then wife killed him. She nuked him good, but
Yeah.
I don't know. The
Yeah.
rest of them seem to fucking get the message and take the hell off. So we haven't heard anything else. But it was
Well, yeah.
that cold where they were like wherever they came from. It was like, yeah, they're just looking for shelter, heat, whatever.
Yeah, warmth to hunker down. Yeah. Well, it got cold, and then we got a lot of snow, and then it got warm here for about 4 or 5 days, and then it rained actually instead of snowed, and then it got cold again, so then it all just turned to ice, right? So
Yeah, it's pouring here and it's muddy and shitty.
yeah,
Yeah, it's
but
raining here, too.
it turned from rain to snow now, or back to snow again. So it's the way she goes out in BC.
Oh fuck yeah! You just hold your breath for fucking 30 seconds. The weather will change.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know. Things get socked in where I am
Calgary
I
was
didn't-
like that. We'd get
you
shut
know.
up, so thank God. Holy fuck.
in a valley, so it kind of gets we got the clouds, low lying clouds that just kind of freaking hang around for 3 or 4
Hey,
days.
Kim,
Don't
you're
go nowhere.
Italian, Kim. You're from the Hammer. You gotta speak Italian.
I'm not.
Hey,
Yeah,
no.
The Hammer. You gotta speak.
The gabagool.
Bada boom, bada bing.
Hey, a fungu. Hey, what's the matter with you? What's the matter with your mama? Mama never raised you right.
Jumanji.
Jumanji.
Manana, whatever.
Manana.
4 to 5 feet of snow in
We're
Saskatchewan.
Mungie cakes, man. Fucking.
5 feet of snow in Saskatoon.
I don't know. Is Saskabush? Is that a place or what the hell?
Saskabush is Saskatchewan. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Saskabush. That's what they call it in those parts. They call it Saskabush. if you're in the northern parts of Saskatchewan, it's the bush. Lower parts is the prairies and the rolling hills.
Sounds like something that keeps you warm at night. That's what
Oh,
I
you get
found
around.
driving through Manitoba and Saskatchewan the most boring fucking two provinces I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like you can open your door in Ontario and see Alberta. Fuck, it's flat as shit.
Yeah.
Nothing to see.
Speedy Creek, Swift Current. When you get Swift Current, at least you know you're almost in Alberta.
Yeah.
I'm not much of a cuddler, but if I was a cuddler, I'd want to cuddle with a Saskabush. A cold night, just spoon with a Sask.
Is it prickly like a rose bush?
Just
No,
the bush sounds fucking
like
all right when it's fucking
like-
cold. Let's go.
like a cowboy eating pork and beans over an open fire, playing the spoons and the harmonica.
The harmony, as my friend says.
The what?
The harmony. He calls it a harmony. Yeah.
Harmony, harpoon, the harp. Yeah, playing the harp.
Harmony.
I had fucking two of them. They were collectors. I let them to the fucking neighborhood kids, and they never brought them back. And whatever.
Well, and on that note, it was kind of like the thing was always if you're going to borrow money, just
write it off.
Don't expect to see it back. If you can afford to let it go, then don't expect it back, kind of thing. That's what I was always told.
Yeah, that's pretty much the way it goes.
I learned that the hard way sometimes. You give to somebody when you're actually kind of it's not like, oh well, hey, I don't want to put you out or nothing, but you kind of you give because you still have a little bit for yourself.
But
But not
help somebody, I'll help them, man. If I'm if I can, I will.
Yeah.
If I can't,
Well,
I can't. So,
Well, and that's the thing with like the entire Canadian government. I mean, at this point, like we're maxing the credit card to lend to all these countries rather than do anything that we need here.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird.
And they won't even talk about the real issues of what's going on, like
No.
they just bitch about it and do nothing.
right, and to say, yeah, we still agree to continue to lose whatever over 50% of our income to taxation and cost of living, and not really have anything at the end of every paycheck. For even people that make half decent money nowadays, right?
Oh, just the more you make, the more they take. It's as simple as that.
Yep.
That's it. Like I kind of don't miss my car. I kind of do, but I don't. But when I worked, man, I made good money when I worked. I made 30 plus an hour. Okay, the minimum I ever made was like 25 an hour, man.
Yeah.
And
Back in the day, right?
No, it wasn't that long ago. Yeah, back in the day, I guess.
But even that isn't enough anymore. That's what I make.
No,
it's
it's
not
not.
enough.
Yeah, but when you have two people that live together that make 25 an hour, you're doing okay.
Yeah, when you don't, it's not enough.
When you don't, it's not enough. No, it's not enough to fucking live off of. No.
Right. Well, let's just.
No, you're working to pay for your car. So you got your car insurance, you got car repairs, which happen all the time because unless you're buying, even if you own a brand new fucking vehicle, they're constantly in the fucking garage too because they're made of Chinesium. So you're fucked either way. They got you either way.
Fuel, maintenance, insurance, yeah.
Yeah, the cost of living, like you're working to drive.
Well, let's just say, Chris, if you were the breadwinner and Michelle stayed home, you'd essentially have to make $60 an hour just to be on an even keel as far as not in debt, and not making bank every freaking month, right?
We do it if I had to, but it's just no.
Just as a standard, right? Just to kind of earmark the equation here to say 50 to $60 an hour for a single income household is the kind of the set rate right now.
Cost of materials. You can't make as much money on a job anymore because the cost of materials are ridiculous.
Right. Well, so that's the pinch again.
When you submit your price to a customer, you're like, this is my price because it's going to cost me like 10 grand for material. Yeah. And I would like at least 12 grand for labor because it's going to take me a fucking week or more. And I got to hire guys. And they're like, oh, it's too much. That's too much. It's like, well, I'm not working for the cost. What, you want me to go buy the material and fucking do it for like $5 an hour? Get fucking back.
That
Right?
reminds me of Joe Dirt. When UNICEF gets in the impound business, fucking maybe we'll fucking have a fucking situation here. But until then, fucking you got to pay the fucking impound charge of $250.
Right?
We're not UNICEF here, buddy. You know,
I'm not
fuck.
fucking doing stuff here. No, fuck off.
No
I'm not
fucking
doing
charity,
it.
man. It's not a charity here. Yeah.
No, but like, this is what pisses me off because I've been a professional painter all my life, and what bugs me the most is we're the last trade off the site, basically. Next to cleaners. Don't even get me started on them. They're usually girls, and I don't even want to fucking go on down. Anyways,
Yeah, smart.
but but customers have no problem fucking paying $3,000 to an electrician for doing half a day's work. He just came in there and hooked up a panel, took him half a day, $3,000, boom, no problem. They signed the check, off they go. I'm in there for fucking 2 weeks making your house look fucking beautiful for $3,000, and you're pissing and moaning about the bill.
Yeah, right.
The reason is because you are one of the
Well, I
last
don't
people,
wanna do
just like me. You're one of the last people on site, and what's
Right.
happened is their fucking resto
They
budget has dwindled,
Right?
and now you and I are the last people on site.
Right. And they've had to deal with all the assholes before us, and now they're all angry and shit.
Yeah.
They're like, because they get ripped off by the previous contractors, or they feel they did. And then now so now when it gets to you, they're like, oh, that's too much. You're asking.
Why you got to get into foundations or doing the framing, and then you're fucking
That's
out of
just
there.
make your house look fucking like we talking about. And I actually cut myself, and that literal blood, sweat, and tears went into your house, and you're pissing
Right.
and moaning about the fucking price, man. Go on.
Yeah. Well, and the stupid thing is, it's like I gave you that price fucking months ago. Like you already
Yeah.
knew.
Yeah.
But then the other part too, though, Al, is you say you gave them that price months ago, and then all of a sudden, with the way the lockdown issue happened and the supply chain fucking shifted everything, like and I know that the price of a fucking stick of fucking lumber, a 2x4, went from being, $1.50 a fucking stick for a 10-footer to being fucking $3.
And they're hockey sticks. They're fucking.
Yeah, they're all
Oh,
they're all green.
fucking-
Yeah, they're all green. We know the story, but I'm just saying, like, so you went and bid it on the job freaking 2 months ago, and then all of a sudden the price of fuel went up. So now the guy that's transporting the fucking tiles to the Home Hardware, the Home Depot or whatever, suddenly the price of fucking tile went up, and then you're at the freaking wholesalers getting your fucking tile, and suddenly you're losing your bottom line per fucking square foot because your bid was freaking down here 2 months ago, and now here we are. And now it went from fucking whatever, 70 fucking cents a fucking square foot to fucking 35, 40 cents a square foot, right?
Yep.
And then you're taking the bite, and you're having to eat that because it's a contract agreement.
Don't
And
I
then
know it?
Yeah, well, I mean, and that's the whole business of this whole thing. So, having a freaking caveat in your contract is kind of like that's where the customer's going to say, hey, I didn't agree to this. And well, yeah, but the cost of material went up, and you're going to have to pay that portion of that fucking material cost now. And here's the proof. And here's the proof. And then
the other thing I've started doing is I'm charging 10% cancellation fees.
Perfect. Yeah. Start being like best damn roofer. Fucking, start double charging these. Big time.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those things because, you can bill or you can estimate or quote a job like 2 months out. And then all of a sudden through, no fault of your own that these people have, booked you in. And then whatever happens, they're $200 away from insolvency or something, right? That they didn't figure out. Now their car broke down, so now they can't do the job. Well, I've scheduled the job in for this time. Now I don't have work. All right, I'm charging you fucking, 10%.
Yep. And then you put a lien on their property because blah blah blah, and then it's just like all fucking what it is.
I've never had to do that, but.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I've never had to either.
Well,
but that's what it comes down to, right?
No,
sometimes.
I would never have to. I would never do a lien on a house. I'm more inclined to go back and just fucking take a big 5-gallon pail of black paint and just spin in a circle and just unpaint all the shit I just painted.
I heard a story of a guy that was a bricklayer like that. He was a landscaper, and he was laying down those interlocking blocks, and he did the whole fucking driveway to this guy, and he said, okay, now it's 30 grand, right? I want you to pay me up. The guy goes, 30 grand? We only agreed on 20. He goes, no, here's a piece of paper and blah, 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 and this is the agreement, whatever.
Right.
The guy says, fuck you, I'm only going to pay you 20. So he says, okay, when you give me 20 grand, then we'll fucking see you, right? So the guy gives him 20 grand.
Yeah.
So then he gives him 20 grand. So the guy rolls up with his fucking truck, his flatbed, and he fucking gets his crew. Okay, boys, we're going to take all of these blocks right at the fucking entrance of the fucking driveway.
Yep.
And we're taking all these blocks, and he threw them all back on the truck.
Worth of blocks.
Yeah, exactly. So he's just like, what the fuck? Hey, well, no, you can't be doing that. Blah, blah, blah. This is private property. He's like, fuck you, pal. You haven't paid me 30 grand what we agreed upon. And so at least they got 20 grand out of the deadbeat. But the point is that, same idea, right?
Yep.
It's my investment, my business. I'm the one that fronted the fucking the equity to fucking get this project fucking going for you.
Ladder. You climb up and down a ladder and crawl around on your hands and knees.
Yeah. Well, that's where it's coming to.
Cut yourself and fucking have slices on your hands and breathe in stupid fucking shit all the time, like paint and drywall dust.
Well, and that's what it's coming down to.
Beautiful, but you don't want to fucking pay? Don't even get me started, man.
Well, and that's the point where you're putting out for the material, because the people hire a contractor, because a contractor usually, if you're dealing with a specific supplier, you're getting a corporate rate or some sort of thing like that. So you're getting a bit of a wholesale price instead of a retail price. So then you're able to actually utilize that to make your profit. Whereas if a customer went to the same fucking store, they'd be paying retail, and their price for the same material would be like 20% more, say. And so that's the reason why they hired the contractor. So the contractor's putting the whole risk on themselves and their fucking credit or 30-day account or whatever, right?
By the way, since you said that, and since we're all live, do you guys ever want to go to Sherwin-Williams or Dulux Paint? Just say that Chris Freestone's painting your house and you get a discount on your paint.
Oh, yeah, is that right? Yeah, is that right?
I'm serious, seriously.
Even for those guys in BC?
Yeah.
You that well known, Chris?
Well, it's across Canada, right?
Yeah, it's a countrywide database.
No, I got an account with Dulux and Sherwin-Williams. I have an account. It's not the big account. I just have a contractor's account.
Right. Yeah.
If you mention Chris Freestone, it'll be in the database and they'll give you a discount on your paint.
You'll get 10 or 15% discount.
Yeah, if you guys want to buy paint, mention my name. Say, hey. Don't say has a bad influence. Say Chris Freestone.
No, of course not. Yeah, no. But even then, right? It's like, you want to put that on account? Fuck yeah.
Well, you'll save like maybe $5-10 or whatever.
No, you missed it, Chris. I said, yeah, put it on account. I'll see you later. Thanks for the paint. Cheers.
Well, tell him I'm painting your house. Is he painting your house? Is he really? Yes, he is. Yes.
No. You missed it, Chris.
I can't be there to pick up the paint.
You don't have an open account though, right? You have
all of a sudden you might have a little bit of a bill to pay from BC.
Right, a $20,000 fucking yeah. 205 gallon fucking right.
That was
205 gallons. Yeah, no, that's not a good. As long as you don't have a 30-day account, Chris. As long as you got a cash on the bill.
Yeah, if it's cash only.
Yeah.
I said discount, not freebie. Come on.
No, I know, but I'm just saying you're throwing that out there, right? It's like promo code fucking promo code. Yeah, promo code freaking. Yeah.
No, I've put on how many there was when I did the hangar out in Pearson, we were going through 12 5-gallon pails of Sherwin-Williams a day.
12
like an 8-hour day. We weren't even we were doing like 6 hours because we spent like fucking an hour and a half at lunch. So we're only doing like 6-7 hours a day, and we're going through 12 5-gallon pails a day.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
we're kind of going off on the Three Stooges rants like we always do. What's Kim going on here?
I know it's Kim's show. She should be the one.
Yeah, that's what
I want to hear from Kim because I love her laugh, man. Her laugh.
Fuck, dude, we covered a lot, man. Holy fuck.
Yeah, I don't usually do lives this long. This is amazing for me. Holy shit. 2
Sorry, man.
Well,
hours
you can-
feels like too much for
You
me.
can
but-
shut her down. Chris can fire up his fucking stream if you don't want
I
to run
can
it
go
too
do
long.
my shit, yeah, fucking.
If you don't want to run it down, if you don't want to run it down too long to turn people off on, no, I'm not watching a 4-hour stream of Chris.
Yeah, exactly. Flip it like, what
Fuck
the
you.
hell?
Rafe,
All right. Yeah, let's do that then. We'll meet on your channel.
Oh, it's up
fine,
to you. Yeah, it's up to you, Kim. Yeah, host Bad Influence, everybody. If you want to freaking chat, you want to pop on over there.
I got
Yeah.
a key anyway, so
All
on
right.
YouTube. Not hard to find. Okay, guys. Okay,
Okay.
send me the link, Chris. See you in a bit.
Thanks, Kim.
Yep. Thanks for coming on, you guys.
Kim,
Yeah,
you're awesome.
love you guys. Happy New
Oh,
Year,
wait.
everyone.
Cheers.
strong.
Happy New Year, guys.
Stay strong, stay based.
Steve, Dennis.